To avoid being given away by her stepfather to an old man, Shi Ruoqian and her sister were forced to marry into the Lu family as a means to bring good fortune to the ailing heirs. On their wedding night, she accidentally entered the room of her sister's fiancé, Xunli. The Lu family decided to let things be, swapping the brides, and demanded that the sisters must become pregnant within 3 months. Thus, Shi Ruoqian married the Lu family's deep and stern eldest son, Xunli, while her sister was matched with the frivolous and unrestrained second son, Xunyan. When she knew nothing, the man simply said indifferently, "What makes you think I have the patience to teach you?" Faced with his cold indifference, Shi Ruoqian did everything carefully, terrified of being sent back to her stepfather's home. Just as she gradually sank into this marriage, thinking that he had begun to like her too, she saw a message sent by his secretary. "She is merely a burden you had to marry." Shi Ruoqian slowly withdrew her true feelings, wanting only to get pregnant as soon as possible to complete the task. But what completely broke her heart was that the man had been using contraception from start to finish, never once considering her situation. All his gentle protection hid his lies. When she finally decided to withdraw her heart and leave, the always calm and self-possessed man suddenly lost control. He tightly grasped her hand, knelt on one knee, his eyes reddening. "Xunyan, please teach me how to love you so that you will stay." Her calm, strategic, and steady sister shielded her. "If Xunyan doesn't like it, I'll help you file for divorce." The frivolous and flirtatious brother-in-law, Xunyan, also eagerly tried to please her. "Little sister-in-law, put in a good word for me so your sister won't leave me. You can even cuckold my brother." Chapter 1. Getting into the wrong car. Shi Ruoqian had been locked in the warehouse for about 3 days. The young girl trembled, curling up in the corner. Prolonged lack of food and water made her limbs tremble uncontrollably, and her mind was foggy. Her stepfather never showed up, and her biological mother never came to bring her a single meal. She wondered how her sister was doing. For the sake of her half-brother's future, her mother could actually harden her heart and push her and her sister into the arms of 2 old men. Her sister had told her before that they must never agree and had planned to secretly flee the Shi family with her, but they were discovered by their stepfather that night. Thus, Shi Ruoqian watched as her own sister was violently slammed against the wall by their stepfather, while she herself was locked in this pitch-black warehouse. The chill seeped from the concrete floor into her bones, but Shi Ruoqian had only one thought in her mind. Where was her sister? Was she safe? Had she already been forced by their stepfather to marry an old man? Just as she was about to faint again, the warehouse door was opened. Shi Ruoqian forced her eyes open. Against the light, she saw a slender, familiar figure. Xunyan. It was her sister. She saw her sister rushing toward her, then squatting down to tightly embrace her trembling body. "Sis." The girl opened her mouth, her throat so dry she could barely make a sound, tears welling up first. "Don't be afraid. I'm fine." Shi Ruoqian quickly wiped away the tear stains on her sister's face, though her own eyes reddened as well. Before Shi Ruoqian could ask what had happened these past few days, she heard her sister ask, "Are you willing to marry into the Lu family with me?" The Lu family is very wealthy. The 2 sons of the Lu family are 32 and 24 years old respectively. Although there's no emotional attachment, it's at least better than marrying old men. The Lu family, they were the top aristocrats in Haiqing. How could they possibly let her and her sister marry into their family? Their stepfather's business was far beneath the Lu family's level. Hearing her sister's words, Shi Ruoqian felt dazed. She had no idea what to do, but she knew to listen to her sister. Her sister would never lie to her. Marrying into the Lu family was still better than marrying an old man. "Sis, I'm willing. Wherever you go, I'll go." 3 days later, the Lu family sent people to take Shi Ruoqian and Shi Ruoqian to the hospital for a physical examination. Shi Ruoqian kept her sister's instructions firmly in mind. She would marry the second son of the Lu family, Xunyan, while her sister would marry the eldest son, Xunli. The Lu family did not hold a wedding ceremony. There was a 3-month probation period after marrying in. Only if she and her sister became pregnant during this period would a wedding be held to formally acknowledge their status. Shi Ruoqian was terrified. She had never even been in a relationship, yet she was about to be married off to bear someone's child. She heard that Xunli had a cold and eccentric personality, while Xunyan was a playboy who had been with countless women. But they had no choice. While waiting, Shi Ruoqian saw her sister go to the restroom, leaving her alone in the corridor. The person who had brought them over suddenly hurried over. Miss Shi, the hospital will send the examination results to the Liu family. If there are no issues, 2 cars will pick you and your sister up tonight to go to the residences of the 2 young masters. However, you'll get your marriage certificates tomorrow. Young Master Liu's license plate number is 1324, and second Young Master Liu's is 1234. Have you memorized them? Shi Ruoqian had never been good at dealing with people since she was young, always being protected by her sister. She nodded nervously, feeling her heart pounding. That evening, the Liu family's cars arrived at the door. Shi Ruoqian, thin and small, followed behind the bodyguards as they walked out, feeling stiff all over. What had that person told her again? 1324, 1324. It should be the car with license plate 1324. The plate number 1234 was better, so it definitely belonged to the eldest young master of the Liu family. As soon as Shi Ruoqian saw the license plate 1324, she was so scared that she immediately got into the car. Behind her, Shi Ruoqian paused, glanced at the 2 cars, seeming somewhat puzzled, but still quickly got into the other one. In the night, the 2 black sedans drove off in opposite directions. After an unknown amount of time, the car stopped smoothly. Shi Ruoqian got out in a panic, terrified that her slow movements would make people look down on her. Miss Shi, young Master Liu's bedroom is the first room on the 3rd floor. Shi Ruoqian hadn't expected Liu Xunyan's villa to be so large. So late at night, there was hardly anyone around, as if the power had been cut. The entire villa was dim, with only warm wall lights on the stairs illuminating the surroundings. She tiptoed upstairs and finally arrived at the bedroom door. After pushing the door open, Shi Ruoqian didn't even have time to look at the bedroom's decor. She recalled her sister's words. She must wash herself clean first, then lie on the bed and wait. In any case, she couldn't let Liu Xunyan look down on her. Shi Ruoqian swallowed, then slipped into the bathroom. Due to extreme nervousness, she showered with cold water. After finishing, she realized she didn't even have pajamas. The young girl had no choice but to quickly run to the bed and slip naked under the covers. Either way, she was going to have to take them off, so it should be fine not to wear anything. The room was pitch black. Shi Ruoqian stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. The unfamiliar sandalwood scent on the quilt made her feel even colder. Finally, there was movement at the bedroom door. Shi Ruoqian's heart tightened abruptly. She instinctively clutched the quilt tighter around herself, wrapping herself more securely, revealing only a pair of panicked eyes looking toward the doorway. A tall and straight figure walked in against the faint light of the corridor. A sharp sandalwood scent forcefully entered her nostrils, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible smell of alcohol. The man did not turn on the light immediately, seeming quite accustomed to the darkness. He closed the door behind him, cutting off the last bit of outside light. The room plunged into complete darkness, and Shi Ruoqian even lightened her breathing. The man seemed to pause for a moment, probably sensing something. He walked toward the bed, and she could feel the mattress sink slightly under his weight. In the darkness, Shi Ruoqian could even feel his gaze fall upon her, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Suddenly, the man's slightly cool fingers, with a touch of roughness, gently brushed aside the damp hair by her cheek. Shi Ruoqian trembled violently. His hand then reached under the quilt. Not wearing any clothes, the man's voice sounded deep, not as frivolous as she had imagined a playboy would be, but rather steady. Shi Ruoqian was too scared to speak. She took 2 deep breaths. I don't have any pajamas. Liu Xunyan frowned. Didn't his mother say this girl had a steady personality and was capable of managing a household? Why did she not seem like that? The man unbuttoned his shirt. Shi Ruoqian only felt a chill coming toward her, accompanied by his presence, completely enveloping and immersing her, as if her entire consciousness was no longer under her own control. Chapter 2. Her mind was full of getting pregnant. Shi Ruoqian had been tossed around for most of the night. One moment she was on her stomach, the next on her back. Her small frame flipped this way and that. Her legs trembled with exhaustion, but she didn't dare resist this unfamiliar husband. She woke up in the early hours of the morning. The man beside her was still asleep. The room was no longer pitch dark, so she decided to sneak a glance at the second young Master Liu. But the moment she looked over, the man opened his eyes too. Shi Ruoqian was so startled she shrank back instantly. Her leg brushed against his, and remembering last night's indulgence, her face flushed crimson. Liu Xunli had also just gotten a clear look at the girl's face. On her small, pale face, an abnormal blush spread from fear and shyness. Her eyes were dewy, staring at him like a frightened fawn. He remembered that Shi Ruoqian was 25. How could she look this young? You should know why you were married into this family. There were some things he wanted to discuss with her. But the next second, the young girl blurted out in a panic. I know, second young Master Lu. I'll work hard to get pregnant. The man's eyes darkened. Second young Master Lu. Why yes. The aura around Lu Xunli turned ice cold in an instant. Last night in the darkness, something had felt off. She was far too timid, completely different from the gentle and graceful Shi Ruoqian his mother had described. It was just that the slight buzz of alcohol, combined with the softness of the body in his arms, had made him overlook those details at the time. Who are you? The man's voice was frigid, his tone carrying an oppressive weight. Shi Ruoqian trembled at the sudden shift in his demeanor. I'm Shi Ruoqian. You're not Shi Ruoqian? Lu Xunli repeated the name, his voice ominous. The Shi family's second daughter. Shi Ruoqian's tears welled up in her eyes. She could only nod helplessly. She seemed to realize something was wrong too. Could the man in front of her not be Lu Xunyan, but her original intended husband, Lu Xunli? This was bad. Lu Xunli's presence was terrifyingly cold. Shi Ruoqian, wrapped in the blanket, couldn't hold back her tears. I'm sorry. Lu Xunli thought back to her inexperienced reactions last night, her faint whimpers, and those tearful eyes this morning. No wonder he had felt she was excessively timid. So the sisters had gotten into the wrong cars. And he had mistakenly claimed the wrong person too. Then what about Lu Xunyan's side? Lu Xunli pinched the bridge of his nose, his gaze dark and heavy as he looked at the girl curled up on the bed, crying with her shoulders trembling slightly. Stay here. Do not leave without my permission. Shi Ruoqian shuddered at his words. Her sobs were forcibly choked back, leaving her eyes and the tip of her nose bright red. She looked utterly pitiful. Lu Xunli took his phone, turned, and walked out, dialing Lu Xunyan's number. On the other side, Lu Xunyan had been fast asleep when the phone woke him up. He glanced at the woman sleeping with her back to him, then picked up the phone. His tone when he answered was equally harsh. Who the hell is this? Shi Ruoqian was jolted awake. As she turned over, she felt soreness all over her body. A 32-year-old man, to have that much stamina. Her hand instinctively went to her lower abdomen. Within 3 months, she'd definitely get pregnant, right? Assuming there was nothing wrong with his sperm. As long as she could bear Lu Xunli's child, whether or not she ever won her husband's affection, at the very least she could secure her position as his wife in the Lu family. Then she'd have the ability to protect her sister. Even if her sister failed to get pregnant and was sent back to the Shi family, she could beg Lu Xunli to take her sister in. Just then, the man's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. I slept with sister-in-law. Shi Ruoqian's mind went blank at those words. Lu Xunyan seemed completely unfazed and let out another laugh. No, wait. You're not even registered yet, so she's not technically sister-in-law. Want to swap back then? Brother, you don't mind, do you? After hanging up, Shi Ruoqian sat up, pulling the blanket around her. Lu Xunyan, bare-chested, leaned against the headboard and looked at the woman beside him. What a mess. Although he didn't like the woman his mother had arranged for him, sleeping with the wrong person was also ridiculously absurd. No wonder he had felt last night that this woman wasn't afraid of him at all. He had even found her surprisingly bold. The two of them thought back to the previous night at the same time. When Lu Xunyan opened the bedroom door, he remembered his mother saying the young girl was only 20, don't scare her. Since his mother had said that, of course he had to scare her. A 20-year-old girl. She probably didn't understand anything, right? When Lu Xunyan saw her sitting calmly in the dim room, his urge to tease her was only natural. Do you know why you were brought here? He asked deliberately, toying with her. Shi Ruoqian was silent for 2 seconds. She thought about how Lu Xunli was 32. He must have been with all kinds of women. There was no need for her to act shy or play hard to get. To do it, she answered crisply and without hesitation. Lu Xunyan raised an eyebrow. The little girl knew quite a bit. He chuckled. In the darkness, he couldn't make out her features clearly, but he could tell her figure was slender. Since we're doing it, you'll need to get me interested first. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman swung a leg over and straddled him, reaching for his belt. Lu Xunyan's eyes widened. Then an amused smile curled at his lips, so this was the contrast. He cleared his throat. Take your clothes off first. Lu Xunyan paused for 2 seconds, restraining his body's reaction so he wouldn't look eager out of lust. The person mother had chosen was indeed not bad. He had just leaned over to pin her beneath him when he heard the girl's voice. "Wait a moment, young Master Lu." The woman grabbed a pillow from the other side and slid it under her lower back. Shi Ruoqian's mind was full of one thing: get pregnant as fast as possible. "Can you last half an hour?" Lu Xunyan frowned. Was she treating him like a breeding tool? He undid the buttons of her shirt and leaned down to kiss her. After it was over, Could you hold me like this for a little while?" Lu Xunyan's lips curved. As expected of a young girl, she needed comfort afterward. Before he could say "beg me," he heard her voice again. "Holding you like this helps with conception." He was extremely dissatisfied, so he simply pretended not to hear her and gave her no peace for the entire night. He never expected that the woman he had touched was actually the one Mother had arranged for his older brother. Lu Xunyan looked at Shi Ruoqian. The woman seemed far calmer than he was. Shi Ruoqian pulled the blanket tighter around her chest, breaking the silence first. Her voice was fairly steady. "So last night was a misunderstanding." Lu Xunyan looked at how composed and self-possessed she appeared. Thinking back to how she had straddled him of her own accord and even remembered to put a pillow under her waist, the irritation in his chest flared up again. He curled the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, a misunderstanding." Shi Ruoqian's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't like his flippant tone, but now was not the time to dwell on it. What does eldest young Master Lu intend to do? She was more concerned about her sister and the current situation. She and her sister absolutely could not be sent back. Lu Xunyan remembered his brother's cold tone on the phone. This matter would definitely need to be discussed back at the old residence. But he deliberately said, "What else? We'll just roll with it." Shi Ruoqian froze. Xunyan was so timid. Falling into the hands of the deeply calculating Lu Xunli. She must be terrified out of her mind right now. "No," Shi Ruoqian blurted out, her tone urgent. "Xunyan is young and doesn't understand things. She can't stay with eldest young Master Lu." "Shi Ruoqian, do you think the Lu family would allow such a scandal to get out? Or do you think my brother would agree to send the woman he's already touched into my bed?" Shi Ruoqian's face turned pale, then paler. Her nails dug deep into her palms. She understood Lu Xunyan was speaking the truth. The Lu family would never allow such an absurdity to become public. Watching her expression dim instantly, the irritation in Lu Xunyan's chest eased a little, replaced instead by an indescribable spark of interest. So this was where this seemingly calm woman's weakness lay. He leaned in, hooking a strand of her long hair with his finger, his tone returning to that lazy, careless drawl. "Since it's already decided, accept your fate. Following me is better than following my brother, that block of ice. Isn't having a child what you want?" He moved close to her ear, lowering his voice, his breath hot and suggestive. "At least with me, you won't have to worry about putting a pillow under your waist." Shi Ruoqian's heart turned cold. What about Xunyan? Who she ended up with didn't matter, but Lu Xunli was the firstborn. Xunyan would have to deal with not just that man, but also the two elders of the Lu family. Chapter 3. Brother, if you don't like them, just give both of them to me. Shi Ruoqian sat alone on the bed, hugging her knees, her body trembling slightly. She had messed up something so important. She had provoked the Lu family. How would they treat her and her sister? Had her sister also been bullied by that Lu Xunyan yesterday? What if the Lus got angry and sent both of them back? Shi Ruoqian's brows knitted together in worry. Her small face was filled with panic, covered in red marks as she curled up on the bed, looking utterly pitiful. Lu Xunli happened to return to the bedroom at that moment. What had happened was so absurd, and it wasn't what he had originally wanted. The man glanced at the bed and saw the young girl sitting there in a daze, trembling badly, as if she were ill. Remembering his lack of restraint last night, he walked toward her. "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Shi Ruoqian's breath caught. She instinctively shook her head, her throat too dry to speak for a moment. Lu Xunli swept a glance over her and said flatly, "Since things have already happened, we can only solve the problem. This matter must be reported to my parents. Your sister must marry into the Lu family. As for you, if you don't want to, I can give you a sum of money and send you back to the Shi." He was not the kind of man who would force a young girl. Originally, Shi Ruoqian was marrying into the family specifically to bring good fortune to the ailing heirs, and besides, he was indeed of the right age to marry. But Shi Ruoqian was just an extra. If he had known the brides had been swapped yesterday, he never would have touched her. But before Lu Xunli could finish speaking, the young girl blurted out as if by reflex, "No, I'm not going back." If she went back, she would be married off to that old man again. Shi Ruoqian clutched at the last straw. I don't want to go back. Please. I'll be very obedient. I'm willing to do anything. I'll get pregnant quickly too. The young girl knelt on the bed, her hair disheveled, looking utterly wretched. She gripped the quilt tightly, facing Lu Xunli not like a future husband, but with sheer desperation. Lu Xunli stared at her for a few seconds. Last night, he hadn't expected that a moment of passion would drive him to take her for so long. Her body was compatible with his, but she was ultimately far too young. He did not want such an unreliable girl to become his wife. He needed a wife who could handle family affairs. The girl before him would only bring him more trouble. As Mrs. Lu, social interaction is the most basic requirement. Your sister can do it. Can you? Shi Ruoqian froze. She couldn't even speak to others without stammering and whispering. She wanted to be like her sister, but when she was little, saying the wrong thing would get her beaten, and being beaten made her even more afraid to speak. Her sister couldn't protect her for a lifetime. Young Master Lu, I can learn. I'll study hard. And what makes you think I have the patience to teach you? After Lu Xunli said this, he noticed the girl's expression dimming noticeably, like a small animal caught in the rain with nowhere to hide. The man's heart inexplicably tightened. He wasn't deliberately making things difficult. He was simply stating a fact. If she married Lu Xunyan, his mother wouldn't demand too much of her, but marrying him was an entirely different matter. The Lu family was naturally more complex than an ordinary household, and he truly had no patience to teach a timid little girl from scratch how to navigate such circles. These matters still need to be discussed with my parents at the old residence. I've had clothes sent to you. If you still look like this in front of my parents, there will be no possibility of you marrying into the Lu family. He didn't completely shut the door. After all, he had taken her virginity last night. No one had wanted such an accident to happen. After the man finished speaking, he walked out. Shi Ruoqian sat dazed on the bed. If Lu Xunli's parents agreed, did she still have a chance? Thinking of this, she quickly got up from the bed. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged woman walked in. Shi Ruoqian instinctively wanted to shrink back onto the bed, and the marks all over her body also shamed her. But then she remembered Lu Xunli's words. She took a deep breath and grabbed the quilt to cover the important parts of her body. Leave. As soon as she spoke, her voice was hoarse, sounding almost broken. She tried hard to make her voice louder. Just put it there. I'll get it myself. After the person left, Shi Ruoqian hurried over to get the clothes, but her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. Her nose stung with sourness. Ignoring the pain, she scrambled up and pulled the clothes onto herself. Unexpectedly, they fit perfectly. After washing up, she walked to the full-length mirror. In the mirror, her complexion was still pale, but the well-tailored white dress made her look somewhat more docile and gentle, barely giving off the appearance of a Mrs. Lu. She practiced smiling at the mirror, but no matter how she tried, it looked stiff and forced. Just then, there was a knock at the bedroom door, and Lu Xunli's emotionless voice came from outside. Are you ready? Shi Ruoqian's heart skipped a beat. She took one last look at the mirror at herself, trying to maintain composure, then walked over and opened the door. Lu Xunli stood outside, already changed into an ironed, neat dark suit, his aura cold and steady. His gaze swept over her lightly. Although her eyes still held a hint of timidity, at least her clothes were appropriate, and her posture was upright. Let's go. Shi Ruoqian's steps were unsteady, but she forced herself to keep up with the man's pace. At the Lu family's old residence, as soon as Shi Ruoqian followed Lu Xunli inside, she found that her sister had already arrived. Her sister was sitting beside another young man who looked about 60 to 70% similar to Lu Xunli. She looked over, and Shi Ruoqian happened to look back, her eyes full of worry. Lu Xunyan spotted the faint kiss marks below Shi Ruoqian's collar at a glance. He suddenly let out a laugh. Although it seemed very abrupt in the silent atmosphere, he acted as if he didn't care at all. Brother, are you returning her to me? Lu Xunyan walked over to examine Shi Ruoqian, then leaned in close to Lu Xunli. Despite his handsome face, Shi Ruoqian felt this man had a terrible temper. Brother, if you don't like this little sister, just give both of them to me. Lu Xunli shot him a cold glare. Lu Xunyan quieted down for 2 seconds. Fine. If you won't give them, you won't. I don't even care for the ones you've touched. Father Lu looked at his unreliable younger son and picked up his cane to tap the floor. One more word of nonsense, and I'll break your legs. After everyone sat down, Mother Lu finally spoke up. What exactly happened yesterday? Her gaze swept over Shi Ruoqian and Shi Ruoqian. Shi Ruoqian was just about to speak first when Mother Lu silenced her with a look. Let your sister speak. Shi Ruoqian instinctively stood up. She swallowed and raised her voice slightly, so it wouldn't sound shaky. I'm sorry, Madam Lu. Yesterday, I misremembered the license plate number. I thought 1234 belonged to the eldest young master, so I got into the other car. As her words fell, the living room fell into complete silence. Mother Lu's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized Shi Ruoqian's pale face. The girl looked timid, but at least she had told the truth and hadn't shifted the blame. Misremembered. Mother Lu's flat tone carried an invisible pressure. Something this important, and you brush it off with a single sentence of misremembered? Chapter 4. Fulfilling Marital Duties. Shi Ruoqian's palms were slick with nervous sweat. Shi Ruoqian's gaze darted anxiously between her sister and Mother Lu. Her heart was in a panic too. Ever since she could remember, her sister had been frequently beaten and scolded by their stepfather, leaving her with poor communication skills. That was why Shi Ruoqian felt such heartache for her sister. She understood better than anyone the fear and helplessness Shi Ruoqian was feeling at this moment. But the Lus couldn't care less about any of that. Just then, a weight suddenly settled on her shoulder. It was Lu Xunyan, his roguish eyes blatantly warning her to behave and not interfere with his entertainment. Shi Ruoqian frowned and subtly shifted half an inch away, not wanting to be too close to him. Yet Lu Xunyan raised an eyebrow, his large hand slipping directly under the hem of her coat. His warm palm firmly gripped her waist, the strength carrying an undeniable, irresistible meaning. The others were completely oblivious, their attention all focused on the seemingly delicate and fragile young girl. At that moment, the aloof and indifferent man sitting to the side slowly spoke up. 1324 was indeed my previous license plate number. I gave it to Lu Xunyan because he wanted it. Shi Ruoqian, who had been locked in a silent battle with Lu Xunyan, suddenly froze. Was Lu Xunli speaking up for her sister? How could he? Shi Ruoqian didn't think he was a good person, let alone believe that after one night together, a shrewd man like Lu Xunli could develop any tender feelings for her sister. Lu Xunli's voice was steady and detached, yet like a stone dropped into a calm lake. It effortlessly shifted the blame onto himself with just one sentence, implying that this mix-up was not solely Shi Ruoqian's fault. Mother Lu's scrutinizing gaze moved away from Shi Ruoqian and landed on her eldest son's face, tinged with inquiry. Shi Ruoqian stared blankly at the man beside her. A sour sting rose to the tip of her nose. She quickly lowered her head and blinked hard, forcing back the moisture in her eyes. Mother Lu pondered for a moment. Girls from such a humble background were originally not within her consideration, but the old madam was critically ill and desperately wanted to see Lu Xunli settle down. At the same time, the master who had read the feng shui for the Lu family for decades had provided specific birth dates and times. Marrying either Lu Xunli or Lu Xunyan could bring good fortune to the family and dissolve the negative energy surrounding the old madam. After some investigation, she had found the Shi family. Shi Ruoqian was intelligent and sensible. With some training, she could uphold the dignity of the Lu family's eldest daughter-in-law. For a prestigious family like the Lus, having reached their current status, finding a daughter-in-law who could be easily controlled was more beneficial for Ali than a business alliance. After all, young ladies from wealthy families were all pampered and spoiled. If she were to discipline them, they would surely harbor resentment. Ali's career now did not require a woman's help. A complimentary addition was more than enough. Therefore, she had highly approved of Shi Ruoqian. When Shi Ruoqian proposed the condition that her sister must come along too, she had asked the master to check the other child's birth date. Wealthy families were very superstitious. Coincidentally, the younger sister also perfectly matched the Lu family's feng shui. As for Shi Ruoqian, she seemed docile and obedient, just the right person to help tame Yan's wild nature. She planned to personally train both daughters-in-law, which she thought was a good arrangement, and that was why she had agreed. Her gaze shifted to Shi Ruoqian. You know that I originally chose you to be Ali's wife. A situation like this is truly something I did not wish to see. But now that you and Yan have consummated the marriage, naturally, you cannot marry Ali. Are you willing to marry Yan? Shi Ruoqian felt the hand on her waist tighten slightly, carrying a warning. She looked up and met Lu Xunyan's half-smiling eyes. This man was probably up to his tricks again. She took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart. Given the circumstances, staying in the Lu family was her only option. At the very least, it was 1,000 times better than returning to the Shi family. As for who she married, there was no emotional attachment anyway, so it didn't matter who it was. I am willing. Shi Ruoqian raised her head, her gaze calmly meeting Mother Lu's. I will follow the Lu family's arrangements and marry the second young master. Mother Lu showed a hint of approval for her straightforwardness and nodded slightly. Very good, Madam Lu. Then what about my sister? Mother Lu's expression darkened further. Since things have already happened, we'll see if Ali is willing to keep that girl. Standing nearby, Shi Ruoqian carefully looked toward Lu Xunli upon hearing this. She still remembered the man's words from that morning. What makes you think I have the patience to teach you? She was still somewhat afraid of Lu Xunli, but she also hoped to stay. Would Lu Xunli agree? Let it be. Lu Xunli's thin lips parted slightly. His gaze swept indifferently over Shi Ruoqian's small face, full of anxiety, betraying no extra emotion. The tense nerves in Shi Ruoqian's body instantly relaxed. Her fingertips secretly dug into her palms as she lowered her head to hide the glistening moisture in her eyes. Mother Lu stood up, her tone brooking no argument. Since everything is settled, from now on, Ruoqian will stay with Ali, and Ruoqian with Ayan. But don't forget what I said. Ali is already in his 30s. She looked at Shi Ruoqian. Get pregnant as soon as possible. Since you are with Ali, my expectations for you will be higher. If you cannot even manage the basic social interactions of accompanying your husband to banquets, you can file for divorce in 3 months. Shi Ruoqian's delicate shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. The girl responded softly, Yes, Madam Lu. I will study hard. Lu Xunli took in her forced composure. His eyes darkened slightly, but he said nothing. Mother Lu's expression softened a bit. She hadn't intended to put more pressure on the young girl. After you get your marriage certificates, you can change how you address us. The two couples walked out of the old residence toward different vehicles. Lu Xunli opened the rear door for Shi Ruoqian. She thanked him softly and sat incautiously, curling up on the window side, keeping a distance from him. Shi Ruoqian stared nervously at the car window, watching the car in front of them. Her sister was also heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She took a deep breath. Her sister was with her. She couldn't be afraid. But 3 months, could she really do it? I'll be back tonight. The deep male voice suddenly broke the somewhat suffocating silence. Shi Ruoqian jumped in fright and turned her head, meeting Lu Xunli's profound and unreadable gaze. Remembering the man's fierceness last night, she bit her lip and nodded, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I understand. Her legs still ached a little. Lu Xunli hadn't been gentle during the act. Yesterday, she had been scared and kept trying to dodge, so the man had pried her legs apart. In the end, seeming to find her troublesome, he had made her turn over, then pinned her lower abdomen. She couldn't dodge anymore. Get pregnant within 3 months, so he would also tonight? Lu Xunli looked at the obvious panic on her small, pale face. Remembering how she had trembled and whimpered beneath him last night, his Adam's apple bobbed. Yet what he said came out in a different tone. Don't make that expression. If you're unwilling, we can sleep in separate rooms. That is, if you don't want to get pregnant within 3 months. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shi Ruoqian panicked and replied, I'm not unwilling. I'm very willing. You can come back every night if you want. I am not a man of excessive desires. Lu Xunli seemed somewhat satisfied with her answer. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to banquets. He withdrew his gaze, his tone still flat. Study hard. The Lu family does not keep useless people. Inside Lu Xunyan's sports car, the scene was entirely different. As soon as Shi Ruoqian settled in and her mental tension finally eased a little, the man leaned over. His broad frame trapped her, a playful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. I guess I'll have to stoop to marrying you. Shi Ruoqian glanced at him and said nothing. Nothing. Lu Xunyan, as if he had no shame, said casually, Which position from last night do you think would suit us better? Shi Ruoqian, unsure how the two Lu brothers could have such vastly different personalities, replied, The driver is still here. Lu Xunyan smirked. The driver has a wife too. Ask him if he goes home and gets intimate with her. Weren't you quite proactive last night? You unbuckled my belt pretty smoothly. Shi Ruoqian frowned and looked at Lu Xunyan. Last night, I thought you were young Master Lu, so I was merely fulfilling my marital duties. Lu Xunyan's fingers gently rubbed the delicate skin of her jaw. What's the difference? With me, it doesn't count as fulfilling marital duties. The woman turned her head away. With you, it's probably more about satisfying personal tastes. Hearing this, Lu Xunyan sat up straight, his expression no longer as frivolous as before. Don't you want to get pregnant? If you want to get pregnant, you have to satisfy my personal tastes. So you'd better get used to being sensible early on. He deliberately spoke in a nasty tone. My mother is waiting for her grandchildren. She was just one of the many women who wanted to please him. He was only talking to her more because he still had some novelty toward her. He could lose interest in her at any time. Although Shi Ruoqian was his first woman, it was only because his mother had demanded he consummate the marriage with his wife. Otherwise, did she think he would have touched her? Lu Xunyan felt inexplicably annoyed. I'm not coming back tonight. Shi Ruoqian furrowed her brows. She knew that the more she brought up having children, the less Lu Xunyan would listen to her. All right, whenever you return, please remember to let me know, second young master. Lu Xunyan's face darkened. I don't want to see you lately. I won't be back for a week. The woman pressed her lips together. I understand. Neither of them spoke. 2 minutes later, Lu Xunyan kicked the car door. Stop the car. Tell my brother I'm not going to get the certificate in person. The driver quickly pulled over to the side of the road. Second young master, if you don't go in person to get the certificate, they can handle it without me. Lu Xunyan tossed his ID onto the car seat. As he was about to close the door, he didn't hear a single word from Shi Ruoqian. The man's expression grew increasingly gloomy. This woman was utterly boring. Just as he was about to close the door, he seemed to hear the woman's voice from inside the car. It was light and airy. If he had been even slightly less sharp of hearing, he probably wouldn't have caught it. Supermail. Before Lu Xunyan could kick the car, it drove off. Supermail? Shi Ruoqian dared to call him Supermail? Lu Xunyan immediately wanted to make a phone call. He wasn't getting married, but when he patted his pocket, he realized his phone had probably fallen into the car too. Lu Xunyan wanted to flag down his brother's car behind him. Coincidentally, Lu Xunli's car suddenly accelerated and didn't pay him any attention at all. Chapter 5. Drinking is not good for conception, but I want it tonight. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, the second young master said I should come get the certificate myself. He said, a word from your side would be enough. Shi Ruoqian spoke calmly. Lu Xunli had guessed as much. The moment he saw Lu Xunyan's car stop earlier, he knew his brother wasn't planning to do anything proper. He's been willful and reckless since he was a child. When I have time, I'll speak to him on your behalf. From now on, just like Lu Xunyan, you can call me Big Brother. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Shi Ruoqian and extended his hand. Let's go in first. The young girl had been biting her lip, worriedly looking at her sister. It was only the first day of getting their marriage certificates, and Lu Xunyan was already treating her sister like this. Lu Xunli's voice interrupted her thoughts. Shi Ruoqian looked at the hand he was offering her, placed her hand in his somewhat awkwardly, and was then led inside by the man. She felt a little embarrassed. No man had ever held her hand in front of her sister before. But very quickly, the girl pushed that thought away. Everything had already happened. Lu Xunli was only doing this out of politeness. She took a deep breath and quickened her pace to keep up with him. Even after receiving the red booklets, Shi Ruoqian felt that none of this was real. She was married, to a man she barely knew. Shi Ruoqian had just looked toward Lu Xunli when the man happened to put away his phone and look back at her. You and your sister can take the same car. The driver will take you. I have a business dinner tonight and might be back late. Hey, all right, young Master Lu. Lu Xunli paused. You should change how you address me. That sounds strange. Shi Ruoqian clutched the marriage certificate in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. Hearing Lu Xunli's words, she lowered her head somewhat uneasily. Husband? That felt even stranger. Mr. Lu. Lu Xunli's gaze swept over her reddened earlobes. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked away. Only after watching his upright figure disappear through the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau did Shi Ruoqian finally let out a long breath. She carefully tucked the marriage certificate into her bag. As she looked up, she saw her sister walking over to her. Sis. Shi Ruoqian opened her mouth instinctively, her voice carrying a hint of grievance she hadn't even noticed herself. Shi Ruoqian's gaze fell on her hand, which was tightly gripping the bag strap. She squeezed her sister's hand reassuringly. Come with me to get my certificate first. Shi Ruoqian nodded vigorously, her eyes involuntarily welling up. She followed behind Shi Ruoqian. Her sister's voice reached her ears once again. I don't think this is such a bad thing. You were with me when I got my certificate. So even though this marriage is like this, I still find it very meaningful. Shi Ruoqian nodded hard and hurriedly wiped away her tears. I'll always be with you, sis. During the photo session, Shi Ruoqian sat properly in front of the red backdrop, as if it were just an ordinary day, even though the groom would have to be photoshopped in later. Miss Shi, you need to sign for the groom's side as well. Standing to the side, Shi Ruoqian watched as her sister fluently signed Xunyan in the spouse column. The handwriting was bold and powerful, leaving her with a mix of emotions. As long as I get pregnant quickly, everything will be fine. I'll listen to everything Xunli says. Even if I can't win his affection, at least I won't be hated. After getting into the car, Shi Ruoqian held her sister's hand, wanting to ask if she had been wronged yesterday. But Shi Ruoqian only gave her a reassuring look, signaling her to stay quiet. Having just married into the Liu family, everyone around them was connected to the Lius. Anything they said could potentially reach Mother Liu or Liu Xunli's ears. Shi Ruoqian understood the principle that the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. She could only comfort her sister and help her gradually learn to be steady. When the sisters parted, Shi Ruoqian gently hugged her. Go back. Shi Ruoqian was just about to nod when she heard her sister's voice, so faint it was almost inaudible, a whisper meant only for the two of them. Liu Xunyan doesn't have much of a brain. I can handle him with ease. No matter how scared you are, don't always wait for Liu Xunli to make the first move in that regard. You need to learn to take the initiative yourself. Shi Ruoqian was stunned for a moment, but the next second, her sister let go of her hand. Back at Liu Xunli's villa, Shi Ruoqian looked at the empty living room and suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Late at night, at 11 o'clock, Liu Xunli still hadn't returned. Shi Ruoqian had taken a shower and was sitting nervously on the bed. The housekeeper had taken her to the walk-in closet, where she saw that Liu Xunli had prepared many clothes for her. When picking out pajamas, her cheeks burned as she chose a rather revealing set. The thin, soft straps looked as if they would snap at a touch, and the skirt barely reached mid-thigh. She grew a bit tired of sitting and slipped under the covers. When Liu Xunli pushed the door open and walked in, he saw a curled-up figure on the bed. His hand, which had been loosening his tie, paused slightly. He had almost forgotten that he was married now. He walked over, and Shi Ruoqian sat up as well. The blush-pink silk pajamas outlined her slender waist. One strap had slipped down, revealing a rounded shoulder. Liu Xunli approached the bed, his shadow looming over the girl, just as his large frame had covered her last night. Shi Ruoqian felt his gaze resting on her, and she even held her breath. Not asleep yet. His deep voice sounded above her head, carrying a hint of weary hoarseness. The girl met his eyes, then quickly lowered her head again. Suddenly, something brushed against her cheek. Shi Ruoqian looked up and saw the man's tie hanging loosely, occasionally grazing her face. He was leaning over her, bracing himself above her. The man's gaze traveled over her body, from the slipped strap to her nervously crossed legs. His fingertip hooked the strap, his tone unreadable. I drank alcohol. It might not be suitable for conception. Shi Ruoqian's body stiffened. So tonight, had she waited in vain? But then, the man leaned down over her. But I kinda want it tonight. Is that okay? His lips brushed past her ear, making the girl shudder uncontrollably. Is that okay? Shi Ruoqian felt she had no right to refuse, even though he was asking her. The girl's cheeks were burning. Why, yes. The man leaned down and kissed her lips, with an irresistible dominance. Shi Ruoqian's fingers clutched the bedsheet, not daring to touch him. In the early hours of the morning, Shi Ruoqian was so exhausted she couldn't even lift a finger. Fortunately, Liu Xunli carried her to clean up. She was somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected tenderness. Back in bed, his warm chest pressed against her. Shi Ruoqian was drifting off to sleep when, "What did you do during the day?" He suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a post-intimacy laziness. Startled by the sudden voice, Shi Ruoqian quickly tried to steady her breathing. Nothing. After she finished speaking and Liu Xunli didn't respond, she had no choice but to continue. The villa is too big, so I just walked around, trying to remember the layout. Shi Ruoqian heard the man give a soft "mm," and then neither of them spoke again. She remembered her sister's advice and hesitated over whether she should say something. But after racking her brains, she still didn't know what to talk about with this husband in name only. "Tomorrow," she said softly. "Is there anything I need to do, Mr. Liu?" Liu Xunli's breath brushed against the back of her neck. "Be at the old residence at 9 o'clock to visit grandmother with mother. I'll be there too." "All right. Also, don't call me Mr. Liu in front of grandmother." Lu Xunli felt the girl in his arms, who seemed to be tense all the time, still acting like a child. He was 12 years older than this young wife of his. She didn't even dare call him husband. Lu Xunli didn't hear her respond. Just as he was about to withdraw his arm and lie flat to rest, his arm was suddenly pulled back by the girl's soft limbs, pressing tightly against her skin. Husband, can I call you husband? Chapter 6. President Lu is very busy and has no time for such trivial matters. At the bar, the music was deafening. Lu Xunyan lounged lazily in the booth, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, half burned down. Brother Yan, isn't today your wedding registration day? Why aren't you home keeping your newlywed wife company? A friend who often partied with him teased. Lu Xunyan stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. It's just getting a certificate. Not a big deal. Even as he said this, Shi Ruoqian's unervingly calm face flashed inexplicably through his mind. Boring. She even dared to call him supermale. Would that woman dare say such a thing to his brother? She fulfilled marital duties with his brother, but not with him? He tilted his head back and downed half a glass of wine, but it did nothing to suppress the irritation in his chest. Hello, second young master Lu. I'm the new bartender. Lu Xunyan glanced over casually. She was quite distinctive, not showing much skin in a bar, wearing a light-colored long dress, with perfect body curves. In the past, he might have flirted a little, but this outfit inexplicably reminded him of that dull woman. Get lost, get lost. Your boss's taste in picking people is getting worse and worse. Send someone else over. Come on, brother Yin. The man beside him widened his eyes dramatically. It's only the first day of marriage, and you're already staying faithful for your sister-in-law? Lu Xunyan found the term laughable. His marriage to Shi Ruoqian was just something his mother had forced on him. There was no emotional attachment. To him, Shi Ruoqian was nothing more than a clean bed partner. That was all. Who's staying faithful? I could pick up any woman here, and she'd be more fun than her. As soon as he finished speaking, a man hurried in from outside. It was the driver who had taken him and Shi Ruoqian that morning. Your phone, second young master. Lu Xunyan glanced at him. Did that woman go get the certificate by herself? Yes. The second young madam got the certificate and has already returned to your residence. Lu Xunyan took his phone, crossed his legs, and asked as if casually, did she say anything else? No. The driver blurted it out instinctively, then suddenly remembered something. Wait. Yes, she did. Something else, second young master. The driver looked somewhat embarrassed, his voice dropping lower. The second young madam said, to wish you a good time. The man let out a soft scoff, then slammed his phone heavily onto the table. Go back and tell her, I will have a good time. The driver swallowed. Should I tell the second young madam that? Lu Xunyan shot him a cold glance. Is what I said not clear enough? Clear, clear. Early the next morning, when Shi Ruoqian woke up, the man beside her was already gone. She still didn't know Lu Xunli's daily habits. Although the girl was still tired, she had never dared to sleep in since she was little. When she went downstairs, she didn't see Lu Xunli, but there was a strange woman sitting on the sofa downstairs. Long, straight black hair, intellectual and elegant, dressed in professional attire with black flat shoes, very low-key. Shi Ruoqian paused mid-step. The other woman looked up at the sound and revealed a delicately made-up face. She stood up and smiled politely at Shi Ruoqian. Good morning, Mrs. Lu. I'm Su Xinghuan, President Lu's secretary. Shi Ruoqian instinctively clutched the hem of her clothes. So Lu Xunli had such a beautiful secretary. Hello, is there something you're waiting for me about? President Lu has an urgent meeting this morning, so he specifically instructed me to pick you up and take you to the old residence, then to the hospital with Madam. Su Xinghuan's voice was gentle and polite, but her gaze swept over Shi Ruoqian seemingly inadvertently. Sorry to trouble you, Secretary Su. Then I'll go change my clothes first. In the walk-in closet, Shi Ruoqian looked at the rows of clothes and was at a loss. All of these had been prepared by Lu Xunli. The styles and sizes were impeccable, but she knew nothing about luxury brands. If she was meeting Madame Lu and the old madam, which one would be best to wear? She couldn't dress too revealingly, nor could she look cheap or petty. Mrs. Lu, let me help you choose. Shi Ruoqian turned at the voice and saw Su Xinghuan. Secretary Su must know far more about this than she did. She looked at her almost like a drowning person spotting a lifeline. Thank you, Secretary Su. I'd really appreciate it. Shi Ruoqian quickly stepped aside to make room. Su Xinghuan walked casually into the closet, her gaze sweeping across the racks of clothes. Her fingertips skillfully skimmed past several pieces of the season's new arrivals, finally stopping on a light apricot-colored cashmere dress. This one. She took the dress out, her tone professional. The color is gentle, the cut is appropriate. Very suitable for meeting elders. Shi Ruoqian took the dress. The texture was soft and delicate to the touch. Xunli seemed to have prepared clothes for every occasion for her. Although this husband was somewhat cold except when it came to that aspect, she had never received such treatment in her entire life. For example, having an entire walk-in closet prepared just for her. Shi Ruoqian felt a sting of sourness in her nose. Although all of this actually belonged to the position of Mrs. Lu, it felt like she had possessed it, even if only briefly. Thank you, Secretary Su. Su Xinghuan smiled at her. President Lu doesn't pay much attention to these details, so I helped organize the closet. Shi Ruoqian froze at these words. The woman seemed to see right through her thoughts and explained with a smile. These clothes were also selected by me based on your measurements. She added, but it was all at President Lu's request. Looking at the dress in her hands, Shi Ruoqian suddenly felt like an exquisitely dressed doll. Secretary Su is very thoughtful. Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's my job. Su Xinghuan then took a pearl necklace from the accessory cabinet. This will go better with it. The old madam prefers a dignified and elegant appearance. Shi Ruoqian watched her open the jewelry box with practiced ease. For some reason, her heart felt heavy. Since marrying Lu Xunli, she was Mrs. Lu. Only in front of her sister was she still Shi Ruoqian. Shi Ruoqian pulled her thoughts back and changed into the clothes very quickly. On the way to the old residence, Su Xinghuan carefully went over the things she needed to pay attention to. When speaking with the old madam, wait until she finishes before anyone else responds. If she asks about children, just say you're letting nature take its course. Shi Ruoqian nodded repeatedly and memorized everything carefully. She couldn't help but wonder. Su Xinghuan seemed to know everything. Why hadn't Madame Lu chosen her to be the daughter-in-law? She was also very beautiful. Secretary Su, you're so kind to tell me all these things. Was it Mr. Lu who asked you to tell me this? Su Xinghuan lowered her eyes and shook her head gently. President Lu is very busy with work. He has no time for such trivial matters. Shi Ruoqian pressed her lips together. That was true. Otherwise Lu Xunli would have told her all this last night. Besides, her affairs probably seemed as unimportant as trivial matters to him. Last year for the old madam's birthday, I was the one who helped President Lu pick out a gift. Su Xinghuan suddenly brought this up, then turned to look at Shi Ruoqian. But from now on, you'll have to take care of these things. Shi Ruoqian was wondering how to respond when the car slowly pulled into the old residence's courtyard. Chapter 7. Lu Xunyan is bullying my sister. When Shi Ruoqian arrived at the old residence, she saw that her sister was already there. She wondered if she was late. Mom, sis. Shi Ruoqian's voice caught. Would it be inappropriate to keep calling her sis? Should she call her sister-in-law instead? Or use her sister's full name? Mother Lu calmly pulled Shi Ruoqian up. You two sisters can address each other, just as you always have. We're all family now. I'll discipline you when necessary, but only on important matters. If you're too stiff and formal on ordinary days, the atmosphere will only become heavy. Shi Ruoqian's eyes curved into a smile, her voice clear and bright. Thank you, Mother. Shi Ruoqian also breathed a sigh of relief and obediently echoed the greeting. Mother Lu nodded in satisfaction. Her gaze swept between the two sisters, finally settling on Shi Ruoqian. Let's go. The car is waiting outside. Today I'm taking you to meet grandmother. She's been talking about wanting to see you. Shi Ruoqian took her sister's hand, and the two followed Mother Lu out. The car stopped outside a private hospital. Shi Ruoqian followed behind Mother Lu. The last time she had seen Mother Lu, the woman hadn't dressed particularly formally, yet still commanded an imposing presence. But today, Mother Lu seemed to have paid special attention to her attire. A dark green cheongsam paired with a cashmere shawl that immediately conveyed the dignified aura of a matriarch from a prestigious family, though not as overpoweringly forceful as before. The three of them entered through the VIP passage, where medical staff were already waiting by the elevator. The chief physician in charge stepped forward quickly. Madam Lu, you're here. The old madam is in good spirits this morning. She just finished breakfast and is using an electronic device to pass the time. Mother Lu curved her lips. Mother's condition has been improving lately. Our Lu family truly has much to celebrate. She looked back at the two sisters. Come, let's go in together and let grandmother see you. The hospital room door was pushed open. A silver-haired old woman was propped up against the head of the bed. Though her face bore the traces of illness, her back was ramrod straight. Hearing the noise, she slowly raised her eyes. Her gaze swept imperceptibly over each person who entered, finally settling on the Shi sisters. Her eyes were so calm, they seemed to see right through people. "Mother, you're looking especially well today." Mother Lu stepped forward, her tone respectful. Old Madame Lu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, but her eyes never left the sisters. "So these are my two granddaughters-in-law." Her voice was not loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. Shi Ruoqian suddenly felt a light tap on her back. She turned and saw Secretary Su giving her a look. She remembered that she was Lu Xunli's wife and should speak first. The young girl's voice was soft, but she tried her best to keep it clear. "Hello, grandmother. I'm Ruoqian." Mother Lu nodded in satisfaction. "Mother, this is Ali's wife. She's a bit young, but very well-behaved and sensible. This is Ruoqian, the one I mentioned to you before. They're sisters, both very fine girls." Shi Ruoqian also greeted her warmly. "Hello, grandmother." The old madam beckoned to them. "Come closer. Let me take a good look at you." The sisters stepped forward one by one. The old madam first studied Shi Ruoqian for a moment. A flicker of barely perceptible approval passed through her eyes. Then her gaze shifted to Shi Ruoqian, and her expression softened a little. "Both are very proper-looking. I heard from your mother that you got your certificates yesterday." "Yes, grandmother." The smile in old Madame Lu's eyes faded slightly. She looked at Shi Ruoqian. "Did I not come home last night?" Shi Ruoqian hadn't expected the old madam to bring this up. That Lu Xunyan hadn't come home on the very first day of their marriage registration didn't bother her much, but the fact that the old madam was asking meant she had an opinion on the matter. She met the old madam's gaze and answered softly, "Yes. Yin indeed didn't make it back last night. He went to an auction house and only returned in the early hours of this morning." "An auction house?" Old Madame Lu's tone was flat, yet carried an invisible pressure. "It's common for a man to socialize outside, but not returning all night on his wedding night. As his new wife, how can you not be the least bit upset?" Shi Ruoqian maintained her polite smile. "You're right, grandmother. But since I've married into the Lu family, I should trust my husband. Yin may be playful, but he knows his limits." She paused, then added gently, "Besides, an occasion like an auction house isn't something you can just leave halfway through. He explained it to me when he got back. Although Yin and I married with very little contact beforehand, grandmother, he respects me very much." Old Madame Lu studied her deeply, finally revealing a trace of a genuine smile. "You are quite sensible." Shi Ruoqian listened to her sister's conversation with old Madame Lu, her heart clenching with anxiety. The questions the old madam had asked made her panic just hearing them, yet her sister had answered them all perfectly. Still, was Lu Xunyan really as good as her sister had described? She had a feeling he would bully her sister. Just then, the hospital room door opened again. Shi Ruoqian looked up and saw Lu Xunyan striding in with a big smile. "Grandmother looks full of energy today." Old Madame Lu deliberately shot him a look. "My mood is wonderful seeing my granddaughter-in-law. The moment you show up, everything changes." Lu Xunyan very naturally draped an arm over Shi Ruoqian's shoulder. "If you say that, grandmother, then I won't let her come visit you anymore. You don't welcome me, but you want to see my wife." Although Lu Xunyan was unreliable, every time he opened his mouth, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Old Madame Lu was amused into a laugh and didn't question Shi Ruoqian any further, instead chatting with Mother Lu about family matters. Mother Lu then prepared to take the sisters and leave. "Ruoqian." Shi Ruoqian had just stood up when old Madame Lu called her back. "Stay a while longer." Shi Ruoqian paused mid-step, feeling utterly at a loss. Mother Lu patted her hand. "Grandmother wants to talk with you a bit longer. You stay and keep her company." With that, she took Shi Ruoqian and left. Lu Xunyan glanced thoughtfully at his grandmother in the hospital bed, then withdrew his gaze and followed them out. Inside the hospital room, only Shi Ruoqian and old Madame Lu remained. "Grandmother." Shi Ruoqian pressed her lips together. Just thinking about the sharp questions the old madam had asked her sister earlier already had her on edge. "Your sister is very clever," old Madame Lu said slowly. "She knows when to advance and when to yield." "How old are you this year?" Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath. "I'm 20 years old, grandmother." "Ali is 12 years older than you. Are you getting along well?" "Getting along." The image of their intimacy over the past 2 nights flashed through Shi Ruoqian's mind without her permission. Because when she was alone with Xunli, it seemed that that was the only thing that had happened. Very well. The tips of her ears turned faintly red. Old Madame Lu took in every bit of her reaction. That child Ali has kept everything bottled up inside since he was young. He is a perfectly cultivated heir, but in truth, he received far less affection from his parents than Yin did. I'm getting old. I'm not insisting on Ali getting married just to pressure him. I simply want him to have someone who understands his needs and cares for him. The old madam took Shi Ruoqian's hand. Since he was willing to get the certificate, it means he will accept you and take responsibility for you. So you must also learn to get along well with him. A warm current surged through the girl's heart. She hadn't expected old Madame Lu to share such intimate, heartfelt words with her. I will, grandmother, she promised softly. Just then, the hospital room door was knocked twice, then pushed open. Shi Ruoqian turned her head and saw Xunli walking in from outside. The man had apparently come straight from his meeting. His dark gray suit was impeccably sharp, and an unyielding sharpness still lingered between his brows. Chapter 8. Missing me or missing doing it with me? Grandmother. He greeted old Madame Lu first, then his gaze fell on Shi Ruoqian. The young girl's clear eyes were staring at him in a daze. The two didn't stay in the hospital room for long. When old Madame Lu said she needed to rest, Shi Ruoqian followed the man out. After getting into the car, Shi Ruoqian noticed that Xunli had driven himself. She sat somewhat stiffly in the passenger seat. Have you had breakfast? The man's voice suddenly came from beside her. No, Shi Ruoqian answered honestly. Neither have I. After hearing his words, she asked tentatively. Then, would you like to eat together? But from now on, I'll wake you up for breakfast. Shi Ruoqian nodded lightly and fell silent, not wanting to disturb his driving. Xunli glanced at the girl through the rearview mirror. Once the conversation stopped, she seemed to relax a little. Her eyes drifted toward the car window, trying to distract herself. He then looked at what she was wearing today and spoke in a flat tone. That outfit isn't very suitable for you. The girl turned her head at the sound and looked at him, then at her own clothes. Secretary Sue picked it. She said it was appropriate for meeting grandmother. Is it not good looking? It's not ugly. Hearing this, Shi Ruoqian looked like a little droopy-eared rabbit, her small face falling slightly. Not ugly. That meant not good looking. Xunli took in every bit of her tiny expression through the rearview mirror. It's just too mature. He added flatly. Just wear what you like. Shi Ruoqian was slightly stunned. This was the first time Xunli had commented on her clothes. She looked down at what she was wearing and thought of the dresses in the walk-in closet, all selected by Su Xinghuan according to the identity of Mrs. Lu. Most of them seemed to be in this same style, so she hadn't known which one to pick. That pajama dress from last night, would he also think it was too mature? Probably not. I understand. She responded in a small voice. Shi Ruoqian secretly glanced at the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. From this angle, she could see his thin lips slightly pressed together as he focused on driving. His large hands gripped the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hands faintly visible. Those hands looked very strong. Shi Ruoqian remembered what he looked like at night. Xunli probably paid close attention to his physique. When he wore a suit, he looked refined and noble, but once undressed, his arms were surprisingly muscular and powerful. Xunli turned the wheel and parked the car in front of a Cantonese tea house. We're here. As he spoke, he leaned over to unbuckle her seatbelt for her. The sudden closeness made Shi Ruoqian hold her breath. The crisp scent of pine from the man enveloped her, and she could even make out the mole between his eyebrows. Would Xunli actually do something like this for someone? Shi Ruoqian suddenly found herself very curious. Had he ever been in love? Did he have some untouchable first love ex-girlfriend? After the man sat back up, she hurriedly opened the car door and got out, feeling flustered. Once they entered the private dining room, Xunli ordered breakfast. After the server left, she heard him ask, "What's your phone number?" Shi Ruoqian pressed her lips together. I don't have a phone. After she was admitted to university, she had only attended for 2 days before her stepfather forced her to drop out. From then on, she was locked up at home every day. Even her mother's old phone was taken away by her stepfather. He wouldn't let her have any contact with the outside world. Xunli's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He remembered the file mentioning her being forced to drop out, but he hadn't expected her communication tools to be taken away as well. Should I have someone deliver a phone to you? Or would you prefer to pick one out yourself? Shi Ruoqian paused. She lowered her gaze. I don't have any money. Xunli was momentarily stunned, then took a black card out of his pocket. It was my oversight. There's 1 million in this card. Use it for now. I'll have money deposited into it every month. If it's not enough, let me know. That's way too much. Shi Ruoqian looked at the black card and quickly pushed it back. 1 million was an astronomical figure to her. She didn't even dare touch it. You are Mrs. Liu. This is what you deserve. But, no buts. His tone brooked no refusal. Go buy a phone this afternoon. I'll transfer some more money into it later. Pick up some clothes you like too. Thank you. Shi Ruoqian's voice carried a hint of ingratiation. Husband. The hand holding Xunli's chopsticks paused slightly. He suddenly remembered how, after that night, she had hugged his arm and softly asked if she could call him husband. MHM. She bit her lip and mustered the courage to continue. Can I buy a phone for my sister too? Use it however you like. Shi Ruoqian's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you. Seeing her so delighted, the gentleness in Xunli's eyes deepened a little. He had always seen her acting like a little mouse stealing rice, cautious and timid in front of him. Seeing her happy now, Xunli himself relaxed quite a bit. Eat first. Shi Ruoqian nodded obediently. She ate in small bites, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curving upward. From time to time, she stole another glance at the man beside her, and suddenly felt that he didn't seem so distant and unapproachable after all. Mother Liu had returned to the old residence alone. Naturally, Shi Ruoqian got into Xunyan's car and left with him. You put on quite a performance in front of grandmother. He didn't rush to start the car, a playful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Even I was almost convinced. The considerate, magnanimous, perfect wife. No performance. Shi Ruoqian kept her gaze fixed straight ahead, her voice floating over lightly once again. Once second young master gets to know me better, you'll realize I really am a considerate and magnanimous wife. Xunyan. The man was choked by her words and was momentarily speechless. That line about supermale yesterday, don't tell me it was your second personality that said it. Xunyan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Shi Ruoqian curved her lips into a smile and looked at Xunyan with gentle eyes, a hint of confusion in her voice. Supermale. More acting. Xunyan reached out and pinched her chin. I actually have the connections to send you into the entertainment industry. With that acting skill of yours, you might just become famous. He was deliberately trying to provoke her. Shi Ruoqian was always like this, yet he had clearly heard her call him supermale yesterday. He wanted to tear off that hypocritical mask of hers right now. Shi Ruoqian let him hold her chin, her clear eyes meeting his directly. Madame Liu wouldn't allow me to show my face in the entertainment industry. Besides, I'd much rather be the second young master's virtuous wife. Xunyan felt extremely uncomfortable under her stare. He withdrew his hand stiffly and looked away from the woman's face. Shi Ruoqian held her composure for 2 seconds, then sat up straight, as if nothing had happened. Will the second young master be coming home tonight? Xunyan started the car. Hearing this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his chest puffed out a bit more than before. You want me to come back? Shi Ruoqian nodded lightly. Yes. Missing me, or missing doing it with me? Before Xunyan could get an answer, his phone rang. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he pressed hang up. He lazily turned his head to look at Shi Ruoqian, waiting for her reply. Shi Ruoqian calmly fastened her seatbelt. Both. This straightforward answer made Xunyan pause. He stared at her for a few seconds, trying to find a hint of her trying to please him in her eyes. If she begged him sweetly, he might consider going back. But before he could say anything, the phone rang again. Chapter 9. It's just that he's a bit inhumane. Xunyan picked up his phone. When he saw the caller ID, he pressed answer. What is it, brother? Shi Ruoqian heard that it was Xunli calling. Her gaze drifted toward Xunyan. They had been out of the hospital for a while now, and she was worried it might be about her sister. Why are you looking for her? You want me to deliver her? Can't you come pick her up yourself? Xunyan listened to the call, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. He glanced at the woman beside him, his tone carrying obvious impatience. Got it. After hanging up, he started the car immediately. Where are we going? Shi Ruoqian turned her head and asked him. Xunyan was just about to snap, my brother's place, through gritted teeth, but then he remembered. She had already married him. Even if he hated how she acted, he couldn't treat her like an outsider and push her away. Xunyan, wasn't that petty? Your sister's place. Shi Ruoqian was slightly stunned, then understood. If Lu Xunli had called her, it really could only be about her sister. The car drove toward Lu Xunli's villa. Neither of them spoke the entire way. When they arrived at Lu Xunli's villa, Shi Ruoqian hadn't even gotten out of the car before she saw her sister waiting by the entrance. Shi Ruoqian stood there, and the moment she saw her sister, her eyes lit up with joy. Seeing her sister about to get out, she remembered what Lu Xunli had said. She pressed her lips together and quickly spoke up. "Sis, Mr. Lu asked me to get into." She snuck a glance at Lu Xunyan and whispered, "Get into brother-in-law's car." Shi Ruoqian froze for a moment at that form of address. Wasn't that a bit confusing? She was just about to look at Lu Xunyan when she heard the man's soft scoff. "You really think I'm your driver? Please." Before Shi Ruoqian could finish, Lu Xunyan raised an eyebrow and leaned past her to look at Shi Ruoqian outside. "Get in." He deliberately enunciated each word. "Sister." Shi Ruoqian hurriedly opened the car door and climbed into the back seat. Lu Xunyan suddenly found the whole situation a bit amusing. He casually turned on some music and asked, lazily, "Where to?" Shi Ruoqian glanced at her sister through the rearview mirror. Shi Ruoqian quickly spoke up, "The mall." After she finished, she pressed her lips together nervously. "Mr. Lu asked my sister to accompany me shopping." Lu Xunyan didn't say anything, nor did he ask Shi Ruoqian if she needed to buy anything. If she took the initiative to ask him for something, he would give it to her. He just wanted her to yield first. The car pulled up at the city's most high-end shopping destination. Shi Ruoqian was the first to open the door. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Then she went to open the door for her sister. She looked at the woman in the passenger seat with bright, shining eyes. "Sis, Mr. Lu said to let me come with you." "All right." Shi Ruoqian thanked Lu Xunyan and got out of the car together. Finally able to spend some alone time with her sister, she was also eager to get out of Lu Xunyan's line of sight. The two sisters entered the mall together. As soon as they were out of Lu Xunyan's sight, Shi Ruoqian pulled out the card Lu Xunli had given her. "Sis, Mr. Lu gave me this card. He told me to buy a phone and pick out clothes I like." The young girl pressed her lips together. "I asked if I could buy one for you too, and he said yes. He said there's 1 million in the card and he'll keep adding more." "Sis, I've never had this much money in my life." There was no joy at receiving a fortune in her eyes, only nervousness. She asked cautiously, "Sis, what if we don't meet Madame Lu's requirements? Will they make us pay it back?" Shi Ruoqian walked her inside as she spoke. "No, they won't. To the Lu family, this amount of money is nothing. You are Lu Xunli's wife. The fact that he let you out shopping on your own is also so you can represent him well in the future. He wouldn't want his own wife to have not a single cent to her name, acting all timid and hesitant just to go for a walk in the mall." Shi Ruoqian suddenly understood. She gripped the card in her hand. "You're right, sis. I also know that he's only like this because I'm his wife. If it were someone else, he'd do the same thing." Shi Ruoqian stroked her hair. "Our Xunyan is so smart. I used to hope you could marry someone you loved, but since you've married into the Lu family, you need to have the right mindset to balance a life you can't control. Lu Xunli might make a good husband, but you still need to protect yourself. In powerful, influential families, where would you ever find a man who's a hopeless romantic?" MHM. Shi Ruoqian memorized every word her sister said. "What about you, sis? Has second young master Lu been bullying you?" "He hasn't bullied me, exactly. It's just that he's a bit inhumane." After the sisters finished comforting each other, they went to buy phones first. Shi Ruoqian looked at the new phones, walked around the display, and pointed to the most expensive one. Could you take that one out for me to see?" "Of course, ma'am." After she got the phone, she held it up to her sister with sparkling eyes. "Sis, do you like this one?" She wanted to buy the best one for her sister. A basic model would be fine for herself. Shi Ruoqian looked at the top-tier phone in her sister's hand, warmth spreading through her heart. Of course, she understood her sister's thoughts. She always wanted to save the best for her. Shi Ruoqian said gently, "There's no need to pick the expensive one on purpose. Let's get the same model." Shi Ruoqian bit her lip and finally listened to her sister. She'd wait until she could earn her own money in the future, then buy her sister the very best. After getting their phones, the two went to look at clothes. Shi Ruoqian helped her pick out several everyday outfits that suited her without being too flashy. Shi Ruoqian hadn't been this happy in a long time. Being alone with her sister always made her feel completely at ease, as if they had gone back to the days when her sister used to take her out to play. "Who was that person who went to the hospital with you this morning?" Shi Ruoqian suddenly remembered to ask. Shi Ruoqian's hands paused. She answered in a small voice. It was Mr. Lu's secretary. Shi Ruoqian keenly sensed something off in her sister's tone. Did she give you a hard time? No, no. Shi Ruoqian shook her head quickly. Secretary Su is very nice. She even helped me pick out clothes, told me what to pay attention to when speaking with old Madame Lu, and shared some things about Mr. Lu. This morning in the hospital room, I was so scared. It was her who nudged me to remind me to greet the old madam. I see. Shi Ruoqian thought for a moment, then warned her sister, Xunyan. But Mr. Lu's preferences, those are things you should discover for yourself, not learn from another woman. Secretary Su said she knows him pretty well. Precisely because she knows him too well, you need to be even more careful. Shi Ruoqian gently held her sister's hand. Having a secretary who knows Lu Xunli too well by his side may not be a good thing. Shi Ruoqian listened in confusion. If Secretary Su wasn't a good person, would Lu Xunli have kept her around? But listening to her sister was definitely the right call. Sis, I'll remember that. Good girl. It was noon, and the two were about to find a place to rest when they suddenly heard a hostile voice. Shi Ruoqian's body went rigid. She turned around and saw their mother and stepfather. Chapter 10. I don't like guessing. Shi Ruoqian's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She instinctively shrank behind her sister. Shi Ruoqian's harsh gaze swept over the shopping bags in the sister's hands. So this is what marrying into a wealthy family looks like, huh? Already buying such expensive things. Their mother reached out directly to snatch Shi Ruoqian's bag. You've got money to buy things, but no money to show filial piety to your parents? Shi Ruoqian stepped in front of her sister, shielding her completely. Her voice was ice cold. My father died many years ago. As for you, my sister and I married into the Lu family, and the Lus have given you more than enough benefits already. Their mother was flustered by her words, but there was no way she would admit it. What? Now that you're the Lu family's young madams, you don't even recognize your own birth mother. You're my daughters. Did you think I raised you all these years for nothing? Don't think you're so high and mighty just because you got married off. If I hadn't given birth to you back then, how would you have had this lucky fate to marry into the Lus? You don't know the first thing about repaying kindness. Shi Ruoqian remained completely unmoved. Repaying kindness? Are you referring to locking Xunyan in a warehouse and starving her, or selling us to two old men to pave the way for your son? Shi Ruoqian hadn't wanted to completely burn bridges. These two girls had been beautiful since they were young. Marrying into the Lu family meant they could squeeze out some money from them, even if not a fortune. All right, keep your voice down. Ruoqian, I know you're still angry about what happened before, but what your mother said is the truth. Sure, you've married into the Lu family now, but if you don't have any family to back you up, won't people laugh at you? You two bought plenty of things for yourselves today. Fine, you didn't buy anything for me or your mother, but did you get anything for your little brother? Since you got married, your brother has been thinking about you two nonstop. He keeps saying he wants to go to the same university as his second sister. Shi Ruoqian frowned. Shi Jiahao had just come of age and hadn't even passed the college entrance exam. Their stepfather was clearly still trying to use her and her sister. Shi Ruoqian's expression turned even colder. Her own grades had been excellent too, yet this couple hadn't allowed her to continue studying. They had gone behind her back and processed her withdrawal. Then he should think about it more. Maybe in his dreams he can go to the same university as Xunyan. Shi Ruoqian was choked so badly his face turned ashen. He jabbed a finger at Shi Ruoqian's nose and cursed. You ungrateful wretch. If we hadn't raised you, do you think you'd be where you are today? Shi Ruoqian's gaze turned even icier. I'll say this one last time. From the day you sold us to the Lu family, we've been even. There's nothing between us anymore. Xunyan, let's go. Shi Ruoqian was pulled along by her sister and stumbled away. The moment she looked back, she saw her stepfather glaring at them with vicious eyes. When he noticed her looking back, he even flashed her a meaningful smile. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Thinking of certain scenes from the past, she lost her footing and fell to the ground. Xunyan. Shi Ruoqian hurried to help her sister up. Are you hurt? Her hand instinctively went to her ankle. Did you twist it? It's all my fault for walking too fast. Shi Ruoqian shook her head, eyes red. And no, I didn't twist it. I'm just clumsy. It was Lu Xunli's driver who picked them up and drove them back. Shi Ruoqian was distracted the entire ride, her mind filled with her stepfather's final look. Her knee also ached faintly. It seemed she had scraped it, but she didn't want her sister to worry. Shi Ruoqian didn't know what was on her mind. She only assumed Shi Ruoqian had frightened her. She put an arm around her sister's shoulders. When you get home, take a good nap, all right? If you miss me, just send me a message or give me a call, okay? Okay. When Shi Ruoqian got out of the car, she was reluctant to part with her sister. As she turned away, her lips quivered, but she held back her tears and walked toward the villa. Back at Lu Xunli's villa, Shi Ruoqian was still on edge. That matter, not even her sister knew about it. She thought about it until she fell asleep hugging her pillow. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, thinking of going downstairs to see if Lu Xunli had returned. After going downstairs, she caught the aroma of food. The housekeeper came over and told her, "Madam, the master said he'd be home in half an hour." "All right." Shi Ruoqian sat on the sofa waiting for him, looking dazed and absent-minded. When Lu Xunli entered, he took off his suit jacket and saw the girl curled up on the sofa. Her face was pale, her eyes unfocused, completely different from the slightly elated girl who had left the house that morning. What's wrong? He wasn't a man prone to concern, and his question carried his usual brevity. Shi Ruoqian jumped in surprise. Nothing. Mr. Lu. She remembered Lu Xunli didn't like that form of address and quickly stopped herself. "You're back." Lu Xunli sat down on the sofa opposite her, crossing his legs. Why do you seem distracted? Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Lu Xunli stared at her for a few seconds. "You can tell me or not tell me, but I don't like guessing." Shi Ruoqian clutched the hem of her clothes, her lips moving hesitantly. It's just that I accidentally fell. I got a bit scared." Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she carefully lifted the hem of her dress a little. Lu Xunli's gaze fell on her slightly reddened knee. There was indeed a small scrape there. He frowned. "Why didn't you have someone treat it?" Shi Ruoqian swallowed. "I used to get little injuries like this all the time. I'm not that delicate. In a few days it'll heal on its own." In the past, whenever she got scraped up, no one cared for her except her sister. Once, she saw her sister get scolded by their mother for trying to buy her disinfectant. After that, she never mentioned it to her sister again. It just took longer to heal without medicine, but it never left a scar anyway. Lu Xunli didn't say anything more. He got up and went to the adjacent room. Shi Ruoqian lowered her dress. Remembering what the housekeeper had said about dinner later, she assumed Lu Xunli had gone to wash his hands. She stood up too. But the man returned quickly, an iodine swab and some cotton swabs in his hand. Shi Ruoqian's eyes widened in surprise. "Sit." The man's presence carried an overwhelming authority. Shi Ruoqian sat down instinctively, then quickly stammered, Thank you. I can do it myself." Lu Xunli didn't say anything. He placed the items in front of her. Shi Ruoqian curled up there, small and thin, holding a cotton swab as she dabbed the medicine onto her wound. Lu Xunli actually went to wash his hands this time. The young girl finished applying the medicine quickly, then stood up. After dinner, Lu Xunli went to his study to handle more work. Before returning to the bedroom, Shi Ruoqian saw Su Xinghuan arrive. The woman changed into slippers naturally, then made her way upstairs toward the man's study with practiced ease. Standing at her bedroom door, Shi Ruoqian remembered what her sister had said during the day. The girl clenched her fists, paused for a few seconds, then gently closed the bedroom door. About an hour later, her phone rang. It was Lu Xunli's number. She had saved it. Shi Ruoqian tilted her head in slight confusion. Why call when they were both home? But she didn't overthink it. The villa was quite large. Lu Xunli was probably busy in his study and couldn't come over, so he called instead. "Can you hear me?" "I can't hear you." "No need to wait up. I have a lot of work to get through tonight." Shi Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. All right, I understand." She vaguely heard Su Xinghuan saying something on the other end, then the call was hung up directly. Chapter 11. I didn't expect you to be so well-behaved. Lu Xunyan's villa. Shi Ruoqian is looking at legal cases. She has been studying this field since graduation, but she has never had the opportunity to work for a large company. She had successfully interviewed before, but whenever she started an internship at a large company, her mother would cause trouble at the company, which eventually forced her to resign and go to work for a small company. She wanted to be a lawyer, but lacked resources and connections. Who would hire her to handle cases? And she certainly wouldn't have a senior lawyer to mentor her. So she was always short of money, and after deducting her usual travel expenses, she couldn't even afford rent. Shi Ruoqian and that woman have always wanted her to be well and wanted to get benefits from her, but they also didn't want her to be too good, fearing that they would lose control of her in the future. If the price offered by the Lu family hadn't been so compelling, they would never have given up. Shi Ruoqian was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice that there was someone else at the door. Xunyan casually walked to her side. He was wearing a black shirt today, with the collar open at an angle. Shi Ruoqian smelled a scent that didn't belong to her, and only then did she put down the book in her hand and look up. When did Xunyan return? She put the book aside and then stood up. Are you staying overnight? Shi Ruoqian asked softly, her voice softening considerably at night compared to during the day. Stay overnight? Xunyan's lips curled into a playful smile. Is this how you describe yourself? Xunyan took a step forward and gently lifted her chin with his fingertips. This is my home, and you are my wife. Isn't using the word staying overnight too formal? His breath brushed against her cheek, carrying the scent of dried tobacco and honey wine, a strange combination, like preserved plum candy. However, Xunyan didn't seem to be drinking today. Perhaps it was his usual perfume, but in any case, the scent was intoxicating. Shi Ruoqian calmly met his gaze. I thought the second young master preferred hotels. It used to be. Xunyan's thumb caressed her jawline, while his other hand took out a bracelet from his pocket and then put it on her wrist. Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment, then looked up at him with a hint of doubt in her eyes. But Xunyan did not answer her. There was a smile in his eyes, but it was not a gentle smile. She really didn't understand it. The man glanced at the phone on the bedside table. Did you go out with your sister to buy this today? Shi Ruoqian nodded slightly. Yes. Should we leave a number? It's not even possible for a husband and wife to have a way to contact each other. They have to rely on the driver to relay messages. Xunyan raised an eyebrow. Isn't the ancient practice of sending letters by carrier pigeon to express affection between lovers quite romantic? Shi Ruoqian looked directly at him and said, if that's the case, you'll have to ride your horse for several days to come back once. Xunyan gently stroked her cheek again, his fingertips lightly kneading her earlobe. His large hand followed the woman's fair and smooth swan neck, pulling the strap of her nightgown off her shoulder. His movements were languid, and his tone was teasing. I don't want you to wait too long. The man spoke again. If you don't have money, why don't you ask me for some? He scrutinized the woman's expression, trying to see through her thoughts. When Shi Ruoqian heard him bring up this matter, she said, I'm going to work for Lu's company. Mom agreed to this. I'll study law and get some experience in the legal department. Xunyan narrowed his eyes. This woman was quite ambitious. While dealing with him, she also dreamed of working for Lu's group. You're very good at coaxing my mother. The man withdrew his hand. I haven't taken care of things at home, and I'm already thinking about going to work. Shi Ruoqian took a step forward, her body just touching his chest. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her gaze shifted from the man's eyes to his lips. I want to be a good wife to you. Xunyan looked down at her as she took the initiative to get closer, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Every time this woman showed kindness, it was with a strong purpose, but he was intrigued by her. The man recalled his indulgence on the first night and was about to back down when he saw Shi Ruoqian take a step back. However, the second young master said he won't be coming back this week. Xunyan frowned upon hearing this. Was this woman using his words against him? He scoffed, grabbed the woman's chin, and with his other hand, he gripped her waist, pulling her close to him. As soon as Shi Ruoqian raised her eyes, the tip of her nose touched the tip of the man's nose. Didn't you say you wanted me to come back? Xunyan lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her lips. He didn't know what kind of shower gel or shampoo the woman used, but as soon as he got closer, her fragrance enveloped him completely. Shi Ruoqian instinctively placed her hands on his chest, and their breaths mingled together. Yes. She licked her slightly dry lips with the tip of her tongue, which took on a different meaning in the man's eyes, making him want to hold her soft lips in his mouth. I just didn't expect that you, second young master. She paused for a moment. Xunyan waited for her answer with great interest. The woman's words, however, made him unhappy once again. Very well behaved. Shi Ruoqian lowered her eyes. You came back because I told you to. Xunyan let go of her hand. Shi Ruoqian lost her balance and fell onto the bed. Her pajamas slipped down, revealing a large expanse of her fair and smooth skin. Xunyan was not angered by her words. He casually looked back at her face and said, I just came back to deal with my mother. The man's gaze swept over her entire body. But you don't need to reflect on yourself. Although you don't have a good figure, I did eat out, and then came back to find you. Very bland. Lu Xunyan glanced at the books she had placed on the bedside table, casually picked up a pen and wrote his number on them, then got up and left. The door was closed. Shi Ruoqian sat up straight, straightened her clothes, and picked up her book with a touch of heartache. She borrowed it. Why would Lu Xunyan write anything on it so casually? Now I'll have to spend money to buy it. Shi Ruoqian was helpless, but she still quickly saved Lu Xunyan's number and added him on WeChat. She glanced at the door, thinking that Lu Xunyan probably wouldn't come in tonight. She hadn't planned to do anything with him tonight anyway. He dressed so provocatively. Who knows if he really had been with other women before coming back. Even if she could accept it, she would still feel a little disgusted. She can go to work tomorrow, and then she can finally have some time to read. But the woman glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. Why would Lu Xunyan want to give her something? This bracelet must be quite expensive. I wonder if I can sell it. After leaving the room, Lu Xunyan went to the side bedroom not far away. He was feeling a bit irritated. He impatiently ripped open his shirt with his large hand, and the buttons popped off and bounced on the ground several times before settling down. She seemed to still carry the scent of a woman, faint and pleasant, but the more he could smell it, the hotter he became. If he weren't worried about getting sick, he could have as many women as he wanted. He wouldn't even glance at someone like Shi Ruoqian. Lu Xunyan lowered his eyes and glanced at himself. He cursed under his breath. What a good-for-nothing. Just then, his phone vibrated. Lu Xunyan took out his phone and saw a WeChat friend request message with a 3-word note from the other party. Shi Ruoqian. He clicked pass, almost instinctively. Lu Xunyan lingered in the chat box for a few seconds, just about to exit, when a message came in. Second young master, I have something else I'd like to say to you. The man tapped the screen twice with his finger. Explain. I borrowed that book from the library today, and you wrote in it. You have to pay for it. But I don't have any money. Could you lend me some? Lu Xunyan almost dropped his phone on the ground again. He took a deep breath and transferred 200,000 yuan. Stop bothering me. The message was sent, and the other party readily accepted the transfer, but then there was no further reply. He didn't reply for 5 minutes. He hasn't replied in 10 minutes. Lu Xunyan promptly deleted her from his friends list. Chapter 12, Ali really spoils you. Early morning. Shi Ruoqian opened her eyes groggily and subconsciously looked to her side, where nothing had changed since she went to sleep. Lu Xunli hasn't come back to sleep yet. She heard a sound at the bedroom door while brushing her teeth, so she quickly slipped on her slippers and went towards the door. Lu Xunli just opened the door and paused when he saw that she was already up. You're up so early. Shi Ruoqian's mouth was full of foam, and her speech was a little unclear. It's not very early. Lu Xunli glanced lightly at the white foam around her mouth, his eyes darkening slightly before slowly shifting his gaze away. Okay, come downstairs for dinner after you've washed up. Shi Ruoqian nodded quickly and ran back to the bathroom to wash up. When she came downstairs, Lu Xunli was already sitting at the dining table. She carefully sat down opposite him and noticed that his suit jacket was casually draped over the back of the chair, and that the man had faint dark circles under his eyes. Didn't you get enough rest last night? She couldn't help but ask softly. Fortunately, I was working until 3 a.m. The simple explanation was my response to her concerns. Breakfast was served in silence. Shi Ruoqian sipped her milk and occasionally stole glances at him. The man took in all of the little girl's subtle movements. Although she eats very quietly, taking small bites, she eats quite quickly. After finishing a fried egg, I would secretly glance at him before grabbing another one. She finished the bowl of porridge the nanny served her, and now she's finishing a sandwich on her plate. She seems to have a good appetite, so why is she so thin? Lu Xunli recalled what had happened before. He picked her up with ease. How does the Shi family raise their children? Thinking of this, Lu Xunli asked directly. Shi Jitsan is your stepfather, and you also have the surname Shi. Did you change your surname to Shi? Shi Ruoqian didn't expect the man to suddenly ask her a question during the meal. Her face turned bright red instantly, and she choked on her bread. Seeing this, Lu Xunli pushed the warm water beside him in front of her. Shi Ruoqian quickly drank several large mouthfuls, and it took her a while to catch her breath. Her face was flushed from coughing. Sorry. She apologized softly before answering his question. It's not that I changed my surname. My biological father just happens to have the surname Shi as well. This coincidence made Lu Xunli raise an eyebrow slightly. What are your plans for today? Lu Xunli put down his cutlery and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. I don't know what I can do. She had been in school all along, But after being forced to drop out by her stepfather, she was confined to her home. If she knew what to do, she would definitely try her best to do it, but now she is at a loss. If she were to look for a job, an ordinary job would only embarrass Lu Xunli. Lu Xunli did not scold the girl for this. He leaned back in his chair and looked at her nervous face. What do you want to do? Go ahead and tell me. I won't be harsh on you. Shi Ruoqian hesitated for a long time before mustering up the courage to whisper, I want to continue going to school. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Xunli's reaction. This request was too extravagant for her. Even she felt it was wishful thinking. She was already married. How could the Lu family possibly allow her to continue her studies? The Lu family brought her into the family to be Lu Xunli's wife, not to raise children. Those two simple words made Shi Ruoqian suddenly raise her head. Lu Xunli remained calm. I will have someone process your re-enrollment procedures. Shi Ruoqian stared at him blankly, her eyes suddenly reddening. She hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting him to see her losing her composure. Thank you. His voice was choked with emotion, a testament to his heartfelt gratitude. Although she had no feelings for this husband, Lu Xunli had truly been the kindest person to her over the years, besides her sister. Even if it's just a word to him, it's different for her. Lu Xunli looked at her slightly trembling shoulders and said nothing more. He stood up. I'm going to the company. Shi Ruoqian also stood up, thinking of seeing him to the door. Lu Xunli stopped at the entrance and turned to look at her. Is there anything else? Shi Ruoqian hurriedly shook her head. No, it's nothing. Lu Xunli's gaze lingered on her reddened fingertips for a moment. Then he turned and left without asking any further questions. The door closed gently, leaving Shi Ruoqian alone in the large living room. She breathed a sigh of relief, and a near-excited joy immediately rose in her heart. She can go to school now. Shi Ruoqian quickly took out her phone and sent a message to her sister. Sister, Mr. Lu said he can help me with the procedures to return to school, and he's allowed me to go back. After sending the message, Shi Ruoqian held her phone with tears welling up in her eyes. As long as I complete what Madame Lu asked me to do, I can continue my studies and have my own job. Shi Ruoqian's emotions remained unsettled for a long time, and she stood in front of the French windows, lost in thought. Not long after, Su Xinghuan arrived. Shi Ruoqian was not surprised when she saw her, but she couldn't help but wonder if Lu Xunli entrusted many things to Secretary Su. Is he particularly close to Secretary Su? We were working together so late yesterday. But the joy of being able to go to school quickly made her forget about these things. She could even go to school today. Shi Ruoqian didn't know what to prepare, so she went to the dressing room, found a bag that looked very ordinary, and got into the driver's car. She didn't have many classes today, so she called her driver to pick her up since she didn't have any classes in the afternoon. She hadn't forgotten her identity. Although she was able to go to school, she was already married and couldn't stay at school indefinitely. After getting on the bus, she heard what the driver said. Young madam. Madam said she will arrive at the villa in a little while. If you have nothing else to do, I will drive back directly. Shi Ruoqian paused in her breath, her nerves immediately tensing up. I have nothing else to say. Why is Mrs. Lu here? Does she have something to say to her? Or is she unhappy about her schooling? As the car entered the villa gate, Shi Ruoqian quickly grabbed her bag and ran towards the entrance. She wanted to arrive before Madame Lu so that she might not be chosen by mistake. But upon entering, she saw that Lu's mother was already sitting on the sofa, glancing at her calmly. Shi Ruoqian's heart jumped into her throat. She stood in the entryway, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Mother! She called softly, her voice trembling slightly. Lu's mother did not respond immediately. She picked up the teacup in front of her, blew on it gently, and took a slow sip. Where did you go? Lu's mother finally spoke, her tone flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Shi Ruoqian lowered her eyes and answered truthfully. I went to school. Mr. Lu said today that he would allow me to continue my studies. She dared not look up, but she could feel Madame Lu's gaze scrutinizing her. Ali certainly spoils you. Lu's mother put down her teacup. Since he has agreed, I won't say anything. Shi Ruoqian held her breath, waiting for what was to come. Come and sit down. Shi Ruoqian obediently walked to the sofa and carefully sat down opposite Lu's mother. Lu's mother looked her over and noticed her slightly reserved demeanor. Her gaze lingered on her tightly clenched hands for a moment. However, there are some things I need to tell you. You are Ali's wife, and your words and actions represent the face of the Lu family. I understand. Shi Ruoqian responded in a low voice. Mother Lu took another sip of tea. Has Ollie been coming back to stay these past few days? Yes. Slept with you. Her meaning was clear, and her question was straightforward. Shi Ruoqian nodded. He was with me the day before yesterday. Yesterday, Mr. Lu was busy with work and worked with Secretary Su until very late. Lu's mother didn't look at her. She was handling work with Secretary Su. And what about you? What did you do? Shi Ruoqian's fingers curled slightly on her knees. I'm waiting for Mr. Lu in my room. Mrs. Lu gently placed the teacup back on the coffee table, making a soft clinking sound. Secretary Su has been with Ali for many years. She has excellent work ability and can handle everything well. These words, spoken casually, made Shi Ruoqian's heart tighten. Chapter 13. Smelling his clothes like a kitten. Secretary Su does everything better than her, which makes her, as the wife, seem even more useless in comparison. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't quite understand Mr. Lu's work. I will try my best to share Mr. Lu's burdens in life. It's good that you know. Just do your job and don't cause any trouble for Ollie. Lu's mother clearly wasn't going to leave immediately. Ollie usually focuses on his work and rarely has any female companions, except for Su Xinghuan. She's an outstanding woman, both in terms of her work ability and emotional intelligence. Her gaze shifted to Shi Ruoqian's face. They are all much better than you. She's very pretty, don't you think? Shi Ruoqian's fingertips felt slightly cold. She lowered her eyes and spoke in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Secretary Su is indeed very outstanding. But you also have your advantages. You are simple-minded and younger than her. Since you have fewer advantages than her, you should make good use of them and secure your position. This is much more important than what kind of school you go to, because everything you have now is given to you by your husband. Saying this might make me seem like a harsh mother-in-law, but there are too many unexpected things. Even if Ollie is usually chaste, you can't guarantee that someone won't get pregnant with his child before you and take your place. When Lu's mother said this, she seemed to sigh. If it were your sister, she wouldn't be causing me so much trouble. These words were like a fine needle, gently piercing Shi Ruoqian's heart. She gripped the hem of her clothes, trying to maintain her composure. I remember. Thank you for reminding me, Mom. After seeing off Lu's mother, Shi Ruoqian sat alone in the living room for a long time. Madame Lu's words were piercing, yet perfectly reasonable. She was indeed the most insignificant one. The aunt came over and gently comforted her. Madam, don't worry. Madam was just a little serious, but she still cares about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taught you like that. Shi Ruoqian forced a smile. She knew that Madame Lu's words were both a reminder and a warning. She can have the freedom to go to school, but she must prioritize her status as Lu Xunli's wife and must not forget her demands. Auntie, could you teach me how to make hangover soup? My husband has a lot of social engagements, and I'd like to learn so I can prepare for them in the future. Aunt Zhang was a little surprised, but still nodded gently. Madam is very kind. In the evening, she looked at the brand new textbook in her hand, thinking that she could read while waiting for the man to come back. The sound of a door opening came from the entryway. Lu Xunli walked into the living room and saw Shi Ruoqian curled up on the sofa, and his steps paused slightly. Shi Ruoqian quickly put on her slippers and went over to take the man's coat. Are you tired from work today? Shi Ruoqian awkwardly and unnaturally tried to show concern for Lu Xunli. A good wife should do this, right? It's quite tiring. The man said calmly. Shi Ruoqian was taken aback. This wasn't what she had expected. She thought Lu Xunli would say it was fine, but this sudden honesty left her somewhat at a loss. Then, shall I give you a massage after dinner? She asked tentatively. Lu Xunli loosened his tie, his gaze falling on her nervous little face. Okay, but why are you suddenly being so attentive today? Shi Ruoqian's ears burned at the question, and her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes. I just wanted to show you some concern. Lu Xunli hummed in agreement, and then walked toward the restroom, with Shi Ruoqian obediently following behind him. I heard Mom came today. Yes. What did she talk to you about? Shi Ruoqian recalled the conversation that afternoon, and naturally, she couldn't tell the whole truth. My mother asked me if I was getting used to living here, and she also asked me about school. Lu Xunli slowed his pace a bit. My mother isn't the type to care about others that much. Shi Ruoqian choked for a moment. The two turned into the restroom one after the other. Shi Ruoqian looked at Lu Xunli and noticed that he had not washed his hands. The man silently turned to look at her. I need to use the restroom. You should even be concerned about that. Shi Ruoqian's face flushed crimson instantly, and she hurriedly took 2 steps back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She turned around helplessly and quickly walked outside the restroom. The girl was still holding the man's coat in her arms. It didn't smell of smoke or alcohol. Instead, it had a faint sandalwood scent. It smelled like a scent she had never encountered before, a faint fragrance. She remembered that on the first day she covered herself with his blanket. The scent made her feel cool, but today, holding his clothes and sniffing them, she felt a gentler fragrance. When Xunli came out of the bathroom, he saw Shi Ruoqian holding his clothes and smelling them like a kitten. He paused in his tracks, his gaze fixed on her focused profile. Shi Ruoqian was completely unaware, still immersed in the familiar scent of the clothes. Until she caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly looked up and met Xunli's deep eyes. Did you smell other women? Xunli asked her calmly. Shi Ruoqian quickly shook her head. No. She realized what was happening and quickly defended herself. I didn't smell any other woman's scent on you. The little girl's ears were bright red, and she stammered as she spoke. He took the coat and casually draped it over the hanger. Shi Ruoqian was a little annoyed. Why had she been so stupid as to hold it like that? She could have just hung it up. Xunli asked casually, what are you smelling? Shi Ruoqian paused in her steps. She just took a sniff, and she didn't even know what she was smelling. Just smell it. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her head drooped down. Xunli looked at her reddened ear tips, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Let's eat. During dinner, Shi Ruoqian kept her head down and ate quietly. You shouldn't have class next Thursday afternoon. Xunli suddenly spoke. Shi Ruoqian quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and nodded gently. Yes, there are no classes on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. Then you can accompany me to a dinner party. Do you remember what my mother said? We wouldn't have made it public that we were married 3 months ago. I remember. After dinner, Shi Ruoqian remembered the massage she had promised, and after washing up, she knocked on the study door. Enter. She went inside and saw that Xunli was not working, but standing by the window. She took a deep breath. Husband. The 2 words sounded like they were burning her tongue, but she felt that calling him that was better than calling him Mr. Liu. At least it can. Get closer to them. Let me massage your shoulders. Xunli did not refuse. He sat down in the chair, casually put on the gold-rimmed glasses on the table, and then picked up an economics book to read. Shi Ruoqian stood behind him and carefully reached out to press her hand on his shoulder. The man had broad shoulders, and she could feel his strong muscles even through his shirt. She tried to apply the massage techniques she had seen online, but she did so stiffly. You can apply more pressure. Xunli suddenly spoke. Shi Ruoqian quickly increased the pressure and continued to massage diligently. The study was quiet, with only the soft breathing of the 2 people. Shi Ruoqian looked past the man. He had just been looking at this page, but hadn't turned it since he came in. As she was wondering, a man's voice came from inside. That's fine. Shi Ruoqian withdrew her hand, seeing that he did not seem to intend to get up and go back to the bedroom. He didn't seem to immediately start working upon entering the study. He just read. Aren't you going home to rest tonight? Xunli turned a page of his book, his gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses still fixed on the page. You should rest first. Shi Ruoqian hesitated for a moment before turning to walk towards the door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, Xunli's voice came from behind her. You don't need to do this in the future. The girl turned around, puzzled. You don't need to try to please me. He took off his glasses, without looking up, and said, just be yourself. These words made Shi Ruoqian feel a little bitter. She was indeed trying to please him, because she didn't know what else she could do. She tried to defend herself in a low voice, but she lacked confidence. Shi Ruoqian bit her lip, and after a few seconds mustered up her courage to ask, are you working overtime today too? Today's work has been completed. Then why are you still in the study? Ruoqian regretted asking the question as soon as she did, as it sounded like she was complaining about him. Chapter 14. Publicize that matter to your school. Xunli put down the book in his hand, looked up at her, and asked, you want me to go back to the bedroom now? Shi Ruoqian's face instantly flushed crimson. A little while is fine too. The man paused for a moment before slowly speaking. I just wanted to give you time to adjust. This answer surprised Shi Ruoqian. She kept wondering if she hadn't performed well enough. It was one thing for her to work overtime and not go home yesterday, but today she was still in the study. I've gotten used to it. She whispered, her ears burning slightly. Lu Xunli's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, but he remained seated, putting down his crossed legs. Come over. Shi Ruoqian's heart suddenly raced, and she hesitated before taking a small step forward. Lu Xunli raised his hand and easily grasped her wrist, bringing her in front of him. The girl could almost feel his warm breath and couldn't help but hold her breath. The man stared at the little girl's flushed face, then suddenly bent down, picked her up, and pressed her against the desk. Shi Ruoqian exclaimed in surprise, instinctively pressing her hands against his chest, causing the documents on the desk to fall to the ground. Mr. Lu. Lu Xunli lifted her chin with his finger. What should you call me? His breath brushed past her ear, and Shi Ruoqian clutched his shirt tightly. Husband. Lu Xunli's kiss landed on her lips, but unlike the previous tentative kiss, this one was forceful and undeniable. Night was falling. It's especially tiring in the study. After it was over, Shi Ruoqian felt like she was about to fall asleep, but Lu Xunli seemed to be more tired than her and kept holding her. She was worried that Lu Xunli would find it troublesome, so she whispered, I can get down and walk by myself. Lu Xunli didn't say anything, but carried her to the bedroom. The little girl pursed her lips, but ultimately couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Shi Ruoqian went to school in the driver's car again. When she arrived at school, she had just sat down when two other girls sat down next to her. Hey, didn't you drop out of school? Why are you back? After Shi Ruoqian completed the procedures to resume her studies, she was still in the same class as before, so some of her classmates still remembered her. I only took a short leave of absence. I was sick a while ago. Of course, Shi Ruoqian dared not reveal that she was getting married. The two girls were taken aback. Oh, I see. Are you feeling better now? I'm all better now. Thank you for your concern. Shi Ruoqian studied special education. She thought about it for a long time before choosing this major. Her older sister chose law, which would have made it much easier for her to find a job. But perhaps because she knew that she also had a communication disorder, she wanted to get rid of this problem and also wanted to help people who were more pitiful than her. If she became a teacher, she would never be prejudiced against children with disabilities, and she would never allow them to be bullied. She was exceptionally focused during class. After this class ended, there were no more classes in the morning. Other students went back to their dormitories or to the cafeteria. Shi Ruoqian felt embarrassed to trouble the driver to pick her up, since she still had classes in the afternoon, so she stayed in the classroom instead of leaving immediately. Hey kid, aren't you going to eat? When Shi Ruoqian heard the voice and looked up, she saw that it was Professor Gu, who was giving the lecture. He looked to be under 30 years old, and his students loved his classes because he was a very gentle teacher and handsome. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips nervously. Teacher, I'm not very hungry. Gu Wenshan nodded. Okay, but I have to teach another class here next period. Shi Ruoqian then realized that she had occupied the classroom and quickly got up to pack her books. I'm sorry, Professor, I'll leave now. No need to rush. Gu Wenshan smiled gently. What I mean is, if you're not leaving, you can stay here and continue listening to the next class, but I'll have to trouble you to sit in the back row. Shi Ruoqian was a little surprised, but she still nodded. Thank you, Professor. I'll stay and listen to the lecture. Why didn't you come to class recently? Hearing the teacher's question, she paused. Professor Gu teaches several classes. How did he find out that she hadn't come to class? Shi Ruoqian didn't lie to him. After all, teachers definitely know more than students. What if she lied to him and he failed her at the end of the semester? Professor Gu, I took a leave of absence from school for a while. I only started teaching again yesterday. Okay, then find a seat. She sat in the back corner with her books, watching Gu Wenshan prepare his presentation slides on the podium, then quickly looked away and focused on her own notes. Soon, some unfamiliar classmates entered the classroom, and more students filled the classroom. Fortunately, no one noticed her. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and then sat comfortably in the back row. Class time had started, and Shi Ruoqian was about to open her book when her phone vibrated. She didn't have many friends on WeChat and worried that it might be Lu Xunli or her sister contacting her, so she secretly took out her phone to check. It was a text message from an unknown sender, but the phone number looked familiar to her. It resembled her mother's phone number. Her hand trembled, and her phone fell to the ground. Shi Ruoqian glanced around nervously to make sure no one was watching her, then quickly picked up her phone, packed her backpack, and quietly slipped out of the classroom. While Gu Wenshan was lecturing, he noticed the little girl in the back row quietly running away. He glanced at her for a moment, then continued lecturing without saying anything. Shi Ruoqian ran to a corner of the teaching building and opened the text message. Call me back. If you dare to pretend you didn't see this, I'll come to your school and expose this matter there. After reading the message, the girl's face turned deathly pale, her whole body went cold, and even her breathing became difficult. Why does he have his own phone number, and what does he want to do by contacting her? She's already obediently married someone. Why won't they leave her alone? Chapter 15. You only get paid if you make them happy, right? She dialed the number with trembling hands, then took a deep breath to make her voice sound more confident. After all, she thought Xunli wouldn't dare to actually do such a thing. Now that she's married to Xunli, he doesn't dare treat her the way he used to. The call came so quickly. Xunli's voice was filled with a nauseating laugh. You've been living quite well since marrying into the Liu family. What exactly are you trying to say? The girl clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white, but she kept her voice down, worried that others would hear her. You and your sister bought so many things that day. Xunli must have given you a lot of money, right? TSK, you only pay me after you've satisfied her in bed, right? Shut up. Shi Ruoqian was so angry that she trembled all over, but she dared not refute loudly. What? Did I hit a nerve? Shi voice became even more smug. If you want to be precise, you grew up on my money and on my food. I didn't get to enjoy it, but other men did. If the Liu family finds out about that, do you think they'll still let you stay by Xunli's side? Shi Ruoqian's breath hitched, and her face turned deathly pale. You wouldn't dare. Otherwise, the Liu family would take back the money they gave you. And back then I wasn't even. So what if we don't? The Liu family won't take the blame for this scandal. Shi smiled coldly. 1 million. Transfer 1 million to me first, and I won't post those photos at your school. Shi Ruoqian's eyes widened. He even had photos. When was this photo taken? You beast. Shi Ruoqian was trembling all over, and she could hardly breathe. It was as if she had been pulled back into that dark period of her life where she had to be careful every day. I won't give it to you. Even if you tell Xunli, you won't get any benefit from it. But Xunli knew this stepdaughter too well. She was a pushover who anyone could take advantage of. Do you think the Liu family would just send you back if they found out about this? Don't forget that your sister is also my stepdaughter. If the Liu family finds out about you, won't they also suspect that I touched her? Even if it's baseless, once they start to suspect, do you think the two of you can still stay peacefully in the Liu family? Shi Ruoqian's breathing became completely disordered. She could disregard her own well-being, but she absolutely could not implicate her sister. My sister finally managed to escape the Shi family. I don't have that much money. Her voice choked up, and she could no longer pretend to be indifferent. Then go and flatter Xunli and ask him for it. Shi sneered. Even a little bit of money leaking from the Liu family's coffers is enough for you to spend. Transfer it to me within 3 days. The phone was abruptly hung up. Shi Ruoqian stood there, leaning against the wall, stunned. What should she do? Ask Xunli for money. But he has already given her a lot of money this month, and she spent 1 million in one go. Will Xunli be angry if he finds out? The next second, the other party sent another MMS message. It's a picture, a bit blurry, but you can still clearly see her face. In the photo, she is huddled in a corner, her clothes disheveled, her eyes vacant, and her cheeks streaked with tears. Just thinking about the past made Shi Ruoqian feel nauseous, and her whole body felt like it was about to collapse. That year, my older sister was still in college, and she was just 14 years old. After my older sister went to university, she rarely came home from Monday to Friday because she had to work part-time. She would only come home on weekends. She sleeps alone at night and always hears the sound of the doorknob turning. At first, Shi Ruoqian thought she had misheard, so she continued to concentrate on her homework. But after this happened for several nights in a row, she finally started to get scared. One night, she couldn't sleep, so she stood at the door listening to the sounds outside. She heard her stepfather coughing, and a few seconds later, she heard the doorknob turning again. Luckily, she always had the habit of locking the door. Shi Ruoqian was so frightened that her whole body turned ice cold. Why did her stepfather come to open her door? My sister never experienced anything like this when she was at home. That whole night, the little girl huddled in the corner, barely daring to breathe loudly. The next day, she used a chair to barricade the door and secretly hid the scissors under her pillow, fearing that her stepfather might suddenly barge in. That weekend, her older sister came home from her holiday, and she hesitated many times about whether or not to tell her sister about it. But when she saw that her sister was working part-time until late at night, even on weekends, and that she looked much thinner, those things seemed to be stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say them out loud. As long as she blocks the door and locks it from the inside at night, nothing will happen, right? There's no need for my sister to worry about me because of this. However, Shi Ruoqian's forbearance did not bring her peace. One Wednesday evening, my younger brother had appendicitis, and my mother accompanied him to the hospital. Shi Ruoqian felt uneasy. That night, she locked the door and went to bed early. She also took out the scissors that she had been hiding in the pillowcase and put them under the pillow. Sure enough, Shi Ruoqian came to open her door again that night, but he only turned the doorknob once. Shi Ruoqian thought it was over, but unexpectedly, Shi Ruoqian suddenly started banging on her door. After being bumped a few times, there was no sound again. Shi Ruoqian got out of bed and hid by the door, listening to the sounds outside. Her heart was pounding like a drum. A few minutes later, the sound of a key turning came from the keyhole again. The stepfather went to get the spare key. Shi Ruoqian turned pale with fright. She didn't have a cell phone and couldn't call her sister. She was about to run to the bedside to get the scissors, but as soon as she got to the bed, Shi Ruoqian swaggered in. Seeing her lying by the bed, he grabbed her and dragged her to the ground. Shi Ruoqian opened her mouth to call for help, but he covered her mouth tightly. Don't waste your energy. Shi Ruoqian tried desperately to break free, but Shi Ruoqian slapped her hard several times. He used considerable force, and Shi Ruoqian's mind went blank. She was completely stunned, as if she had stopped thinking. Her eyes became empty and lifeless. She curled up in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, as if her blood had flowed backward, or as if someone was choking her and making it impossible for her to breathe. Shi Ruoqian was almost in despair. Seeing Shi Ruoqian coming towards her again, the girl suddenly went crazy and lunged at the bed, pulling out the scissors. She gripped the scissors tightly, pointing them at Shi Ruoqian. Don't come any closer. Shi Ruoqian wasn't scared at all. Instead, he laughed and said, Do you dare to poke me? He approached step by step, and given Shi Ruoqian's appearance, she dared not stab him with scissors. He guessed right. A little girl who was only 14 years old was indeed too scared to stab someone. Shi Ruoqian trembled and turned the scissors around, pointing them directly at her own neck. The sharp tips of the scissors cut her skin. If you come any closer, I'll die right here. Shi Ruoqian's voice was hoarse. Her hand holding the scissors trembled incessantly, and blood flowed down her neck. My sister won't let this go when she finds out. When the police come, you'll be in jail for life. She spoke with almost all her might. Shi Ruoqian was stunned. He never expected that his usually timid stepdaughter would dare to threaten suicide. He slammed the door and left, cursing. Shi Ruoqian collapsed to the ground, the scissors falling from her hand. From then on, Shi Ruoqian never dared to enter her room at night again, but he would often humiliate her with vicious language. Shi Ruoqian thought that getting into university would free her from Shi Ruoqian, but she never expected to be forced to marry the old man again. She felt a chill run down her spine just thinking about the past. Those things she least wanted to remember were being revealed by her stepfather. He even had the nerve to threaten her with that. Since that incident, she has had somatization-like symptoms from time to time, and she is even less willing to talk than before. Every weekend when her sister comes home, she has to pretend that nothing has happened. It took about a year for things to gradually improve, but now her hands and feet are starting to feel numb again. The little girl sat there in a daze for almost an hour before she came to her senses. Suddenly, she heard voices coming from not far away. Shi Ruoqian guessed that class was about to end. Her hands were trembling. She couldn't stay here any longer, or others would see her in a state of distress. The girl quickly steadied herself against the wall and almost staggered as she walked out of the teaching building. Chapter 16. Give her what others don't want. She didn't notice that Gu Wanshan, who was not far away, had just come out of the classroom and saw her like this. The man paused for a moment, then also started walking out of the teaching building. Shi Ruoqian went straight to the school gate, took out her phone map, and found the nearest bank. She couldn't let her sister be implicated because of her situation. That day, she and her sister went to the mall and spent a lot of money. She didn't want to buy such expensive clothes, but her sister told her that since she was Lu Xunli's wife, he wouldn't mind the money she spent on clothes. If she dressed too cheaply, it would make men dislike her. Shi Ruoqian didn't know how much money was left in the card. After she arrived at the bank, she checked the balance details and discovered that Lu Xunli had deposited another 1 million yuan into the card. There's still over 1.5 million in this card. For some reason, She felt a sense of relief, because this would be enough to give Shirjit-san $1 million. But, but what will Lu Xunli think if this million is transferred out? If he finds out, will he think she is a greedy person? What's even more frightening is that once it happens the first time, it will happen again. Takichi was like a leech, forever clinging to her and sucking her blood. But what can my sister do if I tell her about these things? Does your sister really think she can get Takedo to delete that photo completely? She had no idea how to tell Lu Xunli about this. They had just gotten married, and Lu Xunli was not satisfied with her at first. Would he dislike and hate her because of this, and not believe her explanation at all? Wealthy people like them certainly wouldn't want their wives to have any stains on their reputation. Even if she didn't, the fact that she was photographed like that by Tokishi Kenji was already quite something. Shi Ruoqian looked at the balance displayed on the card, her fingers trembling slightly. After an unknown amount of time, she finally put the bank card away. Since it's $1 million, she can't just transfer the money to Shizukan so readily. Perhaps there are other ways. Lu's group. Lu Xunli was sitting in a chair reading documents when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He looked up and saw his assistant leading Shi Ruoqian in. Big brother. Shi Ruoqian was the first to greet them. Lu Xunli put down the documents and looked at her calmly. You've come so soon. You just got married. Aren't you planning to rest for a few days? Shi Ruoqian smiled faintly. I've rested enough before. Now that I finally have the opportunity, I still want to spend more time on work. Lu Xunli nodded. He remembered the entertainment news about Lu Xunyan that he had seen that morning, and his tone softened a bit. Ian sometimes hangs out with people, but he's not a bad person at heart. Please bear with him. Shi Ruoqian nodded. I understand. Okay, then you can go to the Ministry of Justice first. I've already informed them in advance. Thank you, Mr. Lu. She changed her way of addressing people. Work is work, and life is life. Lu Xunli was also very satisfied with this aspect of her. As Shi Ruoqian walked out of her office toward the legal department, she overheard people chatting. Did you see that? Yesterday, Mr. Lu's younger brother spent a fortune at the auction, spending $10 million to buy a bracelet just to give to his female companion. I've heard about the second young master of the Lu family before. He's not only handsome, but also rich. I think if I could date him, even if it's just for a couple of days, I wouldn't have to work hard for the rest of my life. But I heard that the female companion did not accept the bracelet. But young Master Lu was not angry at all after being rejected. This kind of playing hard to get must be a little bit of fun. Shi Ruoqian paused, subconsciously touching the bracelet on her wrist. She recalled the peach blossom eyes that held a subtle smile when Lu Xunyan personally put them on her last night. It turns out that she did this on purpose, giving her things that others didn't want. How naive of you to think you can disgust her by doing that. I really don't know whether to say that Lu Xunyan underestimated the value of 10 million or overestimated his own charm. A faint smile appeared on Shi Ruoqian's lips. A gift worth 10 million, even if it has been rejected, is still a real 10 million. Inside Lu Xunli's office, Su Xinghuan walked to the man's side. Mr. Lu, your wife went to school this morning, but after class, she went to the bank. The balance on the card you gave your wife has been checked. Lu Xunli looked up from the document, his expression calm. Did you withdraw the money? No. Su Xinghuan replied. It was just to check the balance. However, I heard from the people who sent her that Madam stayed in the bank for a long time and looked very unwell when she came out. Lu Xunli's gaze darkened. Have you found out the reason? The man paused for a moment, then continued. Find out who she came into contact with today. Su Xinghuan placed the glass of warm water she had poured on the man's desk. No need to wait for Mr. Lu's instructions. I've already investigated. Her stepfather recently owes a gambling debt, and it's not a small amount. Lu Xunli tapped his long, slender fingers lightly on the table, but his emotions were unreadable. Do you need help with your wife? Su Xinghuan asked softly, her gaze sweeping across the man's face as she spoke, taking in his entire expression. This is something she should handle herself. Su Xinghuan nodded and continued, speaking frankly. Indeed, marrying you doesn't mean I can keep sending money back to my family. It's just that your wife is young. Lu Xunli took a sip of water from his glass. My mother wouldn't care if she's still young. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Xinghuan. She was always thorough in her work, and she had already found the information he wanted without him even having to ask. You did a great job today. Su Xinghuan just smiled faintly. It's all part of my job. Before leaving, she asked again, Mr. Lu, you just got married, and you always ask me to accompany your wife on errands. I'm afraid she might overthink it. Should we let Assistant Han do it? Su Xinghuan said calmly. After all, I often appear by your side, and I am your secretary. Your wife is young, so it's inevitable that she will overthink things. No need. Lu Xunli picked up the document again. She has no reason to overthink it. He spoke with such certainty, but Su Xinghuan sensed another layer of meaning. He didn't care whether Shi Ruoqian would misunderstand. I see. A smile appeared on the woman's lips as she left. He really didn't care. Having worked with him for so many years, she had become very familiar with Lu Xunli's subtle expressions. Just now, when he mentioned Shi Ruoqian, his tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. The young woman, only 20 years old, was completely unaware that her husband was treating her like a decoration. A look of disdain flashed in Su Xinghuan's eyes. This kind of girl was no match for her. The woman returned to her workstation, picked up her coffee cup, and took a graceful sip. Shi Ruoqian, who only holds the title of Mrs. Lu, does not pose any threat for the time being. But her older sister seemed completely different from her. The woman's fingertips traced the rim of her coffee cup as she recalled meeting Ruoqian in the hallway that morning. Su Xinghuan smiled slightly. Shi Ruoqian was clearly no pushover. She rushed to work for Lu's company right after getting married, revealing her ambition. It's a pity she married Lu Xunyan. And she was the second young mistress, a position that couldn't be made public. Su Xinghuan took out her phone and made a private call to someone in the legal department. Chapter 17. No matter what, she was still Lu Xunyan's woman. Shi Ruoqian's first day at work did not go smoothly. Lu Xunli said he had arranged for someone to take her there, but when she arrived, no one told her what to do next. The colleagues around me seemed busy, and they even deliberately avoided eye contact. She sat quietly at her workstation for a moment, and when she saw the director come out of the office, she immediately went up to him to inquire about the work arrangements. Make copies of these documents. The director casually handed her a stack of documents. Go make yourself a cup of coffee. Shi Ruoqian efficiently completed these chores, but when she asked for instructions again, she didn't expect that the director would keep asking her to do things like serving tea and water. She knew that working in a big company wasn't easy, and no one was obligated to teach her, but she didn't expect to spend the whole morning running errands, just like before. But Shi Ruoqian would never waste a job that she had worked so hard to get. During her lunch break, Shi Ruoqian went to the cafeteria of the Lu group for lunch. On her way there, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Xunyan walking leisurely toward the cafeteria, accompanied by the director of the legal department. She realized that she couldn't announce her marriage to Lu Xunyan yet, so she simply pretended not to see it and took her tray to get her food. Shi Ruoqian ate her meal in silence with her head down. In the middle of the meal, she sent a message to her younger sister, asking how she was doing at school, but she didn't receive a reply. She figured her sister was probably having lunch with her classmates, so she wasn't looking at her phone. On the other side, Lu Xunyan naturally saw his wife as well. When he saw Shi Ruoqian look away as if she hadn't seen him, a hint of displeasure instantly appeared in his eyes. Are you treating him like he's dead? They didn't even give him a glance. He took the money but didn't even say thank you. Since you're so distant from him, why don't you know how to be polite? Young Master Lu, last time you went out to dinner with my nephew, he told me you got married? Is it true? The director's tone was obsequious and ingratiating, with a strong hint of gossip. President Lu is still not married. How could Lu Shao, a playboy who spends every day surrounded by women, possibly be willing to be tied down by marriage? Fake. Lu Xunyan remained expressionless, looking at him as if he were an idiot. The director was stunned for a moment. Huh? This. He quickly added smoothly. That's right, that's right. Young Master Lu is young. He'll bring blessings to many beauties in the future. Even having a meal can't shut you up. If you keep nagging, I'll tell you that all you think about is bringing happiness to your wife. I suggest you invite her to come to the company for a visit. Lu Xunyan said impatiently, then stopped in his tracks. I'm not eating. The director paused, completely unaware of what he had said that offended Lu Xunyan. Not eating anymore? Then you. Lu Xunyan narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the slender figure he had just seen. Have any new employees joined the legal department recently? A newcomer? The director was taken aback for a moment, then remembered the woman from that morning. He waved his hand. They've come, but there's been quite a change in the interns. One came this morning. As you know, second young master, our old lawyers are busy every day. How can we have time to mentor newcomers? We just assign them some odd jobs. Lu Xunyan glanced at her coldly. Who told you to assign her to do odd jobs? No matter what, she was Lu Xunyan's woman. How dare he arrange for her to do odd jobs? Huh? It wasn't planned on purpose. The director didn't dare say anything more, afraid that if he said the wrong thing, Lu Xuanyan's gunpowder would blow him up. Who upset him today? A new person has arrived, and you don't know how to mentor them properly? Those senior lawyers are paid so much. Which one of them wouldn't want to mentor a new person? You tell me, I'll go find them. The director was startled by Lu Xuanyan's sudden outburst of anger and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly smiled apologetically. Second young master is right. I didn't think it through. Newcomers really do need to be trained properly. I'll go and make the arrangements right away. He didn't even eat, and sheepishly went back to wait for Shi Ruoqian. After finishing her meal, Shi Ruoqian left the cafeteria. Before leaving, she glanced around and noticed that although Lu Xuanyan had come to the cafeteria, he didn't seem to be eating there. That's true, the second young master of the Lu family probably wouldn't openly dine with his employees. But Lu Xuanyan usually only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, so why did he come to the company today? In addition, the director's attitude today. When she came out of Lu Xuanli's office, he said that everything had been arranged and that she shouldn't be treated so casually and ordered around. She and Lu Xuanli had no grudges against each other. But if it's Lu Xuanyan, that makes sense. He probably didn't like her yesterday, which is why he came to cause trouble for her. It seems that Lu Xuanyan was already unhappy about her going out to work. What a petty and narrow-minded man. Shi Ruoqian took off the bracelet on her hand and put it in her pocket. But as soon as she returned to her workstation, she heard a woman's voice. Are you new here today? I looked at your resume. You graduated from a prestigious university. Why is there a gap in your employment history? The woman was dressed in a business suit, wearing slightly serious-looking black-rimmed glasses. She spoke quickly, her voice devoid of emotion, and stared at her with a scrutinizing gaze. It's like the kind of serious, old-fashioned teacher you'd encounter in school, the kind that students would avoid. Shi Ruoqian quickly stood up and said, Hello. I didn't actually have a long period of unemployment. I just worked at small companies before, so I didn't mention it on my resume. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. You are. The woman adjusted her glasses. I'm the deputy director of the legal department. Yang. Shi Ruoqian quickly bowed slightly. Director Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, the director strode towards Shi Ruoqian. He cleared his throat. Well, I was quite busy with work this morning, so I neglected to assign you much work. I'll find you someone experienced in a bit. He was interrupted by Yang before he could finish speaking. You spent so much time this morning drinking tea and having people make you bitter water, but I didn't see you busy at all. I want this person. The director frowned and looked at Yang. This woman was always going against him, always with a stern face as if someone owed her $1 billion. And this newcomer was even competing with him for her position. But young Master Lu was listening nearby. No, if you need a new person, I'll find you another one. Do I need you to look for me? Yang gave him a cold look. Director, you should hurry up and get back to work. Don't let a newcomer delay your progress. Shi Ruoqian listened to the conversation between the two in a daze. Before the joy could even well up in her heart, she heard Yang ask her in a cold voice. With whom? Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath. Although Yang is the deputy director, she has been working in the workplace for several years. The kind of colleague who is all smiles from the start will eventually turn on you behind your back. The kind of person who is initially indifferent but is willing to help you is more worth getting to know. Although Director Yang may seem difficult to get along with, she noticed me and didn't mind my period of being single, so I naturally knew exactly who to choose. She smiled at Yang, then looked at the man on the other side. Director, you're usually very busy with work, so I'll work for Director Yang for now. Upon hearing this, Yang let out a slightly mocking snort, then turned and walked away in her high heels, leaving her with only one sentence. Come with me. The director stood there scratching his head. It was all because of that phone call this morning. Secretary Su had called specifically to give him some instructions. He turned around somewhat nervously, revealing an awkward smile as he slowly looked at Lu Xuanyan, who was walking up behind him. Young Master Lu. Before he could finish speaking, the man kicked him in the buttocks. You just gave up your position like that? Why don't you give up your director position too? Chapter 18. Are you so sweet talking? Why would I kiss you? After Shi Ruoqian followed Yang into the office, she saw the woman sit down in her chair, answer a phone call, and then rummage through her drawer. She rummaged through the items for a while, but couldn't find what she wanted. Then he looked up at Shi Ruoqian and asked, Do you have sanitary napkins? Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment, then nodded. Some. Even when she's not on her period, she'll carry a few pads in her bag. Girls sometimes suddenly get their periods when they're out, so it's convenient for her, and if other girls need them, she can just help them out. At the second door of the restroom on the same floor, a student of mine was on her period, and she just asked me for help. Yang finally gave her her first smile of the day. Could you please deliver this for me? Shi Ruoqian hadn't expected this. She nodded repeatedly and then quickly walked out. The restrooms on this floor are connected to the emergency exit. Just as she was about to turn in, a hand suddenly reached out from the emergency exit and pulled her forcefully through. Shi Ruoqian exclaimed in surprise as she was pulled into the dimly lit emergency exit. Before she could even see who it was, she smelled a familiar scent of preserved plum candy. Xunyan is a mentally ill person. She didn't show her annoyance, but simply looked up at Xunyan without a trace of surprise in her eyes. You saw someone, didn't you even say hello? Xunyan's amused words came from above her head. Young Master Lu. Shi Ruoqian's hand, which was gripping the sanitary napkin, tightened slightly. Xunyan's eyes darkened. He grabbed the woman's waist and pinned her against the wall. You keep calling me second young Master Lu. Do you even call me that in front of my mother? This is the company. Xunyan scoffed. What's different about the company? Shi Ruoqian frowned at him, but did not respond. Xunyan lowered his eyes, his large hand grasping her wrist, but it was empty. She actually dared to take off the bracelet he put on her yesterday. Don't you like the bracelet I gave you? Upon hearing the mention of 10 million, Shi Ruoqian's expression finally softened somewhat. I like it. If you like it, why don't you wear it? The woman looked up at him expressionlessly. What if the second young master's darling sees me wearing this? Shi Ruoqian deliberately brought up other women, hoping to spoil his mood and make him let go of her so he wouldn't go crazy at the company. But the man's eyes slowly turned up and a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a very pleased expression. So you've been asking about me behind my back? Xunyan pinched her chin, looking at the woman's soft, rosy lips. Just as he had the urge to kiss her, a sharp pain shot through his toe. The woman's high heels landed directly on his leather shoes. As soon as he let go, Shi Ruoqian immediately kept her distance from the man, afraid of angering him. She shook the thing in her hand and said, Second young master, if you want to kiss me, we'll kiss you when we get back tonight. I really have something urgent to attend to. Xunyan gasped in pain. Who cares? Are you so sweet-talking that I'd kiss you? A few seconds later, the pain in his foot subsided a little, and the image of the woman's lips, so close to his mind, resurfaced. He did taste it that night. It was a little sweet. Wait a moment. Was that a sanitary napkin she was holding? Is she on her period? Evening. Xunli sat at the dining table. After the man picked up his cutlery and ate a few bites of dinner, he noticed that Shi Ruoqian only put a sip of soup into her mouth after a long time, clearly distracted. Not to your liking? Shi Ruoqian was taken aback, then quickly took a big gulp of soup, burning her tongue. She frowned and forced herself to drink it down, her face scrunched up and flushed. No, it's especially delicious. It's best to let it cool down before drinking. Consuming very hot foods regularly can increase the risk of esophageal cancer. Shi Ruoqian almost choked. She was originally worried about her stepfather, but Xunli's words distracted her for a moment. Although what he said wasn't very pleasant, it seemed to make a lot of sense. I see. The two then began to eat in silence again. Shi Ruoqian secretly sized up Xunli. She always felt that the man in front of her was not her husband, but an elder. I will guide her and remind her. His face always had a cold expression. Even when the two of them were sweating profusely at night, he didn't show much emotion. As always, it was cold and deserted. Someone like Mr. Lu should not get esophageal cancer. After dinner, Shi Ruoqian wanted to sneak back to her room to do her homework, but Xunli stopped her. Go to the study and massage my shoulders. The young girl paused, turned her head blankly, and saw that Xunli had already entered the office. She pouted and obediently followed. Xunli sat there reading a book, while Shi Ruoqian kneaded his shoulders, not daring to relax her hands at all. Half an hour passed, and her hands were getting sore, but Xunli still didn't tell her to stop. Honey, does your shoulder hurt? Xunli didn't even look up. It's very comfortable. Shi Ruoqian choked for a moment, then continued pressing. An hour has passed. The girl's forearms were trembling slightly, and the pressure she applied to the man's shoulders gradually decreased. Why hasn't Mr. Lu called a halt yet? Is he so comfortable that he's fallen asleep? She repeated the movements as if by muscle memory, until the man's voice suddenly came. Why didn't you say you were tired? Shi Ruoqian jolted and quickly focused on massaging her shoulders, but the man suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her onto his lap. Answer the questions. Shi Ruoqian held her breath. I thought you were feeling comfortable and didn't want to spoil the mood. You can tell Auntie if the food doesn't suit your taste or if your arms ache from massaging your shoulders. Now that you're Lu Xunli's wife, you have every right to refuse to do things you don't want to do. He seemed to be implying something when he said this, but the girl didn't think about it deeply and just stared blankly at Lu Xunli. Her bewildered expression was reflected in the man's deep eyes. She recalled how, back in the Shi family, she always carefully observed people's expressions, afraid of displeasing her stepfather. But now, Lu Xunli is telling her she can refuse. That, she mustered her courage and whispered, "Can I stop now?" Lu Xunli nodded. Okay. Shi Ruoqian sat uncomfortably on his lap, her thoughts in turmoil. She doesn't want to transfer money to her stepfather, and she doesn't want to be threatened by him anymore. Can she refuse? For a fleeting moment, Shi Ruoqian considered telling Lu Xunli about it. He had always been very good to her since they got married, so perhaps he wouldn't mind? He probably knows it's her first time, so he'll believe her, right? Shi Ruoqian clutched the hem of her clothes, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I want to tell you something. But before she could even finish her sentence, Lu Xunli's hand had already slipped inside her clothes. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her hand instinctively gripped the man's arm. When the man kissed her most sensitive spot on her neck, she suddenly felt Lu Xunli pause for a moment. The warmth on her neck gradually dissipated, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the man staring intently at her neck. There's a small scar there. It was left after she injured herself with scissors. At that time, she lied to her sister that she fell on her way home from school and was scratched by a tree branch. Why is there a scar here? His voice was hoarse, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. Shi Ruoqian answered him, trembling. It was from a tree branch. Lu Xunli gently stroked it with his fingertips, and after a while she heard the man's voice again. Okay, go back and rest. Shi Ruoqian didn't know how she got out of the study. The small scar on his neck wasn't particularly noticeable. Was he disgusted by it? When he asked the question, Shi Ruoqian felt as if the man was asking about more than just the scar, as if he could see into her heart and was asking about the thing she least wanted to talk about. He dislikes her so much just because of a scar. If he knew about that other thing, would he not want to look at her at all? That night, Lu Xunli did not go back to his bedroom to sleep. Shi Ruoqian also suffered from insomnia, and when she arrived at school the next day, she was restless. She had just reached the school gate when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was his half-brother, Shi Jiahao. He had dyed his hair blonde and stood there with a cigarette in his mouth. Why was he outside her school? Did his stepfather send him? The girl subconsciously turned to look at the car that had brought her there. It hadn't left yet and was turning the corner. She kept her head down, not wanting Shi Jiahao to recognize her. There weren't many people at the university gate in the morning, so she could only keep her head down. But before she even entered the door, she heard Shi Jiahao's voice. Second sister, why are you still hiding from your own brother? Chapter 19. Young people shouldn't be so indulgent. Shi Ruoqian paused, took a deep breath, and slowly turned around. We don't have the same father. When have I ever acknowledged you as my younger brother? Shi Jiahao approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and looked her up and down with ill intent. You think you can just forget about us now that you've married into the Lu family? Transfer some money to me. I need to take my boyfriend out for fun. I have no money. Didn't I give you a lot of money when I married into the Lu family? I have no feelings for Mr. Lu at all, and he didn't give me much money either. No money? Do you think I'm stupid? Shi Ruoqian wanted to get into the school quickly, but Shi Jiahao grabbed her and said, You're my sister. It's only right that you give me money. Let go. Shi Ruoqian struggled violently. If you keep doing this, I'll call the police. Call the police? Then go ahead and call them. Before Shi Jiahao could snatch Shi Ruoqian's bag, a large hand suddenly appeared and stopped him. What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Shi Ruoqian looked up and never expected that the person who came was Gu Wenxin. Gu Wenxin pushed Shi Jiahao away and shielded Shi Ruoqian behind him. His usually gentle eyes were now filled with sternness. You want to be taken away by the police for harassing female students at the school gate? Shi Jiahao was intimidated by his imposing manner, but he still retorted, Who are you? What business is it of yours if I ask my sister for money? I am a professor at this school. If you don't leave, I will call security immediately. Shi Jiahao took 2 steps back sullenly, pointed at Shi Ruoqian and threatened, You just wait. Gu Wenshan turned to look at Shi Ruoqian, his tone softening. Are you all right? It's nothing. Thank you, Professor Gu. Shi Ruoqian lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Is he your brother? Shi Ruoqian glanced back at the school gate. The driver's car had already driven away. She breathed a sigh of relief and then answered Gu Wenshan's question with peace of mind. My half-brother. Has he always treated you this way? Yes, it's always been like this since I was a child, and I'm used to it. Shi Ruoqian gave a wry smile. I'm sorry, Professor Gu. I have class to attend, so I have to go now. Thank you for today. She was very uneasy, so she thought that if she became pregnant with Lu Xunli's child, she would have the confidence to tell him the truth. She also recorded her conversation with her stepfather that day. Shi Ruoqian herself admitted that nothing had happened between her and him. She would play the recording together with Lu Xunli, and he would believe that she was innocent. So that very night, Shi Ruoqian took the initiative and went all out. Lu Xunli seemed to enjoy doing that in the study. He said he didn't like her nonsense, but his body language betrayed him, and he wanted to do it twice in the study. After returning to the room, Lu Xunli planned to carry her to take a bath. Shi Ruoqian mustered her courage, sat on the bed, and looked up at him. She took a deep breath and grabbed one of his fingers just before he went to the bathroom. This little gesture, tinged with dependence and pleading, made the man's breathing become even heavier. Lu Xunli looked down at her. Want more? Shi Ruoqian's cheeks instantly burned. She didn't dare to recall what happened in the study. In front of Lu Xunli, she couldn't even control her reaction. She was ashamed to recall her expression at that time, and could only nod haphazardly. Is it okay? Before she could get a response, the man lightly flicked her forehead. You're so young, you shouldn't indulge in lust. Shi Ruoqian bit her lip, feeling somewhat unwilling. Didn't Mr. Lu want to get pregnant soon? Or is it that he did it not just for the sake of getting pregnant? There was also emotion. Shi Ruoqian's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a man's voice. Have you done your homework? She was taken aback, then suddenly remembered that she had mentioned homework to Lu Xunli during dinner earlier that day. However, after the meal, she forgot about doing her homework. Shi Ruoqian suddenly sat up, the blanket slipped off, and her body was covered with bruises. Lu Xunli's gaze swept over her from top to bottom. The girl was startled and instinctively wanted to cover herself with the blanket, but she noticed Lu Xunli's gaze and forced herself to hold back. Honey, let's go take a shower. Lu Xunli's gaze lingered on her for a moment, his eyes darkening slightly. Yes, get up by yourself. Shi Ruoqian blushed and got up. The moment she stood up, her legs suddenly went weak, and she had to support herself on the bed. She didn't ask Lu Xunli for help. Instead, she helped herself up from the bed and walked towards the bathroom. Just like this, without any clothes on. Shi Ruoqian felt ashamed with every step she took, forcing her weak legs to keep her walking as steady as possible. She could feel Lu Xunli's gaze fixed on her back, and the warmth seemed to have a physical presence, making her whole body flush pink. Just as she was about to step into the bathroom, she heard footsteps behind her. Lu Xunli easily caught up with her in a few steps and picked her up in his arms. Want to take a shower together? Shi Ruoqian discovered that Lu Xunli would ask her before doing anything he wanted to do. She would do it if he agreed, and she wouldn't if he didn't. She hadn't dared to refuse before. Shi Ruoqian wrapped her arms around his neck and said, yes. Lu Xunli didn't say anything more and calmly carried her into the bathroom. The man squeezed out some shower gel and gently rubbed his palms in circles on her back. An hour has passed since I finished showering. Shi Ruoqian was completely exhausted. She wanted to climb back into bed and sleep soundly for the rest of her life. But the man didn't put her back in bed. Put your pajamas on. Shi Ruoqian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Remember to do your homework. Shi Ruoqian was so sleepy that her eyelids were drooping, and she muttered softly. Can't we do it tomorrow? Finish today's work today. Lu Xunli brought her pajamas and helped her put them on himself, saying, I'll stay with you. Shi Ruoqian remembered her sister saying that Lu Xunyan was inhuman, and she suddenly felt a sense of empathy. Because she felt that Lu Xunli seemed to be. They have no humanity. How heartless. But Shi Ruoqian dared not resist, and could only obediently put on her pajamas. When she lay down in front of the table, she felt so tired that she could not even lift her eyelids. But I still have to do my homework. Even if Lu Xunli doesn't urge her, she still has to do it well. Not to mention that Lu Xunli is currently staring at her. Shi Ruoqian turned on her computer. At first, she was a little distracted, perhaps because she was tired, or perhaps because the man kept staring at her. Shi Ruoqian was always afraid that she had done something wrong, but then she thought that Xunli probably didn't know anything about special education. She typed carefully on the keyboard, occasionally glancing at the man beside her. Xunli seemed to notice her nervousness and suddenly spoke, the third line. Shi Ruoqian's hand trembled, and she quickly checked where she had made a mistake. How could Mr. Lu know everything, and even teach her how to do her homework? At the same time, he couldn't help but ask Xunli, how do you know so much about special education? Xunli straightened up, his gaze deep. What I meant was, there's a typo in the third line. Chapter 20. Since you're already wearing it, might as well make the most of it. Shi Ruoqian's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly corrected the typos. You even noticed that. She thought Xunli was just giving her face by sitting next to her, but she didn't expect him to actually read the contents carefully. Be meticulous in your work. Xunli's tone remained calm, like a serious old teacher watching her do her homework from behind. Shi Ruoqian secretly glanced at him, and suddenly felt that this man was not as cold as he seemed on the surface. I will learn a lot from you. I really should learn more. Xunli is so busy with work every day that many people want to get guidance from him, but can't. I just did a simple assignment, but Mr. Lu was willing to spend time watching me. Xunli leaned over to look at the screen, his slender fingers tapping lightly. The data sample here is too small, so we need to write in detail. If the data is inaccurate, this paper is meaningless. He stood very close, his cool, refreshing scent lingering faintly around Shi Ruoqian. Shi Ruoqian turned her head to look at Xunli. The man was focused on the computer screen, his eyes as calm as ever. Every time he spoke, it seemed that whatever he said was enough to make people trust him. The girl looked at him and couldn't help but murmur, "You're amazing." The girl's eyes held a fleeting adoration, but her bright gaze softened anyone's heart. Xunli paused slightly and glanced at her. Although it was just a very ordinary compliment, it didn't sound offensive to the man. Her eyes were clear and harmless, moist, and the passion had just subsided. The corners of her eyes were still red. Xunli's gaze lingered on the corners of her reddened eyes for a moment, a slight smile appearing on his lips. In a deep voice, he gently reminded her, "Focus on your homework." The man gazed at her, and suddenly couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the corner of her eye. His fingertips were slightly cool, but his tone was unusually gentle. This action stunned both of them. Shi Ruoqian felt her heart suddenly race, pounding so hard it made her feel uneasy, and her body temperature seemed to rise. Meanwhile, Xunli had already withdrawn his hand and returned to his usual composure. He was always much more at ease than she was. Keep writing. After he finished speaking, he stopped watching her do her homework, took off his glasses, leaned against the headboard, and pretended to doze off. After taking a shower, the man put on a full set of pajamas and looked much more relaxed than usual. He has never slept shirtless, and no matter how late he works, he will always be dressed in his pajamas. Shi Ruoqian thought that this man was extremely well-behaved, perhaps because he was old. He's 12 years older than me. Shi Ruoqian quietly observed Xunli, who was resting with his eyes closed. His pajamas completely covered his muscular upper body, with even the top button fastened meticulously. His features were also very deep, and looking at his face, she felt her ears burning again. Who would have thought he'd be out of bed 3 times in one night? Honestly, what am I thinking? When Shi Ruoqian returned home from get off work, she was the only person in the villa besides the housekeeper. Xunyan didn't come back again tonight. He's probably off fooling around with his sweetheart. She had a rare moment of leisure, so she found a silk nightgown and took it to the bathroom. Now that she had married Xunyan, she didn't feel wronged and leisurely took a rose bath in the bathroom. Anyway, Xunyan won't be back tonight. Xunyan sat in the car, holding Shi Ruoqian's medical examination report in his hand. She is in good health, and according to the report, her ovulation period will be in 2 days. The man took out his phone and checked the ovulation period. 2 weeks after menstruation. Her period usually comes about once a month, and it was 2 weeks ago that it was her period. Therefore, it's impossible for her to have her period today. Xunyan frowned. Shouldn't Shi Ruoqian have taken the initiative to invite him because of her pregnancy? Why would you deliberately take a sanitary napkin for yourself? This woman clearly wanted to get pregnant, so why would she fabricate the excuse of having her period during her ovulation period? The man tossed the documents aside and said impatiently to the driver, "Take me back." The driver was taken aback. Back to the hotel or back to the villa, second young master? Lu Xunyan glared at him. Are you going back to the hotel or home tonight? The driver then understood, scratched his head, and quickly drove off. When the car drove back to the villa, Shi Ruoqian had just finished taking a bath and saw the car lights flashing outside through the French windows. Lu Xunyan actually came back. She went downstairs to greet Lu Xunyan. Lu Xunyan leaned against the entryway, his gaze sweeping over her nightgown, his tone laced with sarcasm. Isn't it your period? Aren't you afraid of bleeding all over the bed dressed like this? Shi Ruoqian frowned. Who told you I was on my period? Lu Xunyan grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. What were you holding in your hand at the company today? Shi Ruoqian then realized that he had misunderstood. I got it for Director Yang's student. Seeing that Lu Xunyan still looked doubtful, she simply said expressionlessly, if I really have my period, I'll wear pajamas like you said. A warm breath brushed past his ear, and Lu Xunyan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, but he still gave a cold, hard hum. Shi Ruoqian stared at him for a few seconds, and it seemed she could see through his disguise. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. Then I'll go change. It seems the second young master doesn't like me wearing a nightgown. Lu Xunyan grabbed her arm. When did I say I didn't like it? He didn't want to hear women reject him again. Shi Ruoqian smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Half the night had passed. Shi Ruoqian wanted to sleep. Lu Xunyan grabbed the woman's wrist. I'm not coming back tomorrow. Shi Ruoqian paused upon hearing this and had no choice but to comply. The next day, it just so happened to be the weekend, so Shi Ruoqian didn't have to go to school. However, she didn't oversleep. After having breakfast with Mr. Lu in the morning, she went back to her room. I submitted my assignment online, thinking I'd have some free time today, but Secretary Su arrived early this morning. For some reason, the girl became inexplicably nervous as soon as she saw her, as if something was about to happen. She looked at Secretary Su with a little trepidation. Mrs. Lu, you will be attending a banquet with Mr. Lu next week. Mr. Lu asked me to tell you some things to note in advance. Many media outlets will be attending this banquet. Mr. Lu hopes you can familiarize yourself with the proceedings beforehand to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Secretary Su adjusted her glasses. First of all, President Lu doesn't like overly intimate behavior in public. Also, your marriage to President Lu hasn't been made public, so, to the outside world, you can only be referred to as President Lu's female companion. President Lu has emphasized this point and hopes you will pay attention to it. Shi Ruoqian lowered her eyes and softly hummed in agreement. No matter how intimate the two of them were last night, or how gentle his tone was, but in public, she was just one of his female companions. Chapter 21. Would he be moved by such a naive girl? During this time, I will arrange for someone to give you posture lessons in my spare time. As Mr. Lu's companion, you should always maintain an upright posture. When eating, please do not extend your arms excessively. Keep your mouth completely closed while chewing, and do not make noise while eating. However, these are basic etiquette, and you should be aware of them. Shi Ruoqian nodded obediently. I will remember it, and I will study hard. She really didn't have the opportunity to take professional posture classes, and she was very grateful to have finished high school. So whatever Mr. Lu asks her to learn, she will learn it well. Su Xinghuan wasn't too surprised by her compliant manner. Then I'll make a call and have the teacher come over in a bit. After she finished speaking, she asked Shi Ruoqian, does Madam have anything else to do today? Shi Ruoqian quickly shook her head. No. Su Xinghuan then went to the door to make a phone call. Shi Ruoqian watched the woman's retreating figure, pursed her lips, and went to the kitchen. When Su Xinghuan returned, she didn't see Shi Ruoqian. She walked to the sofa at a leisurely pace, looked through her work documents, and then opened Lu Xunli's private chat window. She tapped the screen with her fingertip to type and reply to some work matters. Every now and then, she would hear the man's monotone work instructions coming from her phone. When Shi Ruoqian returned, she heard Lu Xunli's voice. She was stunned for a moment, then realized that Lu Xunli's voice was coming from Su Xinghuan's phone. She remembered that she had only added Lu Xunli on WeChat, but the two of them had never exchanged a single word. But it's nothing, Lu Xunli never liked her anyway. Without thinking further, the girl sat down next to Su Xinghuan with the bowl in her hand. Secretary Su. Su Xinghuan's phone was right there, with her and Lu Xunli's voice conversation playing on the screen. She glanced at Shi Ruoqian and noticed what she was holding. I noticed your voice is hoarse, and autumn is here, so I've been making pear soup for Mr. Lu to help clear heat and relieve inflammation. You should have some too. just to soothe your throat." Her clear eyes brightened slightly as she placed the bowl in her hand on the coffee table in front of her, her words carrying a hint of unease. "I hope you won't find it offensive." Su Xinghuan was slightly taken aback when she saw the warm pear soup in front of her. She did have a cough due to her busy schedule, but she did not expect that Shi Ruoqian would be the first to notice it. Even she herself didn't realize it. "Thanks." Su Xinghuan looked at the girl in front of her who she had always thought was stupid and clumsy, and silently turned off her phone screen. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the posture teacher arrived. Shi Ruoqian followed her teacher to a large, empty room to practice her manners. The teacher was very gentle and started by guiding her through stretching and relaxation techniques. During the stretching process, Shi Ruoqian felt her lower back was very sore. Mr. Liu had been too rough with her last night, and she hadn't been very disciplined these past few days. "Relax, Mrs. Liu, stop shaking." Su Xinghuan had just finished drinking the pear soup when she came in and saw the girl's cheeks flush slightly after hearing the teacher's words, and she was trying her best to keep her movements in good order. She was wearing yoga shorts, and there was a bruise on her knee that looked recent. Su Xinghuan knew that Shi Ruoqian, as Lu Xunli's wife, must have had something happen with men long ago. But seeing these marks with her own eyes still made her feel uneasy. Lu Xunli doesn't seem to be a lustful person, but would he be moved by such a naive girl? Su Xinghuan looked away and turned to walk out. She had already read Shi Ruoqian's information. Her family background was not good, her abilities were not good, and as for being pretty, there were plenty of pretty girls. Why did Mrs. Liu choose her? The faint pear flavor in my mouth gradually turned bitter and astringent. Although it's the weekend, Shi Ruoqian is still working overtime. She's fallen behind more than others, so she has to expend extra energy to catch up. After a busy morning, Shi Ruoqian finally decided to rest for an afternoon. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw a message from her younger sister. Shi Ruoqian shared her experience of practicing posture. Although her younger sister said she was willing to learn, Shi Ruoqian could hear the nervousness in her sister's tone. Shi Ruoqian did not go straight home, but went to the supermarket instead. The woman bought pork ribs, fish, and other ingredients she needed. After arriving at the villa, she went into the kitchen. Lu Xunyan rarely returned to the villa or ate here. He also disliked having other people in his home, so the servants would only come to clean the place every 2 days and wouldn't stay long. The aroma of Chinese dishes wafted from the kitchen, adding a touch of warmth and homeliness to the villa. In less than 2 hours, the woman carried the cooked food out in a large insulated bag. She didn't rush to wash the pot, planning to take it to her sister while it was still hot, and then clean it up together when she got back. Shi Ruoqian had just finished practicing her etiquette. Although she didn't have to use her brain or exert any effort, she was still a little tired after standing for nearly 2 hours. Just as she was about to take a shower, her phone rang. Upon seeing the note above, she immediately and happily answered the phone. "My sister actually called me. She missed her sister terribly. She thought about her every day, but she knew her sister was busy, so she didn't dare to bother her too much. So she was always very happy to receive messages from her sister. Her favorite thing is chatting with her sister, and she feels at ease even just being together in silence. Every time she was with Mr. Liu, she felt like her brain was about to explode, and she had to be careful all the time, afraid that she might say something that would upset him. When Shi Ruoqian heard that her sister was coming to bring her food, she knew the journey was a bit far, but she still eagerly took a small stool and went to wait at the villa entrance. She kept looking left and right, unsure which direction her older sister was coming from, so the little girl sat there swaying her head back and forth. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, a car finally slowly drove towards the villa. Shi Ruoqian immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the car. As the car door opened, she saw her sister get out and rushed towards her like a child, hugging her tightly and murmuring, "Sister, I missed you so much. How come you had time to cook me something delicious today? Weren't you at work? Are you tired? Sister, you look so thin." The little girl chattered on and on to herself, and when Shi Ruoqian saw her like this, her eyebrows couldn't help but curve into a smile, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Shi Ruoqian gently patted her younger sister's back. "So many questions. Which one do you want me to answer first?" Shi Ruoqian pouted, rarely acting so unrestrainedly. "But I just have so much to say to my sister." She felt Shi Ruoqian gently rub her head as she heard her sister's tender words. "I'm fine, just a bit busy with work, but I'll be taking a break this afternoon." Shi Ruoqian looked up at her sister, and saw that she was being looked up and down. Chapter 22. Is Lu Xunyan a dog that she has to claim? The girl had just shown a hint of doubt when she saw her sister's smile deepen. Our aunt has really grown up. She's been eating well lately. Shi Ruoqian was biting her lip shyly when her older sister pinched her cheek, saying, "Auntie is the best." After being praised by her older sister, Shi Ruoqian blushed and pouted. "But I still like eating the food my older sister makes the most." "Of course I know. That's why I brought it to you." Shi Ruoqian handed her the insulated bag. Shi Ruoqian stared blankly at the insulated bag in her hand. "Isn't my sister going to eat with me? I'm a little tired from work today, so I'm planning to go home and catch up on my sleep. I'll come and have dinner with you next time I have a day off, okay?" The woman continued, "I made pork ribs and fish, both your favorite flavors. Be careful when you open the top insulated box. It contains egg drop soup. Eat more of it, and you'll be even prettier if you gain a little more weight." Shi Ruoqian couldn't bear to see her younger sister so reluctant to part with her, so she patted her head again. "All right, now go back and eat, or the food will get cold." Shi Ruoqian's nose felt sore the whole time. She stubbornly waited until her sister's car left before slowly walking into the villa. Once inside the villa, the little girl opened the insulated bag, and the aroma of the food immediately wafted out, the most familiar and favorite smell to her. The girl pursed her lips, went into the kitchen, and found some food containers. Each container contained a few pieces of pork ribs and fish. She then quickly ran to the refrigerator and put them in the freezer. "If I freeze it, it won't spoil. That way, when I miss my sister, I can eat a few bites of her cooking and finish it before the next weekend, so I can eat her cooking again on the weekend." After she finished doing all that, she returned to the dining table. Looking at the bowl full of egg drop soup, she remembered that her family never cooked anything delicious for her and her sister. When she was little, her sister would secretly make egg drop soup for her before every exam so that she could do well on the exam. Later, when my older sister went to university and earned money through part-time jobs, she would buy some meat to cook for her, worried that she wouldn't get enough nutrition. Shi Ruoqian bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. She picked up the bowl and, without caring about her image, drank the whole bowl of egg drop soup. The girl rubbed her eyes and started eating the hot ribs again. On her way back, Shi Ruoqian closed her eyes, intending to rest. As a result, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and it wasn't a normal 11-digit phone number. Shi Ruoqian thought it was a spam call and hung up immediately. Then the phone rang again. She frowned, but still answered the phone. "Are you Lu Xunyan's wife?" Shi Ruoqian was silent for 2 seconds after hearing this, then parted her red lips slightly. "No." He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Her marriage to Lu Xunyan was not made public, so it's reasonable for her to say no. "I don't know why anyone would make this call to ask." The phone call came again. Shi Ruoqian paused for a few seconds, then impatiently answered the phone. "You are Lu Xunyan's wife, aren't you?" Before she could deny it, she heard someone else say, "I'm a police officer. I found out that you are his legal wife. I'm looking for you because Lu Xunyan got into some trouble. You need to come to the police station to take him back." After hearing this, Shi Ruoqian took a closer look at the number. At first glance, when she scanned the first 4 digits, which started with 0, she thought it was a spam call from an unknown number. I didn't even notice the last 3 numbers, 110. What was Lu Xunyan doing outside? He's not a dog. Why should he claim it himself? Shi Ruoqian may have been complaining in her heart, but she still said to the person on the other end of the phone, "I understand. I'll be right there." She told the driver, and then turned around and went to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, Shi Ruoqian was led to the interrogation room by a police officer. Before she even entered, she saw Lu Xunyan sitting inside the interrogation room through the window, with his legs crossed and his expression still as nonchalant as ever. As she reached the door, Shi Ruoqian heard a man's voice. "Give me a cigarette." Shi Ruoqian. The moment she went in, Lu Xunyan looked up and noticed that Shi Ruoqian had arrived. His expression showed a moment of panic, but he quickly returned to normal. "Why did you bring her here?" He sat there, looking as if he wasn't locked up there, but rather invited there by the police. The police officer spoke first. "We're the ones who brought your wife here. It's a necessary procedure before we can let you leave." Seeing Lu Xunyan's state, the police were at a loss and knew they couldn't reason with him, so they simply called his family. Unexpectedly, he was already married, so he decided to call his wife directly. I never expected that the second young master of the Liu family would fall so low that even his wife wouldn't acknowledge him. TSK, he's always out partying and indulging in pleasure. Shi Ruoqian ignored his words and looked directly at the police officer. What did he do wrong? Involved with the emperor. After the police uttered those two words, Liu Xunyan frowned. I said I didn't. Can't you understand me? He looked at Shi Ruoqian again. But to his surprise, the woman was expressionless, as if his affairs had nothing to do with her. Even when she heard the policeman's words, she still didn't care. Why do you say that? Shi Ruoqian wanted to know. After all, this wasn't something worth publicizing. The police then showed her the surveillance footage and explained. The bar's customers called the police, reporting that he vandalized the bar and is also involved in the incident I just mentioned. This is the video from the private room. Shi Ruoqian looked over. In the surveillance footage, Liu Xunyan was seen lounging lazily on the sofa with his legs open, a woman in his arms. A moment later, the woman sat on his lap. A waiter walked in and seemed to say something. Suddenly, a man sitting not far from Liu Xunyan picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on the ground. Liu Xunyan remained seated, only pointing in a certain direction, amidst the commotion on the surveillance footage. He didn't smash it. Shi Ruoqian said calmly. Liu Xunyan was surprised that Shi Ruoqian would defend him. With someone on his side, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the policeman with a more provocative expression. He instructed those people to smash it, and he has admitted to that. Shi Ruoqian then looked at Liu Xunyan again, as if asking him if he had really admitted it. Liu Xunyan sat up straight uncomfortably. Didn't I already have someone transfer the money to them? They can just pay it back, right? Shi Ruoqian then asked the police, what about the other thing? When we arrived, the bar was in chaos. Several couples were not wearing clothes. Those involved in this matter are still being held in custody, but considering that Liu Xunyan was still dressed when we arrived, we can let him go back for the time being. Liu Xunyan had a fucking smug look on his face. What did he mean by not taking his clothes off yet? He never intended to take it off. Chapter 23. It's not shameful to coax your wife. After listening to the police's explanation, Shi Ruoqian nodded calmly. Now that things are clear, may I take him away? The policeman handed me something, saying, just sign here. She signed her name deftly, without glancing at Liu Xunyan once more. After signing the papers, the woman turned and slowly walked out, the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor clearly audible in the corridor. Liu Xunyan quickly caught up and asked from behind her, don't you have anything to say? Shi Ruoqian did not stop walking, her voice calm and even. What should I say? I am honored to be able to help the second young master, and I will not tell my mother about this. She thought Liu Xunyan would continue with his own business, but she didn't expect the man to get into the car with her on the way back. Didn't he say yesterday that he wasn't going home? Shi Ruoqian didn't look at him, but sat silently in the back seat as if she couldn't see him at all. You didn't feel anything at all when you heard your husband being so intimate with another woman in a bar? Liu Xunyan initially intended to humiliate his wife by making her say that he was too strong-willed before they got their marriage certificate, and that he didn't pay attention to his husband at all, only thinking about work. She's already his wife, and even if he doesn't like her, she should still have nothing but him in her heart. The woman looked out the window, feeling somewhat puzzled. Both of them are well aware of the true nature of this marriage, so why bother putting on those pointless dramas? Shi Ruoqian thought for a moment, and realized that Liu Xunyan was only 24 years old, younger than her. Forget it, she'll just treat it as teasing a child. There's no need to provoke Liu Xunyan. I was very jealous, but I didn't dare to show it in order to maintain the image of a virtuous wife. Do you think I'm stupid? Liu Xunyan, for some unknown reason, got angry, leaned back in his chair, and ignored her. After arriving at the villa, Shi Ruoqian thought she should clean up the kitchen first. She didn't expect Liu Sun to suddenly follow her back from the banquet, and didn't want to hear him complain that she had made the kitchen very dirty. As soon as Liu Xunyan entered, he smelled the lingering aroma. He cleared his throat and asked, did you cook? Because there are usually no servants to cook for him here. Shi Ruoqian nodded as she walked toward the kitchen. Liu Xunyan's expression softened considerably. Shi Ruoqian could actually cook. The aroma alone suggested her culinary skills were quite good. I think I really went too far today. She was cooking at home alone, and I made her go to the police station to see the surveillance footage of me hugging another woman. He walked to the coffee table, where a receipt lay on the floor. Curious, he picked it up and saw the price on it. She bought quite a lot of groceries. That means he has a share. Liu Xunyan raised an eyebrow. She was indeed not completely oblivious to him. The fact that she hadn't mentioned cooking might be because she was still angry with him about what happened today. TSK. He wasn't that petty. Shi Ruoqian was his wife, and it wouldn't be shameful for him to coax her a little. Xunyan walked into the kitchen and saw Shi Ruoqian cleaning up the mess. He then went over and hugged her from behind. You've worked hard. It was my fault today. If you have any complaints or want to vent, you can tell me. Shi Ruoqian was completely baffled. Why did Xunyan suddenly tell her he'd had a hard time? Has he changed his mind? Or is he just playing her again? She hadn't forgotten that Xunyan had gone to the company specifically to pick a fight with her. Although it hadn't been confirmed yet, that was pretty much the case. Otherwise, who else would target her? What do you mean by this, second young master? I don't understand. Xunyan bit her earlobe. I'll tell you slowly after we finish eating. What did you do today? He asked. Shi Ruoqian was silent for 2 seconds. Did Xunyan think that I had prepared a meal for him? The woman pursed her lips. If she said that she hadn't made it for him at all, but had sent it to her sister instead, would this man cause her trouble again? I didn't know the second young master was coming back. Didn't he say he wasn't coming back today? So I finished cooking and eating my own meal before I went to pick you up. Xunyan paused in his actions. He loosened his arms, his tone noticeably colder. So you're saying you didn't prepare any for me at all? Shi Ruoqian turned to face him. Second young master said yesterday that he wouldn't be coming back. How could Xunyan let himself lose face in front of her? Then go and make me another one. Shi Ruoqian met his gaze for a few seconds. She hadn't rested today either, so she was a little tired, but she couldn't go against Xunyan's wishes. I see. Shi Ruoqian had just finished tidying up the kitchen, and now she had to turn around and go to the refrigerator to get the ingredients. Xunyan took a deep breath. Although he had regained his pride, he still felt a sense of unease. He really didn't want to see her acting so reluctantly whenever she did something for him. Xunyan returned to the living room and sat down, crossing his legs, and turned on the surveillance camera inside the villa. He wanted to see what this woman had done today. Then, Xunyan discovered that Shi Ruoqian had not eaten the food she had prepared, but had put it all into insulated containers and then left the villa carrying a large insulated bag. In the surveillance footage, Shi Ruoqian got into the car carrying an insulated bag. Xunyan fast-forwarded through the video until he saw that she and he had returned at the same time. So those dishes weren't for her to eat at all. Is she having an affair? He even personally cooked and delivered the meal. He wanted to find out who received such treatment. Shi Ruoqian was a woman who ignored him all day long, or she would hypocritically say that she would be his virtuous wife. He didn't seem virtuous at all. All he did was annoy him. Xunyan found out. The woman went to her older brother's house. Xunyan was certainly not foolish enough to think that Shi Ruoqian had gone to deliver food to her brother. With so many dishes, she must have sent them all to her sister. It's good that she didn't keep a mistress. No, she actually dared to lie to him. Shi Ruoqian quickly brought out the bowl. The bowl. Xunyan was surprised that she was so fast, but when he looked over, he saw that the woman had made him a bowl of fried rice with eggs. Xunyan asked knowingly, "Is this what you ate for lunch?" Shi Ruoqian didn't eat anything at all. She just gave a perfunctory reply, "Yes." What's wrong with him now? He was taken to the police station today. Did that mess with his brain? Xunyan pointed out the window with a half-smile. Is my brother's family short of rice or vegetables that they need you to deliver food to them? Shi Ruoqian felt somewhat guilty. She frowned. How did Xunyan know about this? Did you have someone follow me? Xunyan. It's not that boring. My sister wanted to eat the food I cooked, so I sent her a portion. Xunyan glanced at the fried rice in her hand with displeasure. I want to eat the same thing as her. Whatever you made for her, make it for me again. The man added, more is allowed, less is not allowed. I was just bringing food to my sister. Why are you so angry, second young master? Am I your husband, or is she your husband? You don't have your eyes on me. You're always staring at your sister. Do you even like your sister? Shi Ruoqian was somewhat speechless. She nodded slightly. Of course I love my sister. Otherwise, who does she like? Does she like Xunyan? Chapter 24. From today onwards, I will go home every day. Xunyan was speechless, taken aback by her self-righteous and matter-of-fact question. Do you like women? Shi Ruoqian frowned and asked, are you drunk? Xunyan, that's my younger sister. Don't you women all like to see doctors specializing in orthopedics and the like? Shi Ruoqian smiled smugly. Second young master, did something unexpected happen at the police station today? Lu Xunyan was puzzled. What accident? He paused for a moment, and then continued. Unless something unexpected happens, don't change the subject. Then I sincerely suggest you go to the hospital right now and see a neurologist to check if you got your head caught in a door at the police station today. Lu Xunyan sneered. Well, Shi Ruoqian, you've finally spoken your mind. If my mother finds out about this, do you think you can still stay in the Lu family? How childish. Shi Ruoqian's eyes showed no fear. Then you can tell mother that you know I bring food to my sister and that you think I like my sister. I don't know who is really the one who's embarrassed. Lu Xunyan took a deep breath. Very good. He continued through gritted teeth. But I've changed my mind now. I can see you have a lot of complaints about me. From today onwards, I'll come home every day and won't leave you alone in the house anymore. You also need to remember to prepare breakfast and dinner for me, fulfilling your duties as a wife. Does Lu Xunyan really think his conditions are attractive? Shi Ruoqian felt that her days ahead would never be peaceful. Lu Xunyan raised an eyebrow. What? Are you unhappy to hear that your husband comes home every day? Shi Ruoqian smiled at him. I'm so happy. Shi Ruoqian sat there eating like a little hamster. Suddenly, she heard her aunt greeting Lu Xunli. She turned her head and saw the man returning from outside, standing not far away watching her eat. Why are you home so early today, Mr. Lu? Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips and stood up. Husband, you're back. Lu Xunli sat down next to her and said, You seem to be enjoying your meal. The man noticed the food in front of her was in a thermos and asked with some confusion, Did you order this takeout? Shi Ruoqian bit her lip. It was my sister who did it. I haven't eaten yet either. Lu Xunli left work early today, since it was the weekend, and he planned to continue working in his study at home. When I came back, I saw the little girl sitting there eating very happily. She was wearing what looked like light pajamas, and her little face was puffed out as she ate. Shi Ruoqian was stunned. Should she ask Mr. Lu if he wanted to eat? But this was made by my older sister, and she doesn't want to share it with anyone else. Even if it's Mr. Lu, she wants to be stingy just this once. But she overestimated herself. She didn't have the guts. Shi Ruoqian quietly moved the thermos closer to herself and whispered, I'm not a professional chef, so this might not suit your taste. Besides, I've already turned it over with chopsticks, so you'll definitely find it unpalatable. Lu Xunli watched her possessive movements, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. We've done everything we could, so it's not like we'd complain about food you've already eaten. You seem to be enjoying your food. Is it really not tasty? Shi Ruoqian nodded vigorously. Honey, I haven't eaten anything really good, so everything tastes delicious to me. Actually, this is really spicy, and a bit salty. It's all right. Lu Xunli calmly had someone bring him some tableware, saying, I have a strong palate. Shi Ruoqian watched helplessly as he took a piece of pork rib. She clutched the hem of her dress. It was the biggest piece. She hadn't eaten her sister's cooking in a long time. But Mr. Lu treated her so well, she couldn't be stingy. Shi Ruoqian lowered her head listlessly and ate the leftovers with a hint of grievance. Lu Xunli would never fight with a little girl for food. He just inexplicably had the urge to tease her. He was stunned for a moment when he realized that he had this thought. When did you find the time and inclination to do such trivial things? Seeing the girl's aggrieved look, Lu Xunli put the piece of pork rib into her bowl. His voice held a gentleness he himself was unaware of. I've already eaten out. Shi Ruoqian's eyes lit up, but then she felt that she was being too stingy. Mr. Lu was so smart that he would definitely be able to see that she didn't care at all. Afraid that Lu Xunli would be angry, she tentatively asked, It's actually quite delicious. Would you like to try some more? He looked at the girl, who clearly didn't want to part with the food but still wanted to share it, and his eyes darkened. Then feed it to me. Shi Ruoqian quickly picked up a piece of fish and fed it to him. The man saw her feed him directly with his chopsticks, but he didn't react much. He just pursed his thin lips. Shi Ruoqian realized what had happened, but became a little nervous. I'm sorry, I forgot to change the chopsticks. It's quite delicious. She looked Lu Xunli up and down, and seeing that he wasn't angry, she smiled again. Really? I also like the dishes my sister makes. Not spicy, not salty. Shi Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. At first, she wondered why Mr. Lu said that, until she remembered what she had just said. Shi Ruoqian's cheeks instantly flushed red, like a kitten caught stealing food. She lowered her head and mumbled softly, So you just won't share it with me? Lu Xunli finished speaking for her, his tone carrying a rare hint of teasing. Shi Ruoqian shook her head frantically, then nodded hesitantly. My sister only cooks for me once in a long while. The man didn't continue the topic. You eat first. I'm going upstairs to work. Work. After the man left, Shi Ruoqian couldn't bear to waste the food her sister had prepared, so she finished eating it all and then quickly cleaned up. She lingered near Lu Xunli's study for a few minutes before returning to her bedroom. The girl quietly took a pregnancy test out of her bag. She planned to try it in a while, just in case she was pregnant. This was her hope. The girl had just put the pregnancy test back in her bag when she heard her phone vibrate. She picked it up and saw that it was another unfamiliar text message. If you don't send the money, I'll go find your sister tomorrow. You may not have the ability, but she definitely does. Shi Ruoqian had just felt happy and satisfied because of the food her sister had cooked, but seeing this message made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. The girl's finger hovered over the screen for a long time before finally replying with trembling fingers. I don't have that much money. The other party sent another text message. That's your own business. The text message also included a bank account number. Just then, she heard footsteps at the door. She quickly wiped away her tears and deleted the 2 text messages. But it seemed that only the nanny passed by the door and no one came in. She opened the recently deleted text message and stared blankly at the string of numbers. She couldn't cause her sister any more trouble. Shi Ruoqian held her phone and sat for a while before making an excuse to go to the library and having the driver take her to school. Chapter 25. It's my responsibility to solve your problems. No sooner had Shi Ruoqian stepped out the door than Lu Xunli received a message from his driver. Young Master Lu, Madam just asked me to take her to school. She didn't look well. Going to school at this time? The man recalled how well the little girl had been eating earlier. So why did she suddenly look so unwell on her way to school? Let's see what she's been up to. After learning that Shi Ruoqian was looking for her, Lu Xunli had a surveillance camera installed on Shi Ruoqian's phone. Even without looking, he could guess what was going on. Lu Xunli didn't like her lying to him. That day, when he asked her how she got the scar on her neck, her eyes darted away and her tone was very hesitant. That's why he didn't do anything with her that night. He could accept that she knew nothing and that she was a timid and cowardly girl, but he didn't want her to lie to him or try to be clever under his nose. She was usually quite well behaved, and their married life was harmonious. He felt like he had a pet that he could be patient with. But pets should obey their owners. He would give her whatever she wanted, and she could rely on her husband, but lying was wrong. Shi Ruoqian didn't return until evening. She just went to the bank. Giving my stepfather $1 million might bring some peace for a while. That was her initial thought, but standing there, she just couldn't bring herself to press the last digit of the password. My hand seemed to lose its strength in an instant. Given Shi Ruoqian's consistent style, he will definitely not stop once he finishes this million. It could even be said that 1 million is just the beginning. This will be a bottomless pit that can never be filled. She took a deep breath and hurriedly grabbed her bank card back. She can't turn. If the money had actually been transferred, it would have been troublesome for my sister, as she had begged Madame Lu to let her marry into the Lu family as well. If she had really done something so stupid, and Madame Lu found out, she would definitely think that she and her sister were both big liars. The girl hailed a car and returned to Lu Xunli's villa. She planned to go straight back to her bedroom, but unexpectedly Lu Xunli was sitting on the sofa. I'm back. Lu Xunli's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the living room. He didn't look up. His gaze was fixed on his phone screen, as if he were just asking casually. Yes. She pursed her lips. I went to school. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze calmly landing on her face, his voice devoid of emotion. What did you do at school? She instinctively avoided his gaze, her fingers curling nervously. Lu Xunli didn't seem to be in a hurry for her to answer. She didn't speak, so he just sat there and waited quietly. In the end, Shi Ruoqian was defeated. She slowly walked up to Lu Xunli and stood there like a child who had done something wrong. Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. There's something I shouldn't have hidden from you. If you're angry, be angry with me, but please don't involve my sister. He stood up and walked in front of her. His tall figure loomed over her, carrying an invisible sense of pressure. Shi Ruoqian didn't even dare to breathe. Tell me about it. His fingertips gently brushed across the side of her neck, tracing the scar. What did you lie to me about now? Shi Ruoqian trembled all over, and tears finally streamed down her face. It takes more courage than you might imagine to tell your husband about the trauma you've suffered. Her eyes filled with tears. It's my stepfather. He threatened me for $1 million. With trembling body, she told Lu Xunli everything that had happened back then. She looked up, her wet eyes filled with pleading. Mr. Lu, I was not violated by him. Lu Xunli looked at the photo on the girl's phone screen. The girl in the photo was huddled in a corner, her clothes disheveled. When the man saw the despair in her eyes, his heart seemed to clench. He wants $1 million, or he'll send this photo to the school and to you. I don't know if you would still want me if you knew about this, and I'm even more afraid of implicating my sister. Mr. Lu, it's all my fault. Lu Xunli returned the phone to her, saying, You are indeed at fault. Shi Ruoqian's body trembled as she cried. I don't like it when you keep things from me. If there's something like this, you can tell me sooner instead of creating trouble for yourself and deceiving me. He bent down and wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips. The little girl was crying like a little kitten, looking pitifully pathetic. No wonder everyone bullies her. But I'm afraid you'll dislike me. After Shi Ruoqian finished speaking, as if to prove herself, she quickly opened her phone's recording file and played the recording from that day for him. Mr. Lu, he himself admitted it, there really is nothing between us. As Lu Xunli listened to Shi Ruoqian's lewd threats in the recording, his eyes grew colder and colder. He didn't listen any further and immediately stopped the recording. I never doubted that. He looked down at her red and swollen eyes, his tone serious. But you'd rather be threatened by this scumbag, living in fear time and time again, than come to me? The young girl stared at him blankly. Although the man's expression remained indifferent, what he said today stirred something deep within her. The girl shook her head, tears welling up again. No, I'm just afraid of causing you trouble, afraid you'll think I'm a big problem, and then you won't want me anymore. Madness. The man interrupted her, and seeing the girl's shoulders tremble, his tone softened. You are my legal wife, and it is my responsibility to solve your problems. Shi Ruoqian's breath hitched slightly. After a long while, she lowered her head and said, Thank you. Thank you. Lu Xunli resumed his usual calm tone. Go wash your face. This matter ends here. Don't let mother know. I will handle it. Don't lie to me again. Shi Ruoqian nodded and went back to her bedroom. She stood in front of the sink, looking at her pale face in the mirror, completely unable to believe that this matter was over just like that. Her heart was pounding. The man's words were still echoing in her mind. She always remembered the cold words Lu Xunli said to her on the morning they got their marriage certificate. But he still didn't refuse to marry her. Give her pocket money, let her go back to school, help her deal with her troubles. He doesn't seem as cold as he appears on the surface. Shi Ruoqian washed her face, and her hair got wet as well. She changed back into her pajamas and curled up alone in the bathroom, hand-washing her underwear, until a sound came from the bedroom door. The bathroom door wasn't closed, and when she looked up, she saw Lu Xunli, who had just come in. The man was wearing navy blue loungewear, holding a book, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Just as she looked over, he also happened to look over. Shi Ruoqian awkwardly looked away. She stopped moving, and when she looked up again, the man was no longer there. He seemed to have gone to the bedside and didn't pay much attention to what she was doing. Chapter 26, helping him take off his glasses. Shi Ruoqian breathed a sigh of relief and continued washing the clothes. After carefully hanging up the washed underwear, she slowly walked out of the bathroom. Lu Xunli was leaning against the headboard reading a book. The warm yellow light outlined his profile. The man's features were three-dimensional and deep. His gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses was focused on the book in his hands. She walked over carefully, trying not to make too much noise. She sat down with her bottom barely touching the edge of the bed, her hands neatly placed on her lap, her whole body exuding restraint. It seems like both of them did it a few days ago. Mr. Lu said he wasn't a lustful person, so she decided not to trouble him with trying to conceive today. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips, feeling that they were a little dry. She secretly stuck out the tip of her tongue to lick her lips and bit the dry skin on them. She thought she should buy a lip balm tomorrow, otherwise, Mr. Lu probably wouldn't like it if his lips were dry when he kissed her. The girl sat there with her back to the man. Lu Xunli slowly raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the girl's back. She had narrow shoulders, and Lu Xunli sometimes liked to pick her up and cuddle her. She was so thin and small that when she buried herself in his arms, he wondered if she would fall apart. A very well-behaved and obedient child. For him, he could indeed call this 20-year-old girl a child. He had never observed her closely before. This was the first time. Lu Xunli's gaze lingered on her slender neck for a moment, revealing a small section of fair skin on the back of her neck, where faint red marks remained from when he had turned her over and been aroused the day before. He recalled how she looked beneath him every night before, sometimes like a frightened little animal, always biting her lip tightly, afraid to make a sound. Only when the movements were rougher would the girl let out a few soft whimpers. Those wet eyes didn't even dare to look at him, and he would unconsciously soften his grip, but only for a moment. She is indeed too delicate. Will you sleep there tonight? Xunli suddenly spoke, startling the little girl. Shi Ruoqian's shoulders trembled slightly, and she hurriedly turned around. Her watery eyes met his for a moment before looking away. I'm lying down now. Xunli closed the book and put it aside. The girl lifted the blanket and crawled inside. Perhaps because they were closer, she could smell the faint scent of cedar on him. She lay flat on her back with her eyes closed, her eyelashes still trembling slightly. Xunli did not lie down, but quietly watched the girl beside him. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, from her trembling eyelashes to her slightly pursed lips. Her lips, which she had bitten herself, appeared exceptionally red and glistened with a moist sheen under the light. It was only around 8 o'clock, so Shi Ruoqian naturally couldn't sleep. However, she and Xunli rarely spent time alone together like this. They usually started sleeping right away at night. So she had no idea what to do and could only force herself to close her eyes and go to sleep. The girl lay there for a while, feeling her body tense. She quietly opened her eyes, and as soon as she turned her head slightly, her eyes met the man's. Shi Ruoqian shrank back slightly. Mr. Liu, is there something on my face? Xunli slowly withdrew his gaze. Upon hearing this, the little girl quickly reached out and touched her face, but she didn't feel anything, not even a pimple. She rubbed her eyes with her fingertips, and there was no eye discharge. Finally, he awkwardly touched his hair, hoping there wouldn't be any dandruff. As Xunli watched the girl's little gestures, the corners of his mouth seemed to turn up by a single pixel, although his expression didn't seem to change at all. What's on my face? Xunli also lifted the blanket, his gaze falling lightly on the girl's face again, guilty-hearted. Shi Ruoqian's ears burned at his words, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the corner of the blanket. I just have some trouble sleeping. She defended herself in a low voice. Xunli covered his legs with the blanket and remained leaning against the headboard, maintaining a perfect distance between them. When he lifted the blanket, he caught a glimpse of the girl lying perfectly still inside. If you can't sleep, read a book. Don't do anything tonight. Shi Ruoqian was stunned for a moment at first, but after realizing what he meant by not doing it, her face instantly turned bright red. Did Mr. Liu think that she couldn't sleep because she wanted to have sex with him? She didn't think that way at all. The girl's toes curled up in embarrassment, but she didn't dare to argue and only whispered, I see. Shi Ruoqian buried half her face in the quilt, leaving only her wet eyes showing. As Xunli took off his watch and lay down, he noticed the girl staring at him. Go to sleep if you don't read. He spoke in a hoarse voice, and looking into those clear eyes, he felt a strange surge of irritation. Shi Ruoqian's breath hitched. She pursed her lips, but when she saw Xunli's expression, she still mustered up her courage and stood up. Let me take your glasses off for you. Xunli paused noticeably, seemingly not expecting her to say such a thing. He looked at her silently, his gaze behind his glasses deep and unfathomable. Shi Ruoqian had already stood up. She leaned forward slightly to help him take off his glasses. She was completely unaware of her own movement. Her pajamas hung down due to inertia, and from the man's angle, they were almost completely exposed. Xunli's gaze inevitably swept over that delicate skin, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He subtly shifted his gaze, his voice even lower than before. Put your glasses away properly. Shi Ruoqian was completely unaware and carefully folded the glasses and placed them on the bedside table. As she turned around, a strand of hair gently brushed against the man's arm. A slight itch ran through Xunli's arm, like a feather gently brushing against him. He watched as the girl lay back down without noticing, her clear eyes still carrying the ease of someone who had accomplished something great. The lights are off. He reached out and pressed the switch, plunging the bedroom into darkness. After the lights were turned off, Shi Ruoqian breathed a huge sigh of relief. She wasn't so afraid as long as she couldn't see Mr. Liu's face. Every time Mr. Liu looked at her, she felt uncomfortable all over, and her ears would burn. It's as if he can see through everything I'm thinking. The two lay flat on their backs, with a distance between them, the flattened part of the blanket resembling the Chu River and Han border. Xunli could still smell the fragrance of the girl's pajamas collar, a light and soft milky scent. He wasn't particularly tired, and he lay there for what seemed like less than half an hour. He heard the girl's breathing next to him gradually become steady. Lu Xunli turned his head. The room was pitch black, and he couldn't see her face clearly. Suddenly, he heard the little girl smacking her lips, and she rolled over and hugged his arm. Lu Xunli's body stiffened for a moment. The girl's soft body pressed unconsciously against his arm. She seemed to be fast asleep, her small nose gently brushing against his sleeve. He tried to gently pull his arm away and heard the girl mutter something softly. He paused, then tried to hear what she was saying more carefully. The girl's soft, gentle voice reached his ears. "Those are my spare ribs." Chapter 27. Feed me in a different way. Lu Xunli's usually aloof expression twitched slightly, and a faint smile flickered across his lips. The young girl was somewhat unwilling to let him eat her ribs. The man stopped trying to pull his arm away and only slightly adjusted his posture. The next day, Lu Xunli had just entered the company when he saw Su Xinghuan. The woman was dressed as always in a low-key and capable black business suit, with eyebrows as dark as ink lines and bright, dark eyes that were both sharp and clear. Over the years, Su Xinghuan has been the most discreet person around him, and she has never overstepped her bounds. That's why Lu Xunli has kept her by his side all this time. He doesn't care if the people around him have any other intentions, as long as they don't show it, don't bring it into their work, and do everything he asks them to do well, he can turn a blind eye. President Lu. Su Xinghuan walked to his side and greeted him. What are the plans for today? There's a meeting after 10 a.m., and there aren't any major projects this afternoon, so Mr. Lu can finally get some rest. Lu Xunli was extremely busy with work recently, and he didn't get home until late at night. Including that night with Shi Ruoqian, Lu Xunli was slightly lost in thought. Work is indeed very mentally taxing, but that night, perhaps because of the physical contact with the girl, he was quite aroused. Originally, he only wanted to go through the motions once, but he actually made the little girl suffer quite a bit. He inexplicably saw Shi Ruoqian looking down and gnawing on ribs, her little cheeks puffing out. Let those investors who were previously assigned to the Shi family company withdraw their investment. Lu Xunli suddenly spoke up. Aside from the betrothal gifts, he had no idea how badly the Shi family treated the two girls. So after the marriage was arranged, he secretly had someone invest in them as a way of helping them out. But it's not necessary now. Su Xinghuan assumed that Shi Ruoqian had displeased Lu Xunli, but she still paused deliberately. President Lu, the investment has stopped, so the cash flow over there has been cut off. In addition, Shi's group already had a financial deficit. Lu Xunli said calmly. Then let it break. Understood. The two got out of the elevator and walked together toward the office. Lu Xunyan was very unhappy all afternoon. Shi Ruoqian is overjoyed when she cooks for her sister, but when she cooks for him, she dawdles like crazy. The man's gaze fell on the egg-fried rice on the coffee table. The grains of rice were golden yellow and smelled delicious. But she gave him a perfunctory response. Therefore, he wouldn't allow her to miss out on either pork ribs or fish. Shi Ruoqian didn't refute at all and stepped into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Lu Xunyan smelled a rich aroma coming from the kitchen, which made his stomach start to rumble. He put down his crossed legs, got up, and walked to the kitchen doorway. The woman had her back to him, intently staring at the fish in the pot. The soup simmered, emitting an enticing savory aroma. She moved swiftly, as if she had no reluctance whatsoever, or as if she were simply completing a routine task. As Lu Xunyan leaned against the doorframe, he suddenly felt a touch of warmth in this huge villa. The aroma of stir-fried scallions, ginger, and garlic was pulling him away from his daily diet of steak and wine. He then leisurely withdrew from the kitchen. Shi Ruoqian turned around the moment he left. What a young master! He came into the kitchen and watched her busy without lifting a finger. The woman glanced at the food in the pot, and her hand trembled slightly as she poured in the salt. Another one. When the dishes were served, Shi Ruoqian looked perfectly normal. The ribs were bright in color, and the fish smelled delicious. You're a great cook. Lu Xunyan usually doesn't have many requirements about what he eats, but today, his appetite has increased significantly. Shi Ruoqian gave him a faint smile. Lu Xunyan paused for a moment as he looked at the smile on her face. He felt there was something familiar about that expression. He didn't think much of it, ladled the fried rice she made into his bowl, and then picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Lu Xunyan's body stiffened as soon as he put the fish in his mouth. Then he tore off a piece of paper and spat it out. It's so salty it tastes bitter. He seemed to understand why Shi Ruoqian had smiled like that earlier. Lu Xunyan looked at the woman with anger, but saw her quietly eating fried rice, seemingly unaware of anything. Shi Ruoqian. The woman then looked up. What's wrong, second young master? Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Does your Shi family sell salt? Or are you simply trying to murder your husband? Shi Ruoqian put down her chopsticks and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Neither the former nor the latter can be considered. Her composed yet aloof demeanor only intensified the anger simmering within Lu Xunyan. He stared at her, then suddenly sneered. Not even that. You're telling me your sister also eats this much salt? Shi Ruoqian showed no remorse. She's probably used to this smell. Lu Xunyan was so angry that he was speechless for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he still retorted. Then you two sisters should get your thyroids checked. The woman returned his polite smile. Thank you for your concern, second young master. I usually only cook for my sister once every 2 or 3 months. But you should also be more careful, second young master. You have such a bad temper. Be careful of breast problems. The two looked at each other. Lu Xunyan's eyes were blazing with anger, while the woman maintained a constant smile. I am a man. He spoke slowly and deliberately. You don't understand this? The woman didn't show any embarrassment at his pointed remark. Men also have mammary glands. The man suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a screeching sound. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted. He walked over to her chair, leaned down, and placed his hands on the edge of the table, trapping her between the chair and his breath. Looks like I should teach you a thing or two about how to talk to your husband. As the distance suddenly closed, Shi Ruoqian could even clearly see the anger surging in his eyes, and something else beneath that anger. She leaned back slightly, trying to create some distance, but only managed to press her back tightly against the chair back. She turned her head away, avoiding his overly intense gaze, and said, I'm concerned about the second young master. Lu Xunyan reached out and gently brushed his knuckles across her smooth chin. Feeling her momentary stiffness, the man suddenly chuckled softly, and his anger strangely dissipated somewhat. He lowered his voice, concerned about me? But I haven't eaten enough yet. The woman was taken aback. She suddenly didn't know what Lu Xunyan wanted to do, so she could only pause and reply. There is food on the table. It tastes awful. Lu Xunyan still did not straighten up. He forced Shi Ruoqian to look at him. The two were very close, their breaths brushing against each other's faces. Shi Ruoqian was a little hungry and wanted to eat fried rice with eggs, but she didn't know what kind of trouble the man was up to this time. Then what do you want? She heard Lu Xunli chuckle softly. The man raised an eyebrow slightly. Since your cooking is inedible, let's try a different method. Feed me. Chapter 28. It's all her fault for taking his first time. Lu Xunyan looked down at the woman he had trapped in the chair. The moment he finished speaking, Shi Ruoqian frowned. What is this man trying to do in broad daylight? Doesn't he feel that he's bland and uninteresting? Besides, she's not in the mood to do it right now. Lu Xunyan is always so enthusiastic. He must have had many women in the past, otherwise, how could he satisfy them? He probably isn't sick. However, since he's part of the Lu family, he probably won't get too messy. Lu Xunyan was very satisfied with her reaction at this moment. Her calm expression, which had been maintained for so long, finally cracked slightly. After a few seconds of suffocating silence, Shi Ruoqian suddenly tilted her head back and said, But it's daytime now, second young master, you can do it tonight if you want. I said I was hungry. If you're hungry, you should go eat instead of. Lu Xunyan frowned. Shi Ruoqian, you are now my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he scooped the woman up with his large hand. Before Shi Ruoqian could react, he pinned her against the table. The cold tabletop pressed against her waist and abdomen, and Shi Ruoqian instinctively struggled. Lu Xunyan, let go. The man's eyes were full of amusement. Calling me by my name sounds much better than calling me second young master. From now on, call me that. The man's hot body pressed tightly against hers, his deep voice carrying an undeniable desire for control. Your ovulation period is coming soon. What do you say? He placed his large hand on the woman's lower abdomen. This time, can we get a baby? Shi Ruoqian felt that this person had some kind of quirk, and that's why he kept talking about so many lewd things. If you're interested, can't you wait until tonight? Lu Xunyan curled his lips. No, when I'm with other women outside, they all obey me. If you want to get pregnant, you have to obey me in the same way. Although he hadn't slept with other women, he wasn't lying either, The others were indeed very submissive to him. He only said that on purpose in front of Shi Ruoqian. No matter what, the two of them are now married and have had an intimate relationship. He doesn't believe that Shi Ruoqian would feel nothing when she hears such words from him. She looked up at Xunyan, and his image was clearly reflected in her always calm and unwavering eyes. Okay, I'll obey you. Then please promise me one thing, and I will do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. When the woman said this, Xunyan felt a strange sense of panic, but he still maintained his flippant demeanor. Once I get pregnant and give birth, second young master can go out and find other women as he pleases, and I won't have to fulfill any marital obligations anymore. The playful look on Xunyan's face froze instantly. He unconsciously tightened his grip on her wrist, and a surge of anger welled up in his eyes that he himself was unaware of. Shi Ruoqian. He practically gritted his teeth as he uttered her name. Are you so eager to push me on to someone else? Isn't this what the second young master wanted? Shi Ruoqian met his gaze, her tone eerily calm. Didn't you just mention how submissive the women outside are? I'm doing this for your sake. Considering my feelings? Xunyan suddenly pulled her closer, their noses almost touching. Don't you know what I want? What do you want? Enjoying the conveniences of marriage while flaunting your affairs with other women in front of me. Xunyan, don't you think this is particularly interesting? This was the first time she had expressed her dissatisfaction so openly. Xunyan was stunned. Looking at the face in front of him, flushed with anger, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that when Shi Ruoqian was angry, she was much more lively than her usual docile self. He opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. In fact, he himself didn't know what he wanted. You want her to comply? Then why didn't you agree after she made that condition? After she got pregnant, shouldn't he have gotten tired of her by now? Shi Ruoqian suddenly pushed him away, straightened her disheveled collar, and said, Since the second young master won't agree to my conditions, let's do it tonight. I'm conservative and don't like doing it during the day. Xunyan was pushed back half a step by her and watched the woman sit back down to eat, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Is the food really that delicious? It was both salty and bitter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was pig feed. He should have turned around and left. He didn't want to spend another minute with this ungrateful woman. There are plenty of beautiful women out there, and even more cultured women are lining up to win his favor. He should have just walked away. But why does he seem reluctant to leave now? Could it be that he has fallen for Shi Ruoqian? That shouldn't be the case. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. If he could like someone like Shi Ruoqian, how tasteless of him would he be? After much thought, Xunyan finally came to a conclusion. Because Shi Ruoqian was the woman who took his virginity. Although he is a grown man can also care a lot about his first time. It's unbelievable that he gave his first time to such a heartless and cold-hearted woman. That's a complete waste. Xunyan grew angrier the more he thought about it, and kicked the chair next to him again. Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment while picking up food, but didn't even lift her eyelids, continuing to eat slowly and methodically. This complete disregard for him only added fuel to the fire. Xunyan walked back to the dining table in a few steps, placed his hands on the table, and approached her again. Shi Ruoqian, do you know that I am your husband? No. She picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. So this is your attitude? He was so angry he almost laughed. Shi Ruoqian raised her eyes, her gaze calm and unwavering. I was just eating. Apart from not doing anything with you during the day, my attitude and everything else was also very good. Good. Xunyan slammed his hand on the table. Just as Shi Ruoqian thought the man was about to do something again, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Serve me some rice. I'm starving. Shi Ruoqian looked at his sullen face and remained silent for a few seconds. She really felt that Xunyan and Xunli were so different. If he wasn't Xiaoxiong, could it be that the Liu family had switched babies back then? But another point that doesn't make sense is that Xunyan has a good-looking face and looks somewhat similar to Xunli, so the two must be brothers. Or is it that the parents-in-law did not use scientific methods to prepare for pregnancy when they were pregnant with Xunli? Who knows, maybe she smoked or drank at that time, got carried away and got pregnant with him, resulting in him passing on bad genes. Shi Ruoqian didn't say anything more, got up and filled a bowl with rice and placed it in front of him. Eat. Xunyan stared at the bowl of rice for a few seconds. Then, refusing to believe it, he tasted the fish again. It was still very salty. He picked up another piece of pork rib, and it was so sweet that his pancreas almost seemed to be talking. After eating for so long, this bowl of egg fried rice is the only thing I can eat. Xunyan finished his bowl of rice quickly, feeling somewhat annoyed. Seeing that the woman was still serving him more rice, he simply pushed his own bowl over to her. Give me another bowl. Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment. There was less than half a bowl left in the pot. There's only half a bowl left. Isn't there still half a bowl left in your bowl? Shi Ruoqian looked at him. Second young master, you don't mind? Xunyan ignored her and sat there waiting for her to serve the food. Shi Ruoqian frowned and turned the bowl upside down on top of her own. Here, have a bowl. Xunyan scoffed. You think I'd eat what's in your bowl? Mental illness. Fine, then we won't eat it. She suppressed the urge to curse and poured the whole bowl of rice back into her own bowl. He's not hungry, but she is. I haven't eaten all day, so I really don't feel like playing along with his antics. Xunyan was taken aback by her action. He had just finished saying he disliked her when she turned back without any hesitation. The man's breath hitched. This woman was usually quite clean, so she must have some feelings for him, right? Chapter 29, he ate a lot last night. In the morning, Shi Ruoqian was half asleep when Xunli woke her up. This man seems to value eating a lot. No matter how hungry she is in the morning, she cannot skip breakfast. Although it was a very unorthodox idea, Shi Ruoqian couldn't help but feel that Xunli was very much like an old-fashioned peach shortbread. After finishing breakfast and seeing the man leave, Shi Ruoqian thought she should relax for a while, and then she saw the posture teacher come again. Her face drooped for a moment, but she quickly perked up again. If she performs well at this banquet, Mr. Liu should change his opinion of her. With that in mind, the girl diligently practiced with the posture instructor for the entire morning. Shi Ruoqian practiced with exceptional seriousness, striving for perfection in every movement. By the end, she was almost unable to stand, her back already soaked with sweat. You've made great progress today. Shi Ruoqian was too tired to speak, so she could only smile with her eyes crinkled. She glanced at the time and realized it was almost noon. The girl was also a little hungry. After taking a shower, she was about to take out the dishes her sister had made yesterday from the refrigerator when she suddenly saw a call from an unknown number. Only after answering did I realize it was Secretary Su calling. President Liu will pick you up for dinner at the second young master's house in a little while. Please get ready in advance. We'll be there in 15 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Shi Ruoqian became very excited. I can see my sister now. Shi Ruoqian immediately forgot her hunger and ran to the dressing room to change her clothes. She chose a light yellow long dress, which looked playful and gentle. The girl tidied her hair in front of the mirror several times and applied some lip balm. The thought of seeing her sister made her smile. Just as she finished getting ready, she heard the sound of a car engine coming from downstairs. Shi Ruoqian knew that Xunli would either be waiting for her in the car or that he hadn't come back at all, so she quickly walked outside. When she got into the car, her excited expression froze. When she realized that Xunli was really in the car, she returned to her quiet and reserved self. Xunli silently observed the change in expression. He looked at the girl's profile. Her face was fair and delicate, with almost invisible pores and only occasional fine downy hairs. As his gaze moved slightly downwards, he noticed that her lips were glossy and looked much more moisturized than usual. This is the first time I've seen her dress up. Did you dress up only because you knew you would see Ruoqian? Xunli's gaze lingered on her lips for a moment before slowly shifting away. Silence fell over the car. Shi Ruoqian looked at the street scene rushing past the window and couldn't help but touch her hair again, worried that she had messed up her hairstyle by running too fast. Does her sister know she's going? Yesterday, she only had a few minutes with her, and she didn't get to talk to her properly. She had so much to say to her sister and so many questions to ask her, but she didn't dare say too much on WeChat, afraid that her sister would be too busy with work and it would bother her. Xunyan was woken up by a phone call at 10 a.m. It was his brother again. Calling him so early in the morning can't be anything good. He answered the phone and learned that the man was coming over that afternoon to have lunch. Xunyan blurted out, "What are you going to eat? Who in my family would cook for you?" She wants to eat her sister's cooking. Xunyan clicked his tongue impatiently. Didn't we just eat here yesterday? Brother, if you can't afford to support your wife, send her here. What's the point of eating at my house every day? And you expect me to? He paused abruptly, glancing at Shi Ruoqian lying beside him out of the corner of his eye, and swallowed his words back. Okay, come again this afternoon. I haven't had enough sleep yet. He hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Shi Ruoqian originally wanted to get up early today, but the man seemed to be deliberately tormenting her last night, probably because he hadn't been satisfied during the day. Afterwards, she felt a lot of pain. The woman went to the bathroom alone to check that there was no bleeding before returning to bed. My brother and his family are coming this afternoon, so please prepare lunch. Shi Ruoqian thought that her younger sister would probably come too. She let out a long breath and seemed to relax a lot. I finally heard some good news today. Just as she was about to get up, the man pulled her back. The man, who had just woken up in the morning, was in high spirits. He ate a very hearty and delicious meal last night. She smelled wonderful. Her body was fragrant. When Xunyan saw her shoulder, his eyes darkened. He then pulled her into his arms without a second thought and flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Can we stop now? Shi Ruoqian's voice was still a little hoarse, and of course, the culprit was Xunyan. Why? Your sister isn't coming now. After he finished speaking, he suddenly leaned closer to the woman and said in a hoarse voice, "It's perfectly normal for men to have thoughts in the morning." He didn't want her to use the same excuse she used yesterday again, not during the day, but always in the morning. They weren't even out of bed, and neither of them was dressed. Wouldn't it be perfect to get up after they finished? I'm in a little pain. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. If you get infected, you need to be careful for a few days. Isn't the second young master at a greater loss? Xunyan paused for a moment. He remembered last night and wanted to check if she was injured, but the woman pulled the blanket up and tried to push him away. Xunyan frowned. I don't want to do it. Let me see. He clearly wanted to care about her, but this woman repeatedly failed to appreciate it. Shi Ruoqian refused, her ears turning slightly red, a rare sight. No need to look. I checked yesterday. They're coming soon. Let's get up first. Xunyan got up and sat there, watching the woman's movements. Her legs seemed to be trembling a little when she got out of bed. He suddenly remembered his first time with Shi Ruoqian. That night, the woman did not bleed. However, he still had some basic physiological knowledge. As one fully develops, it is possible that the first time may not involve bleeding. But he still wanted to know if Shi Ruoqian had ever been with any other men besides him. Have you ever done it with anyone else? He blurted out the question without thinking. He was stunned for a moment after asking the question, but since he had already spoken, he stared at her, waiting for her answer. Shi Ruoqian paused, then replied calmly, "No, second young master, don't worry. If there were any issues, Mom wouldn't have let me in." Xunyan frowned. "I was just asking. That's not what I meant." "Ask. That's probably what it means, but it's normal. You can ask me anything. I won't hide anything from you." Xunyan stared at her. "Do you like your current husband?" Shi Ruoqian fell silent. She put on her pajama bottoms. "I'll go get you your underwear and clothes." After the woman finished speaking, she went towards the wardrobe. There was a wall in between, and she went around it so he couldn't see her. Xunyan took a deep breath, wondering what question he had just asked. But isn't she supposed to answer him about everything? Why is she changing the subject now that we've gotten back to the previous topic? The woman returned shortly afterward. She placed him on the bed, leaving light fingerprints on his clothes. The woman didn't rush out of the bedroom. Instead, she stood in front of him. Xunyan felt inexplicably uncomfortable as he thought of something and pulled the blanket over his private parts. He suddenly heard a woman's voice. "You are my husband, and I will naturally treat you with the utmost respect." Chapter 30. My brother can't satisfy you. The car quickly stopped outside Xunyan's villa. When getting out of the car, Shi Ruoqian remembered that she hadn't greeted Mr. Lu when she got in, so she took his hand and asked, "Shall we go in like this?" He neither dodged her nor let go of her hand, saying, "Whatever." The man's palm was warm and large, able to completely envelop her hand. She only realized how small her hands were after she married Xunli. Unlike Xunli, who was very large, the girl's face flushed and felt hot at the mere thought of those 3 words. What is she thinking? Shi Ruoqian took several deep breaths before entering the room to make herself appear normal. She looked at the villa in front of her, which was about the same size as Xunli's house, and looked equally empty. Rich people live in such big houses. In fact, she has not yet explored all of Xunli's house. There are many rooms she has not yet been able to see. If I hadn't gone to the wrong place with my sister, she might be living here alone. Although Madame Lu did not get angry about this incident at the time and agree to this twist of fate, Shi Ruoqian still has no idea how much impact this matter will have on her and her sister in the future. Once inside, Shi Ruoqian cautiously looked left and right, trying to see where her sister was. They're here. Lu Xunyan walked downstairs slowly, wearing only a house dress. She went out to buy groceries. I don't have a housekeeper around here, so you might have to wait a while for your meal. Lu Xunli led his men inside, saying, "No rush." Shi Ruoqian's heart pounded as she sat down. Did Lu Xunli bring her here because he knew she liked her sister's cooking? He wasn't angry with her for lying. Last night she couldn't confirm it, but judging from his current demeanor, Mr. Lu didn't seem angry at all. He seems to really be a very good person. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. "Little sister, why don't you stay here with me from now on?" Lu Xunyan smiled and sat down on the single sofa next to him, "So that my brother won't leave you hungry." His laughter drifted over lightly. Shi Ruoqian nervously moved closer to Lu Xunli, unsure of how to respond. Lu Xunli knew exactly what his younger brother was thinking. Shi Ruoqian probably wouldn't understand the double meaning behind his words. "My father and mother will be here in a little while, but they told me they weren't telling you." Lu Xunyan's eyes widened. "Then why didn't you tell me? Why didn't they tell me? This is outrageous." He stopped abruptly before he could finish saying the word favoritism. He still has no right to say that his parents are biased. "I didn't know that. I thought you two came over to freeload a meal. But we can have a meal with you. But we weren't even up when you called." Shi Ruoqian remained silent. She didn't want to talk to Lu Xunyan. Lu Xunli glanced at Lu Xunyan indifferently. "Whether it's biased or not, you can talk to them about it yourself. Besides," he paused for a moment, then continued, "you should call her sister-in-law and stop being so disrespectful." Lu Xunyan almost choked on his own saliva. "No, how am I being disrespectful? She's the one who calls me brother-in-law. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Shi Ruoqian nodded slightly, then looked at Lu Xunli. "I think you're right, The girl tried to ignore Lu Xunyan's gaze. He should call her sister-in-law. Lu Xunyan cursed angrily. Neither of the two sisters is a good person. The Lu family is doomed with two daughters-in-law like that. He'll get a divorce someday. Make his brother divorce too. Just then, a noise came from the other side of the gate. Shi Ruoqian could see the front door from the floor-to-ceiling window. She saw her sister carrying a shopping bag and walking slowly, while the driver behind her was carrying two large bags. The girl frowned upon seeing this and almost instinctively got up and ran outside. After running out, Shi Ruoqian quickly took the bag from her sister's hand. "Sister, why did you buy so many things? You look so tired." She noticed that her sister's face was a little pale. Shi Ruoqian shook her head. She was actually fine, but her legs felt a little weak. She hadn't rested well, and she was also feeling a bit uncomfortable in that area today. So she made sure to wear loose pants when she went out. Since the driver couldn't carry every single bag, she took one as well. Shi Ruoqian, carrying the bag, touched her sister's forehead. "No fever." Shi Ruoqian smiled and pressed her hand down. "It's nothing. I'm just a little underdressed today. Let's go inside." "Good." Shi Ruoqian obediently listened to her sister, but she still noticed that her sister walked very slowly, as if it's like how she feels uncomfortable walking after she and Lu Xunli have sex. Shi Ruoqian gripped the bag tighter and tighter. Seeing Lu Xunyan like that, her sister was having a much worse time than her. The girl pursed her lips, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. She quietly slowed her pace to match her sister's. As they entered the house, Lu Xunyan sat on the sofa and watched the two sisters come in together. He said unhurriedly, "When Mom and Dad come over later, cook a couple more dishes." Shi Ruoqian bit her lip, wanting to glare at him, but was gently pulled back by Shi Ruoqian. She saw her sister shake her head at her, so she could only carry the groceries and follow her to the kitchen. Lu Xunli took in everything, his gaze lingering on his younger brother for a moment, carrying a warning meaning. "Why are you looking at me?" Lu Xunyan's banquet was inexplicable. "That's your wife. Even if you don't like her, you have to act like a man." He scoffed and crossed his legs. "How am I not acting like a man? I didn't hit her or yell at her." Lu Xunli only reminded him once, and seeing that he did not reflect on his own actions, he was too lazy to say anything more. Seeing his elder brother like this, Lu Xunyan was also very annoyed and felt frustrated. His elder brother hadn't seen Shi Ruoqian's state. She only pretends in front of outsiders. She's nowhere near being a good wife in private. Besides, even if he went too far yesterday, it was still because she angered him during the day. He's a man, and he hasn't been having sex with her every day lately. If he had more energy and wanted to have sex with her more often, shouldn't she, as his wife, feel very happy? That aspect is so harmonious. She was clearly comfortable, but she just wouldn't reciprocate his advances. He's still unhappy. In the kitchen, Shi Ruoqian asked softly, "Sister, are you feeling unwell? Or did he bully you?" Shi Ruoqian shook her head. "I haven't suffered any grievances here. Xunyan can't argue with me either. Don't be too worried about me. I've been quite busy with work these past few days, and I'm not idle even when I get home at night. It's natural that I look tired." She changed the subject. "Do I look a little tired? It's okay. I'll touch up my makeup in a bit. I'll just get some sleep today. Even if it's for the sake of getting pregnant, I need to have a healthy body, right?" Upon hearing this, Shi Ruoqian could only nod. While washing vegetables, Shi Ruoqian chatted with her. "How has Xunli been treating you? Have you two been together these past few days?" She paused at this point. Shi Ruoqian's face flushed slightly. Yes, there were some, almost every few days. She trusted her sister the most, so she blurted it all out. The next second, she heard her sister ask, "Auntie, don't you think Xunli and Xunyan don't seem like brothers?" Hearing this, Shi Ruoqian nodded vigorously. "They're so different. Their personalities are different too. Mr. Lu is very upright, while the second young master is very rebellious." Shi Ruoqian didn't expect her to say that Xunli was upright. She looked at her younger sister and vaguely sensed something. "I think so too." Her voice was light and airy. One is secretly flirtatious. The other is openly flirtatious. Chapter 31. Call me husband too. Upon hearing this, Shi Ruoqian covered her mouth in surprise, then quickly glanced towards the kitchen doorway. "Sister, don't let them hear us." Shi Ruoqian was amused by her cute appearance, and her eyebrows and eyes curved into smiles. It had been a long time since the woman had smiled so sincerely. "Don't be afraid. His house is big. They can't hear us talking." While her older sister was chopping vegetables, Shi Ruoqian assisted her, as she had been wanting to tell her sister something for a long time. "Sister, I'm going to a banquet with Mr. Lu next Thursday. I'm actually a little nervous. I don't know what to do if people ask me questions. I can't answer them as well as you do. If we don't do it well, Mr. Lu will definitely be very disappointed, and Mrs. Lu will also be unhappy." Shi Ruoqian knew she would worry about these things. "I don't think you will do a bad job. Sometimes it's just your own self-suggestion. If you keep thinking you can't do a good job, you're more likely to mess things up." Upon hearing this, Shi Ruoqian smiled and said, "Then I'll try a different approach. I'll just think that I can definitely do well." After she finished speaking, she put the greens in her hand on the cutting board. "Sister, let me show you the results of my recent practice." Shi Ruoqian glanced back at the kitchen before standing up straight and walking as the posture teacher had taught her. Although she wasn't walking very well yet, she looked like a waddling little penguin. She always had a faint smile on her face and was always able to relax in front of her sister. Just as Shi Ruoqian was watching her younger sister nod in approval, she suddenly saw Xunli standing at the door. Shi Ruoqian didn't know why her sister wasn't speaking. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing confusion. Following her gaze, she suddenly saw Mr. Lu at the door. The girl's smile vanished instantly, and she froze on the spot as if she had been struck by a pressure point. Did Mr. Lu see her silly look just now? Xunli stood at the kitchen doorway, his gaze calmly falling on her. He had come over to check on the progress, but unexpectedly saw the girl's lively and playful appearance. This was something he had never seen before. Shi Ruoqian had always been very careful around him. He had always thought that she was just that kind of quiet person. "Mr. Lu, it's okay. I just came to take a look. My parents will be here in about an hour. Will you be able to finish? Do you need me to order something to be delivered?" The man's voice was gentle and calm, and his face showed little expression. "No need, brother. I can finish it in an hour, not to mention my aunt will help me." Xunli responded and walked out, his gaze sweeping over the girl who was still somewhat at a loss before he quickly looked away and left. Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath, her face turning bright red. She was terrified. "All right, everyone's gone. Come and help." Shi Ruoqian saw her sister's reaction, but thinking that her parents-in-law would be arriving soon, she continued to busy herself. "Good." Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips, quickly forgetting what had just happened, and started cooking with her sister. She couldn't really help much, but she'd always liked to follow her older sister around when she cooked for her since she was little. She'd go wherever her sister went, and she still couldn't shake that habit. Shi Ruoqian had only taught her younger sister how to cook noodles. Every time she cooked, she felt a great sense of accomplishment when her younger sister, with her soft and sweet voice, followed behind her. The two sisters had been busy in the kitchen for a long time when they heard what sounded like women talking outside. Shi Ruoqian glanced at her sister who was simmering soup and had no choice but to muster up her courage and go outside, even though she was very afraid of facing Madame Lu alone. When she came out of the kitchen, she saw that Lu's mother and father had already arrived. "Why did you meet here? I was thinking of having you go home for dinner." Seeing her two sons together made Lu's mother feel much better. Lu Xunyan raised an eyebrow. "Let me show you your daughter-in-law's cooking." He didn't believe Shi Ruoqian's words, and he made sure every meal was salty. When Shi Ruoqian walked over, she took the initiative to say, "Mom, the dishes will be ready soon. You and Dad, please sit down and rest for a while." She didn't see Lu's father very often, so she felt even more awkward. Hearing the sound, Lu's mother turned her head and gave Shi Ruoqian a relatively gentle smile. "Yes, thank you for your hard work." Shi Ruoqian shook her head. "It's only right. I'm just helping my sister out." Lu's mother didn't speak to her anymore, but looked at Lu's father instead. Smelling this, it seems that Xuan's cooking skills are quite good. I didn't know she could cook. She glanced at Lu Xunyan and said, "You're lucky. You never liked having other people in the house before, but now that Xunyan is here, you can at least have a hot meal." Lu Xunyan almost rolled his eyes when he heard this, but he held back. "Would you like to have a hot meal?" He was afraid that woman would secretly drug him and kill him. Then she can live freely as a wealthy young lady. "I just like to eat something cold." As soon as Lu Xunyan finished speaking, his mother slapped his shoulder, both angry and amused. Mr. Lu then chatted with Lu Xunli about work, saying, "I heard that Xunyan also went to work at the company." Lu Xunli nodded. "Yes, she is indeed very capable at work, and she works very hard. She was still working overtime yesterday, Saturday." Lu's mother's gaze shifted to Shi Ruoqian. "How are your studies going lately?" Shi Ruoqian immediately sat up straight. "I'm adapting quite well. Everything is fine." Thinking that she couldn't keep letting Mrs. Lu talk, she took the initiative to speak again. "Mr. Lu said he would take me to a banquet next Thursday. I've been practicing my posture with a teacher recently." Lu's mother nodded, but Lu Xunyan, oblivious to the situation, said, "Why do you still call my brother Mr. Lu? You two in bed? Oh dear. Big brother, why did you kick me? My legs are numb, stretch them out." Lu Xunli said calmly that although the two were not sitting close, they would not touch each other unless they deliberately kicked each other. He then looked at Shi Ruoqian and asked, "Tell me yourself, what do you usually call me?" Shi Ruoqian was a little embarrassed. "Husband." Lu's mother understood. "He's just embarrassed to say it like that in front of us." "That's true. Ollie is much older than you, so you might not dare to call him by his name directly. But from now on, just call him Ollie in front of others, like I and your father do." "Mom and Dad." Shi Ruoqian came out of the kitchen after washing her hands. She had a fine sweat on her forehead, and her face was flushed from the heat. "Let's get ready to eat. I'll bring the dishes over now." Shi Ruoqian quickly stood up. "I'll go too." Lu Xunyan was kicked again, but this time he couldn't tell who kicked him, whether it was his mother or his older brother. He said irritably, "I'll go too." Shi Ruoqian entered the kitchen and obediently brought the soup to the dining table. Just as Shi Ruoqian picked up a plate of food, Lu Xunyan stopped her. She quickly stopped, afraid that the soup would spill. "Why are you blocking the way? This food is very hot." The woman frowned slightly. Lu Xunyan smiled playfully. "You should call me husband too." Chapter 32, The Almost Transparent Nightgown. Shi Ruoqian looked up at him. "Husband." His voice was devoid of any emotion. It's not like it's something he can't call out. Or does he want to hear her call him that with tender affection and shyness? Lu Xunyan stared blankly at her misty eyes for a moment, suddenly making him want to kiss her. "But that husband," he called out. "It's really disheartening." Lu Xunyan ignored her and went around to serve the dishes. Boring. Shi Ruoqian probably knew that she was not as popular as her older sister, so she was very proactive in helping to serve the soup. The meal went fairly well. Lu's mother praised the two sisters' cooking skills from time to time, and although Lu's father didn't say much, he ate an extra bowl of rice. The most unhappy person at the whole dinner table was Lu Xunyan. Shi Ruoqian's cooking is so delicious, so she must have done it on purpose yesterday. He felt he should expose this woman's hypocrisy in front of his parents, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say it. "I wasn't very nice to her either. Maybe people have a bit of a rebellious streak. After today, Shi Ruoqian should stop acting like this." On the other side, while eating, Shi Ruoqian couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Xunli. She thought that Mr. Lu brought her here because he knew she liked her sister's cooking, but it turns out that Madame Lu and the others were also coming. She pursed her lips and occasionally used serving chopsticks to put food on Lu Xunli's plate. Although it doesn't look very natural, it does resemble a wife. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice beside her. That's fine. Shi Ruoqian paused in her chopsticks, looking at Lu Xunli with a somewhat helpless expression. The food in his bowl was piled up like a small mountain. Sorry, she said softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Xunli didn't say anything, but silently ate the shrimp she had just picked up. This small gesture warmed Shi Ruoqian's heart. Sitting opposite, Lu's mother saw everything. The two seemed to get along quite well, but her son's personality had always been somewhat cold. After the meal, Shi Ruoqian originally wanted to go tidy up the kitchen with her sister, but she was stopped by Madame Lu. Ruoqian, come with me for a walk. Good. Shi Ruoqian obediently followed Lu's mother. What did you study in college? Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. It's special education. Special education? Yes, that means I will be coming into contact with some special children in the future, which is also part of the education industry. That sounds nice, but it's not suitable for you. Lu's mother continued calmly. I think it would be better for you to stay home and focus on taking care of Ollie. What do you think? Going to school is fine, but as for work, I don't really want Ollie's wife to be in the public eye. You and your sister are different. Ollie and Ian are not the same. These next few days, when you're free, come to my place. I'll show you around and introduce you to people so you won't embarrass Ollie. Shi Ruoqian's body stiffened slightly. Did she go to Madame Lu's place every day during her free time? She was already very afraid of Madame Lu. But at this moment, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Yes. On her way home, Shi Ruoqian told Lu Xunli about it. Lu Xunli didn't have any objections. To be precise, this matter didn't concern him much. Whether Shi Ruoqian went or not, she would come back in the evening, and he rarely spent time with her during the day. Seeing the man's indifferent reaction, Shi Ruoqian silently lowered her eyes. Her marriage was different from others. She seemed unable to talk much with her husband. She wanted to be someone who cared for Lu Xunli, but Lu Xunli would not be her confidant. After returning home, she quickly took a shower because she smelled of cooking oil on her body, afraid that Lu Xunli would find her repulsive. Today, Mrs. Lu said some rather private things to her while they were taking a walk. She feels embarrassed now when she thinks about it. Mrs. Lu said that it had already been delivered to her home, and she saw it when she went to the dressing room. It's a very revealing and sexy nightgown. It covered the vital parts, but the waist area was completely open, so the body was partially visible when worn. She should go more often. She attracted Lu Xunli to do it with her. Madame Lu also told her that she shouldn't spend the whole night with Lu Xunli, as it's bad for a man's health. But she didn't intend to pester him. She just wanted to get pregnant as soon as possible. When she put it on, she felt like she was on fire. Her face was burning, and everything around her was hot. She nervously tugged at her overly short skirt, her legs gleaming white in the mirror. The subtle movements caused the lace to rub against her skin, bringing an unfamiliar itch. She bit her lip, but also felt that her body was beautiful. Shi Ruoqian burrowed under the covers, wanting to wait for Lu Xunli to come back so she could see it. He would probably like it too. This is the first time she is dressed like this. But by 9 p.m., Lu Xunli still hadn't entered the bedroom. She was somewhat puzzled, but she still obediently stayed in bed waiting for him. Perhaps because she hadn't finished her work yet, or perhaps she was reading in the study. Around 10 o'clock, Shi Ruoqian began to feel sleepy, and her eyelids gradually became heavy. She quickly sat up. If you fall asleep, it's all for nothing. But Mr. Lu hasn't returned yet? I didn't call to tell her. The housekeeper had already finished get-off work by this time, and there was no one else in the villa. She took a deep breath and decided to go out and find Mr. Lu. Thinking that there was no one else around, she didn't change her clothes, and fearing it would affect her appearance, she didn't even put on a coat. The girl walked awkwardly toward the door, her cheeks and ear tips flushed. Shi Ruoqian gently pushed open the bedroom door and stepped barefoot onto the cold floor. The corridor was deserted. She hesitated as she walked downstairs, but suddenly stopped when she looked down at the living room. Su Xinghuan sat upright on the living room sofa, holding a document in her hand, clearly waiting for Lu Xunli. The woman turned around when she heard the sound and saw Shi Ruoqian walking downstairs. In her almost transparent pajamas, Su Xinghuan's gaze lingered on Shi Ruoqian for a moment, from the large cutout at her waist to her flushed face. His gaze was like it had been dipped in ice water, carrying an undisguised scrutiny. Mrs. Lu. Her voice was steady, but every word was barbed. "You're looking for President Liu?" Shi Ruoqian stood frozen in the middle of the stairs, unsure whether to go forward or backward. She noticed Su Xinghuan's usual suit and skirt. Even her posture while waiting exuded composure, while her own attire. "It seems very vulgar. I'm looking for Mr. Liu. Why is Secretary Su here so late?" Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Su Xinghuan gently closed the file, a half-smile curving her lips. "In the past, when President Liu had work to do at night, he would call me over. Sometimes I would be busy all night." Her words made people's minds wander. "However, Mr. Liu is currently on a voice call with the project manager in his study. Would it be better if you went over like this?" She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping over the pajamas again. "I'm afraid that's not quite appropriate." Shi Ruoqian felt like she wanted to run away. Just as she was about to return to her bedroom, she saw Lu Xunli walking downstairs. Her body stiffened, and she stood there as if her legs were made of lead. Lu Xunli naturally saw the scene here as well. His brows furrowed and his expression turned cold as his gaze swept over Shi Ruoqian's clothes. "Why are you dressed like that?" Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips, unsure how to explain. Her eyes were a little red. "Red. I'll go back and change right away." After the girl finished speaking, she staggered upstairs. All the way, her mind was filled with the image of the man frowning. She even saw a hint of disgust in his expression. Shi Ruoqian ran back to the bedroom as if fleeing, closed the back door, and slowly slid down to sit on the floor with her back against the door. The door was pressed against her bare back, and her whole body felt ice cold. As she went upstairs, she could still faintly hear conversations coming from downstairs, as if she were the only one who was ridiculous. It was embarrassing to be dressed like that, and Secretary Su even saw it. Chapter 33 I've been kept. And the way Secretary Su looked at her, it was as if she were some kind of unsatisfied, shameful person. She didn't stay on the floor. After standing up, she walked towards the bed, thinking that Mr. Liu probably wouldn't be coming over tonight. He's busy with work, and even after he finishes, he might rest in another room. She took off her clothes. Although she hadn't done anything with the man, her clothes were already wrinkled after she took them off. She glanced at them and felt embarrassed again. So she put the clothes in the laundry basket in the bathroom and changed into a set of cotton pajamas. Downstairs, Lu Xunli walked up to Su Xinghuan. The woman's expression returned to normal. "It's my fault. My wife probably didn't expect me to be here at this time." Thinking about Lu Xunli's attitude towards Shi Ruoqian just now, she felt somewhat pleased. The man's attitude just now was not good, and when he looked at Shi Ruoqian, there was no emotion in his eyes. He had always thought that girl was well-behaved, but he never expected that she would seduce men like this in private. Indeed, what kind of good girl could come from a family like that? She's only 20 years old, and she's already seducing men. Lu Xunli handed her a document. "It's so late, you really should go back. You don't need to stay here waiting anymore. I'll have the driver deliver it to you." Su Xinghuan was taken aback, not expecting the man to say that. I just don't want to be late for work. Next time I can wait in the car outside." "No need. After all, you have to work the next day. I don't want your work performance to suffer. I'm not the kind of boss who exploits his employees." The man's voice remained calm, but his words conveyed a clear message: get out. Now that Su Xinghuan understood what he meant, she would be being unreasonable if she didn't leave. She has never been that kind of persona in front of Lu Xunli. The woman quickly composed herself and smiled. "Okay, then I'll head back, Mr. Liu." Su Xinghuan turned around, and her expression changed. She used to stay here and work with Lu Xunli. Is it really necessary to change this situation because of that girl? They've only registered their marriage temporarily, and haven't even gone public yet. Would Lu Xunli really care about her thoughts? Su Xinghuan felt vaguely uneasy. Even though the other person was a girl who didn't seem special, she was someone who could live in Lu Xunli's house legitimately and even share a bed with him. What if feelings developed between them? She had been by Lu Xunli's side for many years and had never seen him treat any woman specially. Even the wife whom his mother had asked him to marry, she thought was just a decoration. The woman gripped the document in her hand tightly. After Lu Xunli saw her leave, he glanced upstairs and then started walking up. He unbuttoned his shirt. The man wasn't sleepy, but his mind was somewhat tired. After the man went upstairs, he pushed open the bedroom door. Upon entering, I saw the girl curled up in the blankets, fast asleep. She lay there with her brows slightly furrowed, looking like she wasn't sleeping soundly. As Lu Xunli approached, he noticed tear tracks at the corners of her eyes. She just cried? He didn't say anything harsh, but it wasn't appropriate for her to be dressed like that in front of strangers, and she was dressed lightly and felt cold, so he told her to come back quickly. Why are you crying so dramatically? Xunli rubbed his temples, got up, and went to the bathroom to wash his face, when he caught a glimpse of a wrinkled piece of clothing in the laundry basket. He recalled what he had seen before. The girl wore this outfit tonight, so she probably wanted to do something with him. She's easily embarrassed, and she must have felt wronged because she lost face. Xunli walked over and, as if possessed, picked up the garment, which was so thin it was almost weightless. It still carried a fragrance, a scent he recognized, the scent of the girl. He silently clenched the clothes in his palm. The lace that had touched her body was now even more wrinkled in his hand, just like the owner of the clothes whose hair was disheveled from his teasing every night. Xunli took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but the girl's scent became even stronger with each deep breath. He threw his clothes back into the laundry basket, washed his face, and then went to bed. Xunli lay down beside Shi Ruoqian, and the girl unconsciously leaned closer to him in her sleep, like a little animal seeking warmth. He paused, but did not push him away. Even in the darkness, he could still smell the girl's unique sweet scent. Xunli recalled the scene he had just witnessed on the stairs, a slender waist and white legs that gleamed under the light. He was genuinely stunned, which is why he subconsciously frowned. He felt that she shouldn't be seen by others like that, and she probably thought he was being mean to her. He really does sometimes fail to consider the feelings of little girls. The man turned his head and saw that half of her soft little face was pressed down, causing her flesh to bulge out. Her rosy lips were slightly open, and her eyelashes were still a little damp. Delicate. He finished speaking in a low voice, then tucked the blankets up for the two of them before closing his eyes. Because she went to bed early last night, the man beside her was still asleep when Shi Ruoqian opened her eyes in the morning. She felt the man's large hand on her waist and didn't dare to move, afraid of waking Xunli. He actually came back to sleep last night. He didn't even realize when he returned. I don't know whether I'm angry or not. The girl pursed her lips, opened her eyes, and peeked at the man's profile. He usually takes good care of himself, so she could hardly see his stubble. The man had a deep-set face and fairly fair skin, probably because he always sat in an office. Those hands were also very white, with long, slender fingers, just like in a comic book. There wasn't a single callus on them, and the nails were neatly trimmed. Shi Ruoqian bit her lip, her face turning even redder as she recalled how those hands used to ravage her body. She felt like she had become a bad person after getting married, and she couldn't help but think about all sorts of random things. But at the same time, she also felt very empty inside, as if everything between her and Mr. Lu was just superficial. Fortunately, she confessed the matter to Mr. Lu, so at least she wouldn't be bothered by her stepfather and mother anymore. In the morning, she took a bus to school. As soon as she entered the classroom, she felt that the expressions of the students around her were strange. They would glance at her from time to time, and then turn around and whisper to the people next to them. She was already somewhat socially anxious, and since she didn't have any close classmates, she became even more awkward after realizing this. She took out a book, trying to ignore the stares around her, but her heart was already pounding. It wasn't until after class, on her way to the classroom for the next class, that she overheard a conversation between the students in front of her. Really? She looks so honest. She doesn't seem like the type to sleep with rich men. She's definitely being kept. When school started, the class monitor had her file. Her family wasn't well off. Back then, the clothes she wore looked like cheap, worn-out items from several years ago. But look at her now. Do you know that the clothes she's wearing are all the latest styles, costing tens of thousands of yuan each? If I weren't being kept by a sugar daddy, I wouldn't be able to afford such expensive clothes. Even high-quality replicas aren't cheap. Chapter 34. My husband doesn't really want our relationship to be public. Shi Ruoqian stopped abruptly, nearly dropping the textbook in her hand. And I heard that she doesn't live in the dormitory anymore. She must have moved to her sugar daddy's place. She gets out of luxury cars every day. How disgusting, pretending to be so innocent. A couple of days ago, our classmates saw her go to the pharmacy. She didn't even go to the school clinic, but went to an outside pharmacy. Can you guess what she bought? Birth control pills? It's a pregnancy test. Do you think she might be pregnant? Judging by this timeline, she could be heavily pregnant by next semester. But don't spread rumors. I only heard it from her. Maybe she's not pregnant. Shi Ruoqian felt cold all over. Even her fingertips were trembling. She had indeed gone to the pharmacy to buy a pregnancy test, but she never expected that someone would see her and spread the news like this in class. Even though she bought a pregnancy test, she only had sex with her husband. She wasn't being kept at all, as they claimed. Shi Ruoqian's face was pale. She hadn't been paying attention to where she was going and bumped into someone. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The girl looked up and her expression froze for a moment. Professor Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Gu Wenshun could clearly see that she didn't look well. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Professor. Shi Ruoqian hurriedly took a step back. Gu Wenshun knew it was someone else's privacy, so he didn't ask any further questions. However, he felt that the girl in front of him had something on her mind. Okay, let's start class then. His class is next. Shi Ruoqian walked into the classroom absent-mindedly and deliberately chose a seat in the very corner. She could feel the gazes coming from all directions, and the whispers felt like needles pricking her back. She took a deep breath, trying not to be influenced. What they were saying was all lies. Why should she listen to them? Besides, she doesn't live on campus. She just comes to class every day and leaves right after, so those words don't affect her at all. After class, Shi Ruoqian was the first to pack up her things and head out, but two boys stopped her. Are you like what your classmates say? How much money do they offer to sleep with you for a night? Shi Ruoqian's face turned deathly pale instantly. Clutching her textbooks, she retreated repeatedly, saying, Please move aside. If you say such things again, I'll go to the counselor. I was just joking with you. Why are you going to the counselor? Are you feeling guilty? One of the boys said with a grin. I'm not. Shi Ruoqian's voice was choked with sobs. She tried to push the two men away, but she couldn't squeeze past them. If she kept pushing, it would only make her feel like she was crawling into the arms of the two boys. There were several classmates gathered around, but no one came forward to help her. What happened? Gu Wenshun's voice came from outside the crowd. He pushed aside the students who were watching, and when he saw the scene before him, his usually gentle face turned cold. What are you doing? The two boys panicked immediately. Professor Gu, we were just joking. Joke? Gu Wenshun frowned. Is sexual harassment a joke? Should I call the police right now? Sorry, Professor, let's not joke like that anymore. Let's go have lunch. The two boys fled in panic, but showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, they were all grinning. Gu Wenshun turned to look at Shi Ruoqian and found that she was trembling all over. Are you all right? This is a school, and he can't talk to female students in public. Come to my office. Shi Ruoqian had no choice but to follow him to his office. Gu Wenshun didn't say anything after entering the room, but asked, What are you having for lunch? Shi Ruoqian shook her head. I'm not very hungry yet. The man didn't ask her any more questions and ordered 2 takeout meals. What did they say about you? Shi Ruoqian lowered her head and answered with difficulty. They said I was being kept by a sugar daddy. Her voice was soft and trembling. Because someone saw me buy a pregnancy test. I did buy it, but I wasn't kept by anyone. Professor Gu, can you keep this a secret for me? Gu Wenshun nodded, his gaze gentle. Of course, that's your privacy. Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath. I'm married, the car belongs to my husband, and I haven't been kept by anyone. I see. Gu Wenshun considerately refrained from pressing for details. Since you're already married, why didn't you just say so and refute them? Shi Ruoqian pressed her lips together nervously. My husband doesn't really want our relationship to be public. Gu Wenshun's gaze lingered on her reddened eyes for a moment, a pang of pity rising in his heart. She always seemed very well behaved, attended classes attentively, and looked quite young. I never expected her to get married so early. I understand. He lowered his voice further. But as your teacher, I can't just watch you be bullied like this. If you want, I can get you the surveillance footage. The behavior of those two boys just now constitutes harassment. You can call the police. Shi Ruoqian quickly shook her head. If the police were called, it would be a big deal. She didn't want to cause trouble for Xunli. Besides, she could just ignore it. Anyway, it's not true, and she has nothing to fear. No, let's not. If we call the police, things will get out of hand. I just want to focus on my studies. So you're just going to put up with this? You're just going to let others bully you? Gu Wenshun sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll contact your advisor and the school about this. We'll also give the surveillance footage to the principal. If this happens again, the school will handle it for you. You're an adult now, and you have to be responsible for your actions. Shi Ruoqian bit her lip and nodded. She stood up from her chair and bowed to Gu Wenshun. Thank you, Professor Gu. You are the only one who is willing to help me. Thank you so much. The food arrived quickly. You're not feeling too well right now, so why don't you have lunch here today? I need to eat too, and you can go to class after you finish eating. Thanks. Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment, then said, how much is this meal? I'll transfer the money to you, Professor Gu. I've already accepted their help, so I can't expect them to pay for my meal too. Gu Wenxin didn't refuse and showed her the takeout order. Add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money. Good. After seeing that her friend had accepted the request, Shi Ruoqian immediately transferred the money for the meal to her teacher. After finishing her meal, she didn't linger. She thanked Professor Gu again before leaving his office. When class resumed in the afternoon, no one spoke out of turn in front of her, but the two male classmates still occasionally glanced at her with malicious intent. Tomorrow you will be going to a special education school for 2 days of practical training. Other teachers will be guiding you. No one is allowed to take leave during this time. Sick leave requires a report. She suddenly heard the teacher's voice. I have practical training tomorrow and the day after. Thankfully, it didn't happen on Thursday. However, this way we won't need to go to Madame Lu's place tomorrow or the day after. But she still had to go today because her get out of class ended early, around 3 p.m. After class, Shi Ruoqian carried her bag and walked towards the school gate. When she got to the gate, she saw the two boys again, and their contemptuous voices reached her ears. They've gone to work again. What are you looking at? Can't I even look? I didn't say who I was looking at. Chapter 35, Didn't you sell me and my sister? Shi Ruoqian clenched her fists. She didn't understand why they were so malicious when they were just classmates. She tried to pretend she couldn't hear and walked forward without looking to the side. The two boys deliberately raised their voices. What's with the pretense of being high and mighty? You're just being played. She saw the driver's car pull up, and the two men were standing not far from her at the school gate, staring at her. After the girl got on the bus, she noticed that Mrs. Lu was also in the bus. Shi Ruoqian's heart sank suddenly. Lu's mother sat upright in the back seat and glanced at her slowly. Mom. She greeted him softly and sat down in the car with a stiff air. Lu's mother didn't respond, but her gaze went through the car window to the two boys at the school gate. Who are they? They seem to know you. Shi Ruoqian nervously gripped the hem of her clothes. They are classmates, but we're not close. If you're not familiar with them, why would they follow you? Maybe it's on the way. Her voice grew softer and softer. I hope you can be more careful when you're out. You're Ali's wife, so you should avoid associating with disreputable people, especially men. If you can't do that, I don't recommend that you continue your studies. The car drove into a private club. Lu's mother led Shi Ruoqian into the tea room, where several elegantly dressed ladies were enjoying tea. Upon seeing them enter, they all revealed meaningful smiles. You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages. Shall we play cards today? Why did you bring a little girl with you? Who is she? Shi Ruoqian stood awkwardly behind Lu's mother, feeling all those gazes scrutinizing her as if she were an object. The daughter of a distant relative recently came to stay with me for a short time. She will be staying with me often from now on, so I'm introducing her to everyone. So that's how it is. A lady nodded knowingly. No wonder I've never seen it before. Another lady looked Shi Ruoqian up and down. You're quite pretty. How old are you? 20. Shi Ruoqian answered softly. 20 is the perfect age. The lady smiled slightly. Do you have a boyfriend? Lu's mother replied calmly. She's still young. There's no rush. Does Madame Lu think he's still too young to be in a hurry? Or does she want to keep him for your young master? The other ladies chimed in with their own jokes. Mother Lu smiled and asked, So, do you think this girl is qualified to be my daughter-in-law? She's quite pretty, but I don't know how well-mannered she is. Another lady looked her over with a critical eye. I wonder what their family background is like. After all, not just any girl can marry your two young masters. Mrs. Lu elegantly picked up her teacup. Good manners can be taught gradually, but family background. She paused meaningfully. Our Lu family doesn't need to rely on marriage alliances. These words drew agreement from the ladies, but Shi Ruoqian clearly saw contempt for her in their eyes. The youngest lady suddenly spoke up. I've heard that most girls these days can play the piano. Do you have any hobbies you're good at? Could you show us? Shi Ruoqian was taken aback. She had struggled to even have enough to eat in her stepfather's house since she was a child, so how could she have had the opportunity to learn any skills? Mrs. Lu glanced at her and said indifferently, Let's forget about it today, another day. She had already said all that, and the other lady smiled and didn't continue, instead moving on to other topics. After a while, Shi Ruoqian felt that the air inside was suffocating, so she made an excuse to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, she saw her mother at the corner. Her mother was smiling and talking to a woman, but the woman ignored her and left quickly. Shi Ruoqian didn't look over again and wanted to turn around and leave immediately, but she didn't expect that her mother would notice her figure with sharp eyes. Ruoqian, is that you, Ruoqian? Shi Ruoqian quickened her pace to leave, but her mother jogged after her. Upon seeing that it was her daughter, she raised her hand and slapped her. You ran away when I called you? Don't you recognize me as your mother anymore? Shi's mother had been used to beating and scolding her since she was a child, and she couldn't help herself this time, so she habitually reached out and slapped her. Shi Ruoqian looked back at her in disbelief, then shook off her hand. Whenever she was emotionally agitated, her voice would tremble. She tried her best to stop her voice from shaking, saying, "Didn't you already sell me and my sister? I'm no longer your daughter. You only have one son. From now on, my sister and I have nothing to do with you." Enraged by her words, Shi's mother raised her hand to strike her again. You've gone too far. Just because you married a rich man, you dare to talk to me like that. Shi Ruoqian took a step back to avoid her. The Lu family doesn't allow my sister and me to contact you either. If you have any problems, go to the Lu family. Don't keep coming to me just because you think I'm easy to bully. I won't be your blood bag anymore. She bit her lip, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a woman come out of the private room. It was the same woman who had just been playing cards with Mrs. Lu. Shi Ruoqian didn't look at her mother again, and turned her head to walk quickly towards the bathroom. After she got to the bathroom, she washed her face and then kept looking at herself in the mirror. She wasn't bullied by her mother just now. Ever since Mr. Lu said he would help her resolve that matter and said those things to her, she no longer wanted to be threatened by the Shi family. She had never had such confidence before. My sister said that Mr. Lu is no ordinary person. He is very shrewd, far beyond what their petty cleverness can match. But when facing Mr. Lu, even though he showed no affection in his eyes, and even though it was just a matter of a word for him, it was like a redemption for her time and time again. She knew she should listen to her sister, but it's hard for people to control their emotions. She had always been the one who was bullied and beaten since she was a child. Finally, one day, someone told her, "You don't have to be bullied anymore, even if it's only temporary." Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath, just as she was about to pull herself out of her thoughts, when she saw the lady who had just come out of the tea room. She still remembered the title that Madame Lu had given her. "Hello, Madame Zhong." Shi Ruoqian greeted them politely. Madame Zhong smiled. "Why are you still here?" "My stomach was hurting a little just now, so I washed my face and I'm heading home now." Mrs. Zhong looked at her and said, "You are indeed young. Even without makeup, your face is still very beautiful. When I came out just now, I heard a noise in the corridor. Did something happen?" Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment, then quickly shook her head. "No, nothing happened. Maybe some people were chatting." "Mrs. Zhong, are you going to the restroom? Should I wait for you?" "No need. You can go back." Mrs. Zhong gave her a meaningful look, and then went into the bathroom. Chapter 36. You looked great in that dress yesterday. After the girl left, Mrs. Zhong came out of the bathroom. She walked quickly towards the outside of the club and saw the woman who had just been entangled with Shi Ruoqian at the entrance. "Madam, please wait a moment." Mrs. Zhong walked past with a smile. Shi's mother still looked unwell because of family matters and the recent argument with Shi Ruoqian. "Who are you?" Although Shi's mother was not very patient, she knew that the people who came here to spend money were all quite wealthy and might even be the wives of some rich businessmen, so she didn't dare to be rude. "I just came here to relax. I saw you arguing with a girl, and I thought you were quite attractive, so I wanted to ask what happened and if there's anything I can help you with." When Shi's mother heard her say this, she paused for a moment, but she wasn't completely brainless. Now that her two daughters had married into the Lu family, she couldn't say anything carelessly in front of outsiders, otherwise she would anger the Lu family. "I just had a little argument with my daughter, nothing else." "Thank you." She was about to leave after speaking, but Madame Zhong blocked her way. "Is that person your daughter? Who are you, and why are you asking so many questions?" Mrs. Zhong did not answer her question. "I heard you just say that you have some difficulties. I am also a mother. My child is sometimes rebellious. So I thought that if you need any help, I can help you. But I want you to answer me whether that girl is your daughter." When Shi's mother heard her say that, she was no longer as wary as before. "She is indeed my daughter. To be honest, my husband's company is having some problems, and he is short of funds. He wanted my daughter to help him out, but she doesn't respect me as her mother at all." "Sank." Mrs. Zhong took her hand and said, "We're all women, so of course I understand. How about we exchange contact information and chat when we're free tonight?" Maybe I can even ask my husband to help you out." Upon hearing that someone was willing to help her, Shi's mother disregarded everything else and quickly went to fawn over her to exchange contact information. "By the way, doesn't your daughter live at home now?" Mother Shi sighed. "My useless daughter is already married and has grown up. I can't control her anymore." Madame Zhong narrowed her eyes. "Married? Why was it Mrs. Lu who brought her? How could a girl like that possibly be qualified to marry into the Lu family? If her mother is so vulgar, how could someone as picky as Madame Lu possibly agree to it? Although her youngest son has been a bit of a playboy, playing around and getting married are two different things." Mrs. Zhong was very puzzled. "May I ask who she married? Is he someone in the entertainment industry?" Shi's mother gave an awkward laugh. She dared not say that at all. "Well, they're a little better off than my family, but for some reasons, I can't go into too much detail. I'm really sorry." Madame Zhong's smile faded. This woman was quite wary. However, she did not express her dissatisfaction. "I understand. It sounds like she married well, but it's really heartless of the daughter not to help her mother. You go ahead and do your thing. We'll talk on the phone later." "Okay, thank you, ma'am." When Shi Ruoqian returned to the tea room, Lu's mother was leisurely sipping her tea and only glanced at her when she came in. "Why did it take so long? I feel a little unwell." Shi Ruoqian answered softly, her eyes full of caution, afraid of displeasing Madame Lu. Mrs. Lu didn't say much and continued to concentrate on playing cards. Not long after, Madame Zhong returned from outside. When Shi Ruoqian looked at her, Madame Zhong also glanced in her direction. The girl paused for a moment. I always felt that Madame Zhong's eyes were somewhat meaningful and even a little contemptuous. Although she felt strange, she didn't think too much about it. Most of the ladies here looked down on her. After all, she did come from a humble family and was only there because of Madame Lu. After all, she was the one who brought him here, so no one dared to disrespect her. A few minutes later, Madame Lu's voice came. "I'll be leaving in a little while. The driver is waiting for you at the door. You can go back now." "Okay." Shi Ruoqian didn't look up at Lu's mother again. She quickly walked out. When she left the club, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, took a breath of fresh air, and her heart was at ease. She then quickly got into the car. Finally, she didn't have to stay with Madame Lu anymore. Talking with those ladies, she could clearly feel that everyone was shrewd. She always felt that there was something hidden in their words, but she didn't know what it meant. Shi Ruoqian was at her wit's end. Thankfully, she can finally go back. She'll be doing practical training tomorrow and the day after, and then she'll be with Mr. Lu the day after that. She won't have to go to Mrs. Lu's place anymore. She preferred to be with Mr. Lu rather than face Mrs. Lu alone. When Shi Ruoqian was sitting in the car, she opened WeChat and saw the chat box with Professor Gu, whom she had added that day. The last message was that the other party had accepted her red envelope. She opened Professor Gu's WeChat Moments, which was almost entirely filled with forwarded messages about the school, with little mention of his own daily life. There is a picture, though. A man was petting a gray kitten, and he looked even more gentle. Shi Ruoqian had seen this cat before. It was a stray cat from the school. She would often see many people feeding it. It was the oldest student in the school, chubby and not afraid of people. Professor Gu seems to be quite kind-hearted, but he's a very good person to begin with. Otherwise, why would he care about her being bullied? If he turned a blind eye, no one would think anything of him. She could only conclude that he was simply a good person. Shi Ruoqian gave him a nickname, Professor Gu. Then I put my phone away. Lu Xunli returned in the evening, after dinner. He returned to his room quite early tonight. Shi Ruoqian was wearing ordinary pajamas, and the man was sitting on the edge of the bed when he called her over. As soon as the girl approached, he pulled her onto his lap. "It's fine today." After the man finished speaking in a hoarse voice, Shi Ruoqian's face flushed slightly. "Okay." His voice reached her ears. "You look beautiful in that dress." Shi Ruoqian was taken aback and didn't realize for a moment which piece of clothing he was referring to. But when she looked up, she still saw the man's expressionless face. Mr. Lu is referring to the dress she wore last night? Her heart was pounding. "I'll go change." Lu Xunli's eyes darkened. "Can you still wear it?" He remembered seeing it in the laundry basket yesterday. The girl, unaware that he had witnessed it, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is it not allowed?" Lu Xunli's Adam's apple bobbed. "Yes, that's fine." Shi Ruoqian remembered that the dress should have been washed and put back in the dressing room. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment, I'll go get it." He rarely complimented her on what clothes she wore, so when she heard him say that, she thought about putting them on. Shi Ruoqian got up from his lap, put on only a nightgown, and quickly ran to the dressing room. The garment was neatly hung in the corner, clearly having been washed and ironed by the maid. The cool lace against her skin involuntarily reminded her of the embarrassment of the previous night. But Lu Xunli's words, "It looks beautiful," echoed in her ears again. Although what happened last night made her very upset, she would wear it for him if he liked it. The night was deep. The body was no longer intact after the death. The girl paused for a moment, seemingly both distressed and embarrassed that a piece of clothing had been ruined. Lu Xunli, however, did not take it seriously. It was clearly intentional, but he explained it to the girl like this. "Sorry, I accidentally lost control." He would say that occasionally on nights before. Shi Ruoqian would believe every word he said. Even the most cautious and restrained man wouldn't make so many careless mistakes. Chapter 37, Staying home with you every day to help you prepare for pregnancy. After the second time, Shi Ruoqian felt the man still caressing her waist, and his large hand even moved to her lower abdomen, so she knew he still wanted more. She recalled Mrs. Lu's words, "Mr. Lu." His fingertips still lingered on her waist, burning hot. Shi Ruoqian's voice was very soft. "Ew. You need to take care of your health." The man was silent for a moment after hearing this, then withdrew his hand. "You think my body isn't good enough?" Shi Ruoqian would never think that way. Lu Xunli's health was far from bad. In fact, it was excellent. She often felt her legs tremble because of him. Her ears burned, and she quickly shook her head. "No, I just what?" Lu Xunli propped himself up and looked down at her. "Even if you want to get pregnant, you shouldn't have to suffer like this every day." She bit her lip, not daring to say that Madame Lu had reminded her. Lu Xunli's eyes darkened upon hearing this. He had almost forgotten that his mother had told him to get pregnant within 3 months. However, he did not believe that she was ready to be the mother of his child. Her mind was still unsettled. "There's no rush to get pregnant." Shi Ruoqian was stunned for a moment when she heard the man's words, not understanding what he meant. "Aren't you in a hurry to get pregnant? If she doesn't conceive within 3 months, Madame Lu will definitely be unhappy, and might even send her back. But ultimately, this is her business. Mr. Lu has no obligation to try to conceive with her within these 3 months. Do you think I'm working hard?" The man spoke again. Shi Ruoqian nodded obediently, but the next second, the man made her switch places with him. Shi Ruoqian subconsciously put her hands on the man's chest and sat on him in a disheveled state. "Then you do it yourself." When Shi Ruoqian woke up again, she decided never to try to persuade Lu Xunli again. She had tried to persuade him with good intentions, but in the end, she ended up with a sore back and aching muscles. She was worried about him working too hard, and he actually felt really sorry for himself, refusing to move at all. The scent of cedar still lingered on the pillow. She no longer knew whether she was sleeping on her own pillow or his. The girl sat up, supporting her aching back, and her ears began to burn again as she recalled the absurd position they had shared last night. She gently stroked her lower abdomen, wondering if a little life was already growing there. Although she was terrified of having a baby, the thought still brought a strange warmth to her heart. She definitely won't treat the child like her own mother did. She'll be a good mother. When she went downstairs, Lu Xunli was having breakfast. The man hadn't woken her up for breakfast today. After all, she was exhausted last night. Seeing her come downstairs, Lu Xunli looked over and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at the girl's waist before casually looking away. "Get up and eat." "Good." After Shi Ruoqian sat down, she told him about her internship. "I'll be doing my internship today and tomorrow, and then I'll go to the banquet with you the day after tomorrow." Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips, feeling that Mr. Lu during the day and at night were like two different people. During the day, he was always very indifferent. After dinner, the two went about their own business. Lu Xunli went to work at the company, while Shi Ruoqian hurried to school. She didn't need to bring her books today. She only brought a lightweight handbag. When we arrived at the school, we boarded the bus. All the other students were in pairs, but he sat there alone. Everyone else preferred to sit in the back row rather than sit with him. Shi Ruoqian simply put on her headphones. Suddenly, someone seemed to sit down next to her, and when she turned her head, she saw Professor Gu. "Gu, there are no seats available. You don't mind if I sit here, do you?" Shi Ruoqian looked up and glanced around. The room was indeed full. She seemed to hear someone complaining. "Why is Professor Gu sitting with that kind of person?" Shi Ruoqian shook her head, and then continued to look out the window. She suddenly realized. "Are you the instructor for this practical training?" Gu Wenshin looked at her dazed expression and couldn't help but smile. Just realized it now? Shi Ruoqian touched her ear shyly. I thought it would be another teacher I hadn't seen before. I'm quite familiar with the principal of that school, so I'm the one who takes the students there for these practical training sessions. The girl nodded upon hearing his explanation, and remembering that she was still in the car, she didn't say anything more to Professor Gu. Inside Lu Xunyan's villa. Early in the morning, Lu Xunyan started picking fights. He lay on the bed, holding the woman down to prevent her from getting up. I've been staying home with you these past few days to help you conceive. Can't you give me a smile? Lu Xunyan felt that this woman was very rebellious. He thought she was quite well behaved when they first met, but after spending time with her, he had only one feeling. He's very obedient, but he can also be very annoying. Shi Ruoqian's body was covered in hickeys from Lu Xunyan. This man was like a dog. If he was going to do something, why did he have to bite her like that? She also had several hickeys on her neck and was thinking of getting up early to cover them up with concealer, but Lu Xunyan insisted on not letting her get up. Upon hearing the man's words, Shi Ruoqian gave him a dry smile. Second young master, I'm really happy to have you here, but I have to get up and get back to work. I've asked for leave for you. I already had someone ask you to take the day off last night. Lu Xunyan raised an eyebrow, deliberately staging this charade of acting first and informing later. Shi Ruoqian frowned. I've only been working for a short time. Why are you asking me for leave? The man lay lazily on his side, propping his head up with his hand. You're pregnant, shouldn't you digest what I gave you last night? She instinctively retorted angrily. I haven't eaten anything, so what do I need to digest? After saying that, the woman pursed her lips tightly. If it weren't for the sake of her future life, she would have really had enough of Lu Xunyan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xunyan narrowed his eyes, a strange longing stirring within him. Or, it might be worth a try. But when he met the woman's eyes, he suddenly thought it was better to give up. He feared that if the woman became vengeful, she might turn him into a eunuch. Can't we go in the afternoon? You don't have any important work to do in the morning. Lu Xunyan originally felt that he had made her suffer a bit too much yesterday, and was thinking of asking her for half a day off, but this woman not only didn't appreciate it, but also glared at him. Shi Ruoqian frowned. How do you know I didn't have important work this morning? Although Lu Xunyan's behavior was excessive, there was nothing particularly important to do this morning, except to review my senior's case. Lu Xunyan's expression became somewhat unnatural upon hearing this. He couldn't very well say that he had sent that useless head of the legal department to keep an eye on her every day. That would make him lose face. It's as if he cares about her a lot. Lu Xunyan coughed lightly and looked away. What important work could you possibly have? Anyone you pick from Lu's legal department is more capable than you. He felt that his words sounded harsh when he said them, but when he thought about how the woman was always going against him, he couldn't bring himself to say anything nice. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just stating the facts. Chapter 38. Does young Master Lu like married women? Shi Ruoqian looked at him quietly. Just as Lu Xunyan felt uncomfortable under her gaze, she suddenly threw off the covers and got out of bed. You're right. She was dressing with her back to him, her voice devoid of emotion. My work ability is not as good as those people's. Not only my work ability, but even my body cannot attract my husband. I know you dislike me, so I shouldn't stay at home and pollute your eyes. You shouldn't force yourself. We've done it many times these days. I'll go get more tests done in a while. You're in such good health, and we haven't used any protection lately. You might have gotten pregnant. You don't have to force yourself to come home every day anymore. Lu Xunyan was stunned. He watched as she deftly put on her clothes and meticulously buttoned her shirt. His heart tightened for no apparent reason. He stood up and grabbed the woman's wrist. Did I give you permission to leave? Shi Ruoqian looked down at his hand, and Lu Xunyan took a deep breath, but had no choice but to let go. After the woman left the bedroom, Lu Xunyan felt a surge of irritation. Wasn't he just worried that she would get tired? He recalled what his older brother had said that afternoon. Was he really that bad? He hadn't actually been messing around with any woman outside. No woman had ever treated him like this before. Shi Ruoqian said nice things, but every action she took was meant to anger him. He got up in frustration and looked at something that made him even more annoyed. Looking at the somewhat messy room, the man picked up the woman's underwear that he had thrown on the floor yesterday and put it in the laundry basket. What an incompetent wife. Knowing he doesn't have a nanny, she still dumps everything on him every morning. He had never done room cleaning before. Lu Xunyan muttered as he pulled off the bed sheets, which still showed signs of drying. He paused, his fingertips tracing that spot. Didn't she also react and get aroused? Their marital life was harmonious, which meant she didn't dislike him that much. So why did she always give him the cold shoulder? Looking at the bed sheets, the man suddenly felt that the mess in the bedroom wasn't so unpleasant anymore. Xunyan couldn't understand women's thoughts. He threw the sheets aside, changed his clothes, and went out. Inside a high-end club, Xunyan leaned back on the sofa in the private room, and several people poured him drinks ingratiatingly. "Young Master Liu, why haven't you invited us out for drinks these past few days?" Xunyan didn't even glance at them. "Didn't we talk about preparing for pregnancy? Are you deaf?" "Oh, are you serious, second young master?" Xunyan was too lazy to pay attention to these idiots. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Why do you think women would go against men?" One of the men, who looked rather simple-minded, took a sip of his drink and asked, "What do you mean, go head-to-head? What do you mean, go face-to-face?" Xunyan glanced at him and smashed a wine glass at his head, which the man quickly dodged. "Second young master, please don't be angry." Another man sat down next to him. "This woman is going against you. She's just playing hard to get. There are so many women who go along with you, but she's the only one who's going against you. Doesn't that make you remember her?" Xunyan narrowed his eyes. "Playing hard to get?" "Yes." The man leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Think about it. The more indifferent she seems, the more you care, and that's how you get hooked, isn't it?" Xunyan snorted coldly. What he said made some sense, but when he thought of Shi Ruoqian's calm and unwavering eyes, he felt something was wrong. That woman seemed genuinely indifferent. "Second young master, if you ask me, you spoil her too much. Women will behave themselves after a few days of being ignored." Xunyan loosened his tie in frustration. How many days should he wait? Even if he waits for half a month, Ruoqian probably won't react. Just thinking that the woman might not even look for him makes him feel suffocated. "But speaking of which, second young master, you've actually settled down for a woman. Who is she?" Xunyan didn't respond. "Go find me a woman, but not a virgin." Everyone around stared wide-eyed. Xunyan frowned. "Hurry up and find the person, then you can all go to the other private rooms." Several men walked out together, all feeling that Xunyan seemed to have changed his personality. "Now that you don't want to date anymore, could it be that the second young master has fallen for a married woman? Could he have suffered some kind of shock?" Xunyan watched their departing figures, his eyes revealing impatience. If these people weren't still useful, he wouldn't hang out with this bunch of idiots. A short while later, a woman walked in. The woman, wearing a revealing halter dress, swayed as she approached, saying, "Second young master Liu." Xunyan looked up at her, observing her heavily made-up face and the deliberately cleavage she had created, and suddenly felt utterly bored. The woman's perfume smelled pungent, and he couldn't help but think of the faint scent of Shi Ruoqian's shower gel. The man suppressed his displeasure and asked, "How many men have you been with?" The woman paused, a blush creeping across her face. "You only had 2 before, second young master. I'm perfectly healthy and—" She pointed to her mouth. "It's clean here." Xunyan looked away and rubbed his temples. "Do you women play hard to get with men you like deliberately going against them?" The woman giggled and leaned closer. "Of course. The more you like someone, the more you should pretend you don't care. That way, you'll make the man pay more attention." Xunyan frowned and avoided her pungent perfume. "What if you don't care at all? So you really don't like it?" The woman pursed her lips. "If you're just pretending to be indifferent, you'll sneak glances at me. If you really don't care, you won't even bother to look at me." When Xunyan heard this, he remembered the calm and unwavering look in Shi Ruoqian's eyes every time she looked at him, and his heart suddenly felt heavy. "Second young master." The woman tried to lean closer to him, saying, "Let's stop talking about those pointless things we roll." Xunyan suddenly stood up, his face frighteningly gloomy. The woman was startled by his reaction and quickly went outside. Xunyan irritably loosened his tie. So Shi Ruoqian really doesn't care about him. He was feeling restless and spent the whole day at the club. He learned from the director that she had gone to work that morning and hadn't had a moment's rest all day. Although he was trying to conceive, he couldn't resist drinking half a bottle of wine today and didn't return to the villa until dark. He loosened his tie and tossed it into the entryway. Only a floor lamp was lit in the living room, and he saw Shi Ruoqian sitting on the sofa reading documents. She was wearing a nightgown, and her profile looked exceptionally serene under the light. "You're back." Shi Ruoqian turned to look at him, then stood up. "Let me know if you're coming back for dinner next time. The food is ready, but I'm waiting for you to come back." His voice was hoarse from drinking, You cooked for me? Lu Xunyan didn't expect her to prepare dinner for him. The man walked in wearing slippers. I didn't eat out. Have you eaten? Shi Ruoqian gently shook her head. She had worked all day and didn't think about getting angry with Lu Xunyan. She just thought he was childish and didn't want to argue with him. Otherwise, what if he really had thoughts of divorce if they argued all the time? Moreover, even in a normal marriage, both partners need to be tolerant of each other. When she came back, she saw that there were still vegetables in the refrigerator. Remembering what the man had said earlier, she cooked dinner for 2 people, but it took her 2 hours for him to come back. Let's eat together. The man's voice reached her ears. Before Shi Ruoqian could speak, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards the restaurant. Chapter 39. Why aren't you looking at me? The table was set with a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, which had already cooled down. Shi Ruoqian wanted to heat it up, but Lu Xunyan held her wrist down. Eat it like this. He pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and tasted the cold sweet and sour pork ribs without even frowning. Shi Ruoqian sat quietly opposite him, watching him eat, and for a moment she felt a little confused. Why isn't this young master complaining today? Normally, shouldn't he be making me heat up the dishes and then giving me a disapproving review? He's quite well behaved when he eats like this. Shi Ruoqian quickly looked away, guessing that she was just hungry from drinking too much. How was your workday? He suddenly asked. Shi Ruoqian was slightly taken aback. It's all right. The two continued eating quietly. The man quickly finished a bowl of rice. He subconsciously handed the bowl to Shi Ruoqian so she could serve him more rice. After realizing what was happening, he tried to take his hand back and serve himself, but the woman took it without saying anything. Lu Xunyan observed her expression, which seemed unchanged and showed no dissatisfaction, as if he were serving her rice. It seems like she'll do whatever he asks, but it also feels like she does everything without any emotion. Shi Ruoqian had no idea what the man was thinking. She quietly ate her meal. Fortunately, the temperature at home was not low, so the food didn't cool down too quickly. It wasn't too hot to eat right now, and the taste was just right. After finishing her meal, she got up to tidy up. It wouldn't be too much trouble, as Lu Xunyan's house had everything. She could just put the dishes in the dishwasher. When she returned to the bedroom, she saw the man had just finished showering and was walking out casually in his underwear. Shi Ruoqian glanced at him, then calmly looked away, took out her pajamas, and prepared to take a shower as well. Lu Xunyan leaned against the door frame, water droplets sliding down his firm abs. He blocked the bathroom doorway, preventing her from entering. Perhaps it's because I really drank a bit too much today. Shi Ruoqian looked up. What's wrong? Lu Xunyan didn't speak, he just stared at her. Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath, then spoke gently. Go back to bed and rest after your shower. I'm going to take a shower too, okay? The man still didn't move. Just as Shi Ruoqian was about to go to another room to take a shower, Lu Xunyan finally spoke up. Why aren't you looking at me? Shi Ruoqian stopped in her tracks and looked at him again. I saw it. You call that looking? Lu Xunyan took a step closer, his breath damp from his shower, and his voice carried a hint of grievance. The way you looked at me just now was no different than how you looked at the door behind me. She frowned slightly. Then what do you want me to think? Shi Ruoqian exhaled, then stood up straight and looked him over carefully from head to toe, including down there. She commented earnestly. You seem to pay a lot of attention to your figure, which is very pleasing to the eye. Lu Xunyan suddenly fell silent. Her official comment made him very uncomfortable. She looked him up and down like a male model. As a newlywed wife, she wasn't ashamed at all to see her husband's body. She didn't even blush when she looked at that spot. Second young master, hurry back to bed. You just took a shower, don't catch a cold. What she actually wanted to say was, move aside, I need to take a shower. Lu Xunyan suddenly grabbed her wrist. You're worried about me? Shi Ruoqian. Yes, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. The man didn't say anything more, let go of her hand, and went to the other side of the bed. Shi Ruoqian glanced back at him and found him sitting on the bed looking at her, so she quickly went into the bathroom and locked the door. Is he drunk? He's acting so strangely today. Shi Ruoqian lingered in the bathroom longer than usual. When she came out, still damp, she found Lu Xunyan sitting on the edge of the bed in the same position, looking much more docile than usual. She didn't say anything, just took a towel and dried her wet hair. Lu Xunyan suddenly stood up and walked towards her, taking the towel from her hand. This action surprised Shi Ruoqian. Did Lu Xunyan do something wrong outside? You actually look like a human being today. Turn around. Shi Ruoqian turned around when she heard the man's voice. She could feel him wiping her hair with a towel. A minute passed, and Lu Xunyan was still wiping. "That's fine," she said softly. "I'll play it myself." Lu Xunyan paused for a moment. Do you need my help?" He didn't know why he did this. Perhaps he didn't want her to treat him coldly, so he wanted to change the impression he left on her. "Need not." Shi Ruoqian took the towel and went to blow dry her hair. After lying down on the bed, Shi Ruoqian had just covered herself with the blanket when a hot body pressed against her from behind. She paused for a moment. Then, remembering that he had been drinking that night, said, "Let's do it tomorrow. You've been drinking." Lu Xunyan didn't say anything. He just kept holding her. Shi Ruoqian lay quietly, able to clearly feel the body temperature and heartbeat coming from behind her. Lu Xunyan's arm was across her waist. The force was a bit heavy, but he did not make any further moves. A deep voice came from behind me. "I didn't intend to do it, and I'm not drunk." Shi Ruoqian gave a soft hum, and the only sound in the bedroom was their intertwined breathing. Seeing her lying quietly in his arms without speaking to him, Lu Xunyan frowned slightly. "Is there anything you want to say to me? For example, was I very gentle with you today?" He didn't understand. Hadn't his attitude changed? Why was the woman still the same as before? Why can't she smile at me first, or blush and get shy like her sister when she calls me husband? Shi Ruoqian paused slightly upon hearing his words. She seemed to know why Lu Xunyan was behaving so strangely today. He felt that he was very gentle with her today, so he hoped that she would praise him as a good husband and be affectionate towards him. He felt that if someone smiled at him, he should fawn over them. Suddenly drying her hair and treating her gently were his way of hinting that she should respond. Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath. It turned out that she not only had to work at the company during the day, but also had to act like a good wife in front of him after get off work. I could tell he really wanted to see her lower her head. Shi Ruoqian turned around with a slight smile. "I sensed it, but I might not be very good at sweet talk." She slid her hand down to his waist and then hugged him. Her soft body nestled into Lu Xunyan's arms. He tensed up slightly, but unconsciously held her tighter. She was very thin and seemed to have lost even more weight in the past few days, but he still felt very good holding her. Her skin was exceptionally smooth, and her body temperature was not as hot as his. It was warm and cool, like a piece of jade. Especially now, she is gentle inside and out. Shi Ruoqian felt his arms around her and continued, "I always felt that you. You don't need to address me as you in front of me." "Good." Shi Ruoqian looked up at him, her eyes filled with a gentle light. "I've always felt that you don't like me, and my figure isn't as voluptuous as others, so I've been a little resentful." She spoke softly and gently, and Lu Xunyan could no longer tell whether she was telling the truth or lying. But looking into her eyes, he felt a slight stirring in his heart. Shi Ruoqian hugged him again. "I love how gentle you are, honey. Will you hold me while we sleep tonight?" She was actually sleepy and really didn't want to waste any more words with Lu Xunyan. "Once you're in bed, if you're not going to do anything, shouldn't you just close your eyes and go to sleep?" As a result, I had to coax him like a little girl. Lu Xunyan was like a meddlesome person. Lu Xunyan's heart skipped a beat when she called him husband, and his arms tightened involuntarily. The person in his arms nestled against him obediently, and the faint scent of shampoo wafted from her hair, making him relax completely. He responded with a soft voice. Shi Ruoqian closed her eyes and adjusted herself into a comfortable position in his arms. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a very soft voice above her head, and his hand was caressing her waist. "You're fine the way you are? I don't mind that you don't have a good figure." Shi Ruoqian was too lazy to listen anymore. He had said this to countless women. He had already paid enough for this month, so it didn't matter if he didn't come back for the next few days. She'd be grateful if they didn't disturb her sleep. Chapter 40. If you want to get to work on time, say something nice. When Shi Ruoqian woke up the next day, she felt a large hand tightly holding her waist and pulling her into an embrace. She opened her eyes groggily. Had Lu Xunyan really held her like that all night? Doesn't his arm go numb? The woman had just rubbed her eyes when she heard Lu Xunyan's words. "I'm sober now." Shi Ruoqian paused for a few seconds. She knew what he wanted to do from his tone, but it was so early in the morning. The woman reached out to push him, but couldn't budge him. Lu Xunyan used the excuse that he hadn't gotten up yet. He was always shameless when he had an excuse, and Shi Ruoqian couldn't go against him. After it ended, seeing that time was running out, Shi Ruoqian pushed the man aside and quickly got out of bed to take a shower and change her clothes. Lu Xunyan was lying there embracing her tenderly, but the woman pushed him away without any mercy. The man's arms suddenly felt empty. He watched as she rushed into the bathroom without looking back, the sound of running water filling the air. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure. That's perfect. Why is she in such a hurry? She seems more enthusiastic about going to work than anything else. She might as well just stay at the company and not go home. Other wives stay at home to take care of their husbands and children, treating them with gentleness and virtue. But she's always running around outside. If she weren't at her own company, he would seriously suspect that she's having an affair. Of course, this possibility is very small. If he were not capable, it would be understandable for Shi Ruoqian to find someone else. But in fact, it is completely illogical. He didn't think any other man could compare to him. Xunyan got out of bed at a leisurely pace, lazily put on his slippers, and got up to go into the bathroom, only to find that she hadn't forgotten to lock the door. Aren't they husband and wife? Why is she still wary of him? She needs to be taught a lesson. They're husband and wife. Why is she locking the door when she takes a shower? Xunyan stared at the locked bathroom door, his face darkening. Did she really think he would suddenly want to go in and do something? He didn't even bother to look at her. What a boring woman. I should have known better than to agree to marry her in the first place. It was just asking for trouble. He's always the one bullying others. When has it ever been anyone else's turn to do this? Xunyan really wanted to have someone take the door apart, to see how she would lock it from the inside in the future. However, he is already a mature man and is too lazy to argue with such a narrow-minded woman. He held his breath and went to sleep in the guest room. He felt uncomfortable even sleeping in the bed she had slept in. Inside an elementary school, Shi Ruoqian squatted down and talked to a little girl, occasionally jotting things down in her notebook with a faint smile on her face. A fulfilling day passed just like that. It was almost evening when she received news from the other teachers that the bus would not be taking them back to the city. Because this place is too far from the city center, the students will be staying at a nearby hotel today. The little girl was stunned when she heard the news, and then nervously took out her phone. She had to tell Mr. Liu the news first. Shi Ruoqian dialed Liu Xunli's number, but the dial tone rang several times without being answered. She was a little confused. Was Mr. Liu at work? That's why he didn't answer the phone. She had no choice but to call the driver and tell him not to come pick her up. About 10 minutes later, Shi Ruoqian called again. The call went through this time. Mr. Liu, Shi Ruoqian was interrupted before she could finish speaking. What can I do for you, madam? Mr. Liu is in a meeting right now and doesn't have time to answer the phone. It was Su Xinghuan's voice. Shi Ruoqian was surprised that it was her who answered the phone. Her fingers tightened slightly as she held the phone. Secretary Su, please tell Mr. Liu that I will have to stay at the hotel arranged by the school tonight, because... Before she could finish speaking, Su Xinghuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll pass it on, but President Liu has an important dinner party tonight and may not have time to reply to you. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. Okay. She originally wanted Secretary Su to explain the reason to Liu Xunli, but he seemed to be very busy and she was interrupted before she could finish speaking. After hanging up the phone, Shi Ruoqian edited another message and sent it to the man, thinking that he might see it when he finished his meeting and had some free time. Mr. Liu, the school requires us to stay in nearby hotels because the journey to and from the school is too far. I will go back immediately after my practical training tomorrow. After sending the message, Shi Ruoqian put her phone away and followed her teacher to the hotel they had booked. Liu's group. Liu Xunli had just finished his meeting and came out when he heard Su Xinghuan talking to him about the phone call she had just made. My wife said she won't be coming home tonight. The man frowned slightly. Why isn't she going home? They said we'd be staying at a hotel arranged by the school. After finishing her sentence, Su Xinghuan took the initiative to ask, should we send someone to pick up madam? Although it's not a particularly short distance, she can come back today and go again the next day. She lives alone outside. Need not. Liu Xunli thought for a moment and realized he also had things to do tonight. I have a drinking party tonight, so you can go and make the arrangements for me. Su Xinghuan returned the phone to him and then left the office. Liu Xunli was busy with work all afternoon and went to a drinking party in the evening, so he didn't have time to check his phone. Shi Ruoqian was assigned to the last room of the hotel, which is the innermost room. The hotel wasn't very nice. Once inside, I noticed the walls were yellowed and the air conditioner made a dull noise when it was running. After thinking about it, Shi Ruoqian decided to turn off the air conditioner. The weather wasn't particularly cold yet, and if the air conditioner hadn't been cleaned for a long time, using it again would make people more susceptible to illness. However, She didn't care much about the room's condition, because she and her sister used to live in the worst room at home. The girl quickly packed her luggage and was about to take a shower when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Shi Ruoqian was quite safety conscious. Although most of the people staying at the hotel were her classmates, she still asked through the door, "Who is it? Is there anything I can help you with?" There was no peephole on the hotel door, so she couldn't look outside through it. There was no sound of voices outside. The girl asked again, "Is anyone outside?" She didn't hear a response and was about to turn around and leave when she heard a particularly deep male voice from outside. "I'm the class monitor, and the teacher requires us to clock in and write our names." Shi Ruoqian wasn't very familiar with her classmates, so she couldn't tell whether it was the class monitor's voice or not. She asked cautiously, "But I didn't see the teacher's notification in the class group. If you don't clock in, it will count as a missed training session. I have other things to do, so hurry up and clock in." Shi Ruoqian hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. However, the person standing outside was not the class monitor, but the two boys who had caused her trouble before. She instinctively tried to close the door, but one of the boys reacted faster, leaning half his body inside, making it impossible for her to close the door. He pushed hard and squeezed his way in, while another boy also went inside and locked the door. Shi Ruoqian shouted for help, and the next second her mouth was covered. "What are you yelling about?" One of the boys held her hand down, rendering her completely immobile, while the other boy took out a camera to take pictures of her and even tried to take off her clothes. Shi Ruoqian's eyes were filled with tears as she frantically shook her head, trying to beg them not to do this. One of the boys wavered, saying, "What if this gets out of hand? Maybe we should just forget about it." The boy holding the camera looked at her with disdain. "I despise these gold diggers who can make money just by sleeping with rich men. Besides, don't you want your spot in the graduate school recommendation program?" He gave his companion a cold look, then reached for Shi Ruoqian's clothes. Chapter 41. Feeling wronged. "I want to call Mr. Liu." Shi Ruoqian struggled desperately to resist, not wanting what had happened before to repeat itself. She didn't want to be photographed like that again. She bit the hand of the person covering her mouth, and in the instant the other person loosened their grip due to pain, she shouted loudly again, "Help!" The girl used almost all her strength. The next second, someone covered his mouth with a towel. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Open the door." "Sure, what's wrong?" Shi Ruoqian heard it. It was Professor Gu's voice. Her eyes widened, and she kept making muffled noises. Gu Wenshin's voice outside the door became urgent. "Student Shi, are you all right? Respond if you can hear me." Seeing that she didn't respond, Gu Wenshin outside the door kept knocking loudly. "I'll go get the hotel staff to bring the room key now." The boy who covered her mouth was clearly flustered, while the other boy with the camera muttered under his breath, "Damn it! How did we attract the professor's attention?" The two glanced out the window. The hotel in this small town only had 2 floors. "Tie her up so she can't open the door. We'll escape through the window." Shi Ruoqian was tied up with the ropes they brought, and she could only lie on the ground and watch helplessly as the 2 men escaped through the second-floor window. Fortunately, Professor Gu saved her. Within minutes, the door was opened from the outside. When Gu Wenshin came in, he saw Shi Ruoqian lying on the ground, her clothes disheveled and tied up. Fortunately, nothing that shouldn't have been exposed was visible. He quickly took off his clothes and covered the girl with them, then removed the towel from her mouth and untied the ropes binding her. What exactly happened? Another female teacher followed her in. She glanced back at the students watching the commotion at the door and said, "Go back to sleep. Nobody is allowed to come out and watch." Gu Wenshin glanced back at the students. "There's no need to let them leave." He and the female teacher helped Shi Ruoqian up. "Gossip is a fearsome thing. If we let them all go back, who knows what kind of rumors will spread in the end." Gu Wenshin knew that these students had been spreading rumors about Shi Ruoqian, and if they went back and made up stories without seeing anything, it would have a greater impact on her. Shi Ruoqian's hair was a little messy and her clothes were wrinkled, but she was still wearing them properly. This disheveled state was nothing compared to the rumors that might circulate later. After saying this, Gu Wenshin glanced at Shi Ruoqian, seeking her opinion. "What do you think?" Shi Ruoqian nodded with red eyes, looking gratefully at Gu Wenshin. "Thank you, Professor Gu." She glanced at the female teacher on the other side and said, "Thank you. Sit on the bed for a while first." Gu Wenshin asked, "Who exactly did this?" Shi Ruoqian's body trembled uncontrollably, but she knew nothing had happened. She had been saved, and she couldn't be afraid. It's those 2 boys who harassed me that day. They tricked me into opening the door, then held me down, trying to take those kinds of photos. Gu Wenxin frowned. He could let it go with the small-scale incident last time, but they actually dared to do something like this. He immediately looked at the hotel staff and asked, "Do you have security cameras here?" The receptionist stammered. "There was one before, but we don't have many guests at our hotel, and the security cameras were broken and we haven't had them repaired." Gu Wenxin's face darkened. "Your hotel doesn't even have surveillance cameras? Then your hotel can't escape responsibility for this either." The receptionist kept her head down and didn't dare to speak. Gu Wenxin was about to peek through the window when a timid voice came from the doorway. I recorded an audio." Everyone turned around and saw a girl with a ponytail holding up her phone. "I live next door. I heard the noise and recorded it." Gu Wenxin immediately went over and said, "Send me the recording." He called the police immediately. "After we finish talking to the police, we'll move you to another room to rest." Upon hearing Gu Wenxin's voice, Shi Ruoqian nodded nervously. She glanced at the female classmate standing at the door and said, "Thank you." The female classmate just gave an awkward smile. She initially recorded it just out of curiosity and didn't think of helping her when she heard the sounds. It was only when she realized that things were getting serious that she felt she had to give the evidence to the professor. Only then were the other students allowed to go back. Shi Ruoqian glanced back at her phone, picked it up, and subconsciously wanted to call Xunli. If she's wronged, he'll take care of it, right? Just like before. Shi Ruoqian dialed Xunli's number with trembling fingers, listening to the long dial tone, feeling both expectant and afraid. The call finally connected, but it was Su Xinghuan's voice that came through. "Hello." Shi Ruoqian was surprised that Xunli was still with Su Xinghuan so late. She suddenly choked up, all her grievances stuck in her throat. "Madam, is there anything I can help you with?" Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. "Mr. Liu, has his drinking party ended?" She looked down at the red marks on her wrist, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing them. "It's over, but Mr. Liu might not be able to answer your call right now." Shi Ruoqian didn't understand why Secretary Su always answered the phone, and why she was always able to have Mr. Liu's phone. Perhaps because she was also emotionally unstable, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Why? Why can't Mr. Liu answer my calls now? Wasn't the drinking party over? Are you two together?" Su Xinghuan paused on the other end of the phone, her voice still maintaining a professional and gentle tone. "President Liu was a bit tired from work today, so I just took him home to rest." Shi Ruoqian gripped her phone tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. "Was he drunk?" "Madam, Mr. Liu is calling me. If you don't have anything particularly important to say, I'll hang up now." Looking at the glaring red marks on her wrist, Shi Ruoqian suddenly felt that it was all ridiculous. She said softly, "No need, it's nothing important." He then hung up the phone. She didn't want to think about whether Mr. Liu was too busy to answer the phone, or whether he knew she had called but was too lazy to respond. Or perhaps, Su Xinghuan deliberately answered her call so that Xunli wouldn't know. In short, neither of them is good for her. She put her phone aside and looked up to see Professor Gu standing at the door. The girl clenched the hem of her clothes, wondering if he had heard her. "Professor Gu, there's something else I'd like to tell you. Those two boys also said that doing this might guarantee them admission to graduate school. I don't know if someone told them to do it." Gu Wenxin's expression suddenly turned serious. "A guaranteed admission to graduate school? Are you sure they said that?" "I heard it very clearly." The man paused for a moment, then said, "If it's about getting a guaranteed admission to graduate school, then it's not just harassment. There might be someone behind it all." Shi Ruoqian bit her lip. "Should I tell the police about this later?" "Either is fine. It's up to you. However, do you have any enemies? Why would someone target you like this, and they don't seem like an ordinary person, being able to say something like guaranteeing admission to graduate school?" Shi Ruoqian shook her head blankly. She was just an ordinary student. Who could she possibly offend? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. The police had arrived. Chapter 42. She's my wife. I don't need you to remind me. After Shi Ruoqian finished giving her statement with the police took the two boys away as suspects. Although there are no surveillance cameras, fingerprints can be collected in the room. Once the investigation results are available, it can be determined whether the two of them committed the crime. Furthermore, there are audio recordings, which provide sufficient evidence to directly arrest and temporarily detain them. Shi Ruoqian was assigned to another room. The hotel was actually full. She only learned when she entered the room that it originally belonged to Professor Gu, but was now given to her. The girl's nose tingled again. Professor Gu has helped her several times already, and she doesn't know how to thank him. After entering the room, Shi Ruoqian took a hot shower, which allowed her to relax briefly. She can't sleep either. She was frightened last night, and her mind is all jumbled up. She can't get any rest at all. Who exactly wants to harm her? Could someone from the university be so likely to casually grant those 2 graduate school admissions? But she didn't know any of the school leaders at all. It was impossible for anyone to target an ordinary student like her. In Lu Xunli's car, Su Xinghuan handed the man's phone to him. President Lu. Lu Xunli gazed indifferently out the window. He was merely participating in this drinking party, but no one was qualified to force him, Lu Xunli, to drink. So naturally, he wasn't drunk. Did she call? The man took the phone and asked a question. Su Xinghuan was taken aback when she heard this. She hadn't expected Lu Xunli to bring up that girl. Is it really that important whether Shi Ruoqian calls or not? But the woman answered his question truthfully. My wife called and asked what you were doing. She paused for a moment, then continued. She also asked you why you didn't answer her calls. She asked if you had been drinking too much, but she should know you were at work. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Su Xinghuan chuckled. She was probably in a bad mood today. I could tell from her tone that she wasn't very nice. I explained it to her, and then she hung up. The woman's words sounded as if Shi Ruoqian was throwing a tantrum on the other end of the phone. Men who focus on their work probably dislike being questioned by young girls. Lu Xunli frowned slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the phone screen. He opened the call log and saw that Shi Ruoqian's missed call was displayed from half an hour ago. Her tone was unpleasant. Lu Xunli's voice was devoid of emotion. Su Xinghuan carefully chose her words. Perhaps because I was the one who answered the phone this afternoon, my wife was a little unhappy. She observed the man's expression. Lu Xunli probably wouldn't call Shi Ruoqian, would he? Let alone going to see her. Lu Xunli hadn't planned to go see Shi Ruoqian so late, but he knew that the girl wasn't the type to throw tantrums easily. It's already 10 p.m. He thought for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to the other person. Are you asleep? Not receiving a reply, Lu Xunli assumed she was asleep and didn't call. The two of them weren't clingy young lovers anymore. They were already married, so there were many things that didn't need to be said immediately. Anyway, she'd be back tomorrow, so they could explain things to her then. It's normal for the little girl to be a bit emotional. She was still a child. After the driver dropped Lu Xunli off at the villa, the man got out of the car. Su Xinghuan wanted to follow him inside as usual, but the man stopped in his tracks. Let the driver take you home. You don't have work tonight. Su Xinghuan was taken aback. Her eyelashes trembled twice. Okay, I understand, President Lu. Just as she turned to leave, Lu Xunli received a phone call. It was the police who called. When something like this happens, both the police and the school need to contact the student's guardian. Because they found out that Ruoqian was already married, they contacted her husband. Lu Xunli answered the phone, his expression gradually darkening. Su Xinghuan noticed that his knuckles were slightly white as he held the phone, an expression she had never seen before. His voice was terrifyingly low. Please give me the address. After hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, Lu Xunli hung up and walked out of the villa. Su Xinghuan hurriedly followed. President Lu, what happened? Lu Xunli stopped in his tracks, and his expression turned cold as he looked back at her. When you answered her call tonight, she didn't say anything to you. Su Xinghuan shook her head. Madam didn't say. If she had, I would definitely have told you. Her hands clenched tightly under her sleeves, knowing that Lu Xunli suspected her. Lu Xunli didn't say anything more to her. The villa security guards will drive you back. You can take another car. He simply opened the car door and got in. The car quickly drove away from the villa. Su Xinghuan stood there alone, her eyes no longer calm as before, but filled with jealousy. She's been with Lu Xunli for so many years. So why should an ordinary girl like Shi Ruoqian get his attention and be taken care of as soon as she arrives? In order to get her back to the university she attended, Lu Xunli even invested in that university in the name of the Lu family. At first, she thought it was because he was fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband, but later things turned out differently than she expected. She glanced down at her phone. The person she had arranged had sent her a message. As Lu Xunli's secretary, it would have been easy for her to pull some strings or secure a place in the graduate program, but she never expected that those two good-for-nothings would be so incompetent at everything. The woman's eyes were filled with anger. Fortunately, she didn't personally go to find those two students, so even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to her and expose her identity. Lu Xunli arrived at the hotel around 11 a.m. After speaking with the police, he learned what had happened that day. He thought he should go and see the little girl first. I calculated the time she made the call tonight, and it happened to be the same call that Su Xinhuan answered. Her tone was harsh, perhaps because of this matter. She remembered to call him when something happened, but instead of answering the phone to comfort her, another woman answered. Even if she throws a tantrum in front of him, he can understand. Before Lu Xunli could ask her which room she was in, he heard a male voice. "Are you Shi's husband?" The moment Lu Xunli turned around, he saw Gu Wenqin's face. Both men looked somewhat surprised. "Mr. Lu?" Lu Xunli narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, this was the youngest son of the old man Gu. He glanced at the other person indifferently, then rolled up his sleeves and said, Gu Wenqin smiled slightly. "I am Shi's practical training teacher, and also the teacher who taught her major courses. I just didn't expect that her husband would be President Lu. My wife almost had an accident today. Mr. Gu, as a teacher, should really reflect on his actions." Lu Xunli didn't want to waste any more words with him. He just wanted to go see Shi Ruoqian right now. The school does bear some responsibility, but Mr. Lu hasn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband either. When Ms. Shi was bullied at school, she told me that her husband didn't want her to go public with it. Lu Xunli's eyes darkened slightly upon hearing this. Was she bullied at school? Why has she never told him? Also, why does Gu Wenqin know so much about her affairs? Gu Wenqin, however, maintained a smile throughout, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone, as gentle as ever. "Give me her room number." Lu Xunli didn't want to say much to him, and even when Gu Wenqin's father spoke to him, he had to be careful with his words. Gu Wenqin handed over the room key. 205, don't scare her. Lu Xunli glanced at him coldly. "My wife doesn't need your reminder." Chapter 43. His young wife is very dependent on him. When Lu Xunli arrived at the door, he thought about what had happened that night. Instead of opening the door directly, he made a phone call to Shi Ruoqian. At that moment, the girl was sitting in her room when she heard her phone ring. She glanced at it and saw that it was Lu Xunli calling. Shi Ruoqian looked at the name flashing on the screen, hesitated for a moment before answering the phone. "Did I wake you up?" Lu Xunli's voice came through the receiver, much gentler than usual. "No, I haven't gone to sleep yet," she answered softly, unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes. "Open the door," he said. "I'm at the door." Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment, then got up and walked to the door. "Mr. Lu?" She pressed herself against the door and tentatively opened her mouth. "It's me." A deep reply came from outside the door. Only then did Shi Ruoqian open the door. She looked up and saw him standing in front of her. The man was still wearing the same clothes he had worn that morning, and his tie was a little loose. "What brings you here?" Lu Xunli did not answer immediately. His gaze traced her features closely, finally settling on the corners of her slightly reddened eyes. "The police called me, so I came over." The girl lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "I'm fine." After Shi Ruoqian finished speaking, she waited cautiously for the man to say next. Lu Xunli grasped her wrist, led her into the room, and closed the door at the same time. After receiving a call from the police, his voice was low and deep. "On the way here, I wondered if you would be angry with me." The girl's voice was choked with sobs, as if all her grievances had suddenly found an outlet. "I made 2 phone calls. Both times Secretary Su answered. I knew you were busy with work, so I'm not angry. I was just very scared and felt wronged." Lu Xunli tightened his grip slightly and led her to sit down on the edge of the bed. "Secretary Su said you sounded unhappy." His voice was soft as he traced the faint red marks on her wrist with his fingertips. "I will handle this matter tomorrow. Those 2 people will not appear in front of you again." Shi Ruoqian's tears fell and landed on the man's hand. She was in a panic and didn't know who to call, so she instinctively asked him for help. She was sad that he didn't answer the phone, but she had no right to blame Mr. Lu. She really didn't expect him to come over tonight. They said they wanted to take photos. Her body trembled slightly, and she instinctively snuggled into the man's arms, just like my stepfather. "They said I was a gold digger, that I was with older men for money, and they even asked me how much I needed to play with them." Lu Xunli looked down at the little girl in his arms. Her helpless words and tears seemed to pierce his heart. His young wife was very dependent on him, and without his knowledge, she suffered a lot of grievances at school. Lu Xunli gazed at the sobbing girl in his arms, a rare pity rising in his heart. He thought of the timid little girl he first met, who had now suffered such injustice due to his negligence. This emotion was unfamiliar to him, yet he couldn't ignore it. The man pulled the girl into his arms and gently stroked her back, as if comforting a frightened animal. You just need to remember that what they said isn't true. Lu Xunli gently stroked the girl's hair. He knew she was innocent, but marrying him might come at a price. He liked her gentleness and enjoyed her dependence, but that didn't mean he intended to develop real feelings for her. He should comfort her, and she should be happy. Shi Ruoqian was slightly taken aback. She lowered her eyelashes. Mr. Lu probably didn't plan to go public because of the 3-month period. After she became pregnant, she should be able to rightfully become his wife, right? Would he feel sorry for her? Maybe, otherwise he wouldn't have come tonight. Did he know what Secretary Su said? Shi Ruoqian was a sensitive girl. Although she always felt that Secretary Su had helped her a lot, she could still sense certain subtle emotions. Secretary Su seems to harbor a subtle hostility towards her, a kind of hostility that leaves her speechless yet makes her uncomfortable. Will Mr. Lu be upset that Secretary Su didn't let him answer her call? It seems no. Lu Xunli noticed her slight daze and gently stroked the corner of her moist eyes with his fingertips. Don't think too much. Shi Ruoqian looked up, responded softly, and then slowly sat up straight. Looking at her obedient appearance, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Lu Xunli's eyes. He liked her understanding nature. She could grasp his meaning without needing much explanation. As for making their relationship public, he glanced at the girl indifferently, thinking that perhaps he could give her some face once she became pregnant. Go to bed early. Lu Xunli glanced at the time. He had only come to see her tonight and did not intend to stay overnight in a place like this. Mr. Lu, are you leaving tonight? Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. Yes, I have work tomorrow, and you also have practical training tomorrow. Lu Xunli ignored the disappointment in the girl's eyes. He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered Gu Wanshun, whom he had just seen. Your professor isn't very competent. Try to keep your distance from him. Get some rest. I'll be waiting for you to come home tomorrow. After Lu Xunli finished speaking, he left, leaving the girl alone, clutching the blanket tightly. Lu Xunli's last words were still echoing in her mind. Wait for me to come home. It should have been a warm remark, but for some reason, Shi Ruoqian felt something was off. She slowly slid into the covers, the faint scent of cedar lingering around her nose. Mr. Lu didn't smell of alcohol. Had he been drinking? Why was her phone with Secretary Su when she made the call? The girl recalled the slightly cold tone in his voice when he mentioned Professor Gu. Professor Gu had helped her so much, so why was Mr. Lu still? The young girl gently stroked her lower abdomen, pleading for her to get pregnant quickly. She didn't want to live in such fear every day anymore. The next morning, Shi Ruoqian vaguely heard a knock on the door. Sure, come out and have breakfast with everyone. It was Professor Gu's voice. She sat up in bed in a daze, and after a few seconds, she quickly changed her clothes. When she went out, Shi Ruoqian was still a little uneasy, afraid that her classmates would look at her strangely. After all, that happened yesterday. But after she went out, 2 female classmates happened to pass by her room. You're up too. Let's go eat together. Shi Ruoqian was taken aback, not expecting anyone to speak to her. Okay. She and the 2 girls walked downstairs to the hotel. There's a large styrofoam box downstairs, filled with breakfasts bought from nearby breakfast shops, mostly steamed buns and fried dough sticks. You can take whatever you want to eat yourself. Shi Ruoqian took 2 steamed buns and sat in the corner, eating them slowly. She took a small bite of her bun, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the looks her classmates were giving her no longer carried the strangeness of yesterday, but instead showed more sympathy and friendliness. She didn't know if her classmates would change because of other rumors, so she could only try not to care about them. Gu Wanshun brought over the soy milk and sat down naturally opposite her. Did you sleep well last night? Thank you, Professor Gu, for giving me the room. Thank you also for yesterday. Gu Wanshun placed the soy milk in front of her. The test results have been expedited and confirmed that the fingerprints were taken by those 2 boys. We will proceed with the normal legal process afterward. However, they did not admit to the matter of applying for postgraduate studies, nor did they say who instructed them. The police can only investigate up to this point for now. Chapter 44. He's over 30. What if it's his fault? So far, they would rather take the blame themselves than reveal who ordered them. The other party must have paid them a lot of money to keep quiet. So, I was wondering if it might be related to your husband. Shi Ruoqian raised her eyes and paused slightly. You. I saw him yesterday, Lu. Shi Ruoqian quickly interrupted. Professor Gu, please don't let others know about this, and don't let others know about my relationship with Mr. Lu. Gu Wenshan looked at her intently after hearing this. Why are you making things so difficult for yourself? The girl bit her lip. He didn't make things difficult for me. Mr. Liu, he's been very good to me except for not making this public. She pursed her lips. If it weren't for Mr. Liu, I might not even be able to go to school. The girl smiled at Gu Wenshan and said, Thank you for your concern, Professor Gu. Gu Wenshan didn't say anything more, only leaving one sentence. Okay, but if you ever need my help, just let me know. After the practical training ended, the bus took the students back to school, since most of them lived on campus. As soon as Shi Ruoqian got out of the car, she saw her older sister waiting for her at the school gate. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran towards her sister. She suddenly felt a lump in her throat and could only bite her lower lip tightly to stop herself from crying. Sister, what brings you here? When I was leaving get off work today, Lu Xunli suddenly asked me to come and see you, saying that you might miss me. Since he said that, I definitely had to come. Shi Ruoqian had no idea what had happened, but she could tell from her sister's expression that she was unhappy. Auntie, is something bothering you? Did you and Lu Xunli have a fight? Shi Ruoqian shook her head. No. After thinking about it, she decided to tell her sister what had happened yesterday. Just as she was about to finish speaking, Shi Ruoqian quickly added, Sister, but I'm fine. Luckily, the professor arrived in time yesterday and has already called the police. Those 2 people have been arrested. She pursed her lips. Right now, we just don't know who ordered them to do it. Shi Ruoqian's face gradually darkened as her sister recounted her story. She held her sister's hand and found that it was ice cold. Let's get in the car first. I'll keep an eye on this for you. Be careful when you go out alone in the future. Shi Ruoqian nodded vigorously. I will, sister. The girl suddenly felt a pain in her stomach, and her lower abdomen felt like it was sinking. When Shi Ruoqian saw that she was frowning, she asked, Auntie, are you feeling unwell? Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. No, it feels like my period is about to start. Before my period, I always feel a dragging sensation in my lower abdomen, which usually lasts for the next day or 2. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Sister, does starting my period mean all my previous efforts were in vain? Why can't she get pregnant yet? Perhaps it's not the right time yet. Shi Ruoqian held her hand to comfort her. Since the 2 of them took a taxi back, they could talk about anything they wanted in the car. Besides, maybe it's his problem. He's over 30 years old, and his sperm quality might have declined a lot by now. It's not necessarily all your fault that you can't get pregnant. Shi Ruoqian was startled by her sister's bold guess, and her eyes widened. She subconsciously looked at the taxi driver, her face turning bright red. Shi Ruoqian continued her analysis without taking it seriously. If you're 3 months pregnant, you still have a long time. Don't put pressure on yourself. We've both had medical checkups at the hospital. If there were any health problems, the Liu family would have already barred us from entering the house. So if she can't get pregnant, it must be Lu Xunli's problem. Shi Ruoqian quickly covered her sister's mouth, her ears turning bright red. The driver cast a curious glance through the rearview mirror, making her wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Elder sister. Shi Ruoqian was deliberately teasing her. Once her sister's attention was diverted, she wouldn't think about things that would upset her. However, she still had to be careful about what happened yesterday for her sister, as the Shi family certainly didn't have the ability to do such a thing. They don't even have the ability to get their son into university, let alone secure a place in a graduate program. Jin is usually well-behaved and wouldn't likely offend anyone at school. Therefore, she suspected that this matter was related to people around Lu Xunli. She was most suspicious of the man's secretary. Night. Shi Ruoqian waited for Lu Xunli to return. She waited obediently in the living room after returning to the villa. When the man came back, she quickly followed behind him to help him with his clothes and briefcase. The little girl has been diligently practicing her posture in her spare time lately. She used to have a slight hunchback, but it has improved a lot recently. Lu Xunli loosened his tie, his gaze sweeping over her straight back. Was the practical training tiring today? Shi Ruoqian shook her head blankly, then quickly said, I'm not very tired from teaching, not as tired as you, Mr. Liu, from your work. You get tired easily from school, so just ask your aunt to make whatever you want to eat. Good. After she finished hanging up the clothes, the man took her hand and led her to dinner. The little girl looked at the 2 holding hands, her lips slightly upturned. For some reason, her heart would always beat very fast at times like this. After finishing her classes the next day, Shi Ruoqian was taken to get her hair and makeup done. She saw Su Xinghuan when she got on the bus. It seems that no matter what he does, Mr. Lu always has Secretary Su accompany him. As soon as she got into the car, Shi Ruoqian heard Su Xinghuan's voice. "Madam, I was wrong last night. I was busy and didn't pay attention to your affairs. I feel very guilty after finding out today." The girl glanced at her and then lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes casting a faint shadow under her eyes. "It's okay. You didn't do it on purpose. Secretary Su, next time if Mr. Lu is able to answer the phone, could you please let him take the call?" After thinking for a while, Shi Ruoqian mustered up her courage and made her request. She doesn't usually call Mr. Lu all the time. If she does call, it must be because she has something to say, and Mr. Lu shouldn't mind taking a minute or so of her call. She didn't want things to be like yesterday again. And she didn't want another woman to answer the phone every time she called her husband. She's his wife, so it's normal to say that, right? Su Xinghuan frowned upon hearing this. As Lu Xunli's secretary, she was highly respected by everyone in the company. She was naturally unwilling to be outdone by a girl who was only 20 years old. The woman's hand tightened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "You're right, madam. However, Mr. Lu is very busy with work, and sometimes he really can't spare the time. I will try my best to remind him to call you back." When Shi Ruoqian heard her say that, she didn't say anything more. Su Xinghuan was very dissatisfied. Today is the first time Shi Ruoqian has attended a banquet with Lu Xunli. In the past, she had always been Lu Xunli's female companion, but this time she absolutely could not let Shi Ruoqian get through it so easily. The only person standing next to Lu Xunli could be her. Chapter 45. The stomach still hasn't gone. Shi Ruoqian was still very nervous. After all, this was her first time attending a banquet with Lu Xunli. She had no idea what to say, but it was also possible that she would just be a decoration there, and everyone else would be talking to Mr. Lu while she just stood by. She sat in front of the makeup mirror, letting the stylist apply makeup to her face. "Miss Shi, your skin is so beautiful. How old are you?" Shi Ruoqian smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I'm 20. The makeup artist paused for a moment, then said, "Only 20. Since then, neither of them has spoken. Shi Ruoqian knew that she was being treated as a kept woman again. Only 20. She's only 20 and already being kept by a sugar daddy? That's probably what he was thinking. The girl lowered her eyes. The young girl also had a rebellious streak. She thought that once she got pregnant with Mr. Lu's child, these people would no longer look at her like that. Besides, her relationship with Mr. Lu isn't one of sugar daddy or sugar baby. They've already registered their marriage. There's no need for me to be bothered by these words. Once she gets pregnant, they can go public with it, and then I won't have to deal with the rumors anymore." The desire to get pregnant took root in her heart and became her daily expectation. Faced with so much helplessness, all she could do and all she could resist was to get pregnant as soon as possible. Although it may sound like a lack of ambition, if she didn't fulfill Madame Lu's request, she might not even have the chance to finish her studies. She wants to be recognized, so she has to be obedient, and only then will there be any future for her. But perhaps it's because Mr. Lu is really getting old. Even though both his physical and mental health are fine, her belly hasn't shown any signs of pregnancy. "Is it really as my sister said?" The young girl sighed, and after finishing her makeup, she went to change into her dress. Lu Xunli prepared the latest dress for her this year. When the girl stood in front of the full-length mirror, she could hardly recognize herself. The dress perfectly outlined her slender waist, and the tiny rhinestones on the skirt made her seem to sparkle. Shi Ruoqian took a deep breath, but almost tripped over her skirt when she turned around. Fortunately, Su Xinghuan caught her in time. The woman's gentle voice reminded you. "Please be careful. This dress is very expensive." Shi Ruoqian steadied herself, pursed her lips, and said softly, "Okay." She rarely wears high heels, so today when she put them on, her walking posture felt strange. It was her own oversight. She forgot that she should wear high heels with her dress. Fortunately, the heels weren't too high, and she got used to them after wearing them for a short while. The locker room door was pushed open at that moment, and with the scent of sandalwood, she turned her head and saw Lu Xunli. The man's gaze lingered on her for a moment, a hint of emotion flickering in his deep eyes. "Very beautiful. Let's go." He reached out his hand to her, and Shi Ruoqian paused, looking at the man's large, well-defined hand, before carefully placing her own hand on it. The man naturally took her hand and led her outside. Lu Xunli has long legs and walks at a fairly fast pace. Shi Ruoqian was already restricted by wearing a formal dress, and with the addition of high heels, Her steps were somewhat unsteady. The sound of her high heels clicking on the smooth floor was rhythmic and disordered. Lu Xunli seemed to notice her struggle, paused for a moment, and then subtly slowed his pace. After getting into the car, Lu Xunli and Shi Ruoqian sat in the back seat. The girl looked up and realized that Su Xinghuan was driving. Is she going too? It seems that Secretary Su is involved in everything. We arrived at the venue quickly. Lu Xunli led her out of the car, and the two entered the venue together. The room was filled with wealthy and influential people, but everyone rushed to greet Lu Xunli as soon as they saw him. While flattering Lu Xunli, everyone also took a look at the female companion he brought with him. Those in the industry know that Lu Xunli never used to bring any female companions. It was always his secretary, Su, who accompanied him. Moreover, since President Lu is still unmarried, everyone assumes that Lu Xunli is in love with his secretary. Shi Ruoqian could feel the probing gazes lingering on her. Someone chuckled and tentatively asked, "Mr. Lu, have you acquired a new beauty?" Lu Xunli calmly said, "Since you all have female companions, I should bring one with me from now on." These words were spoken casually, yet they caused everyone around to pause in surprise. Should I bring one with me from now on? President Lu has always refused to bring anyone to banquets except for Secretary Su. So it seems this girl is no ordinary person, having captured the heart of such a powerful figure as Lu Xunli. Even if President Lu didn't take it seriously, not just anyone can be brought along as a female companion. Shi Ruoqian had no time to guess what these people were thinking. She kept smiling, feeling her mouth getting a little stiff. No one dared to crowd around Lu Xunli. Most people just wanted to make themselves known to the man, but they weren't qualified to speak. Shi Ruoqian stood obediently beside the man, while the female companion brought by the boss who came to discuss the project with Lu Xunli would occasionally strike up a conversation with Shi Ruoqian. The girl responded with a smile, trying to suppress her awkwardness. Just then, she suddenly felt a warm current spreading down her lower abdomen. Her body was tense, and her hands unconsciously clenched. Why did my period have to come at this time of year? She felt sticky and was afraid of getting it on her expensive dress, and even more afraid of embarrassing Lu Xunli. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips tightly, and after several minutes, Lu Xunli finally stopped talking. She quickly spoke in a low voice. "Mr. Lu, may I go to the restroom?" Lu Xunli simply nodded without looking at her. She turned around and looked for the restroom, finally asking a nearby waiter for directions before hurrying towards it. But she didn't have any sanitary napkins, and when she asked the waiter for one, he didn't have any either. Shi Ruoqian stood helplessly in the cubicle. Although her dress hadn't gotten dirty yet, this situation clearly wouldn't last long. She was wearing a dress without any pockets, and her phone wasn't with her, so she had no way of contacting anyone outside. Just as she was considering whether to use a tissue as a temporary measure, the crisp sound of high heels came from outside the bathroom, followed by Su Xinghuan's timely inquiry. "Ms. Shi, are you in there?" Because attending banquets couldn't reveal their relationship, Su Xinghuan even changed how she addressed people in public. Shi Ruoqian noticed this, but she didn't care. All she wanted to do now was to get rid of the sanitary napkins. "Secretary Su, I'm here. I'm on my period. Do you have any sanitary napkins?" There was a moment of silence outside the door. Then Su Xinghuan's embarrassed voice came through. "Unfortunately, I only have tampons in my bag. Could you please use these for now?" Su Xinghuan spoke with some difficulty, but if Shi Ruoqian came out of the bathroom at this moment, she would see that the woman's beautiful eyes were full of undisguised sarcasm, and the smile on her lips was also faint. She had originally planned to tamper with Shi Ruoqian's dress, but now that Shi Ruoqian was on her period, it made things even easier. Shi Ruoqian, inside the cubicle, bit her lip. She had never used tampons before, but in the current situation, there seemed to be no better option. "Okay, give it to me first." Chapter 46. There's blood on the back of your skirt. Shi Ruoqian carefully opened the door a crack, and Su Xinghuan handed her an unopened tampon and told her how to use it. "Ms. Shi, I probably won't be able to go in and help you, so just follow the steps I just described. Please hurry. Mr. Lu is still waiting for you outside." This was Shi Ruoqian's first time encountering tampons. She understood how Su Xinghuan used them, but when she inserted the tampon, she still felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that it didn't feel as safe as a sanitary napkin, but she was sure it wouldn't get on her skirt. Shi Ruoqian straightened her skirt, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the cubicle. When she returned to the venue, she saw Lu Xunli talking to an older woman. As she approached, the old woman glanced at her and said, "And this is?" Lu Xunli smiled politely. "Lady." He glanced at Shi Ruoqian and said, "This is Madame Mo. This banquet is also being held for Madame Mo's granddaughter's coming-of-age ceremony." Shi Ruoqian quickly bowed slightly to Madame Mo and gave a polite smile. "Hello, Madame Mo." The other party nodded, said nothing more, and only gave Lu Xunli a meaningful look. A short while later, a young girl walked towards them. She looked to be in her teens, very tall and slender, but she looked like a gust of wind could blow her away. "This is Madame Mo's granddaughter." Lu Xunli lowered his voice and introduced her. Shi Ruoqian noticed that although Miss Mo was smiling, her face was slightly pale, and she looked like she was sick. Mo Jisong stood beside her grandmother, glanced at Lu Xunli, and nodded gently. He glanced at Shi Ruoqian again before looking away. Shi Ruoqian didn't stare at the girl too much, as it would be impolite, but she didn't hear the girl say a single word. When I looked over again, I saw that she was just looking at old Madame Mo, gently gesturing something with her hand. Shi Ruoqian could tell that it was sign language. She studied special education, and her major included learning sign language. Although she didn't attend many classes, she had already learned about it beforehand, so she could perform the gestures for most everyday phrases. "Grandma, who is she?" Madame Mo responded to her in sign language. "Your brother Ali's female companion." Mo Jisong glanced at Shi Ruoqian again, and Shi Ruoqian was also looking at her at the same time. The two girls' eyes met. Shi Ruoqian also made a greeting gesture, with a faint smile in front of her. Her movements were so small and subtle that even Lu Xunli next to her did not notice. She only came to her senses after gesturing. She had just noticed that Mo Jisong was also looking at her, and subconsciously greeted her, but she didn't know if she had been too abrupt. She stole a glance at the man beside her. He seemed not to have noticed her. Mo Jisong's eyes widened slightly, as if she were somewhat surprised. "Do you know sign language?" Shi Ruoqian nodded gently, her fingertips responding quietly at her side. "I've studied some." This small interaction made Mo Jisong's eyes light up. She likes her. Although her parents and grandmother usually communicate with her using sign language, not everyone is willing to learn it. She remains silent in front of most people and is too lazy to even use sign language. Gradually, I made fewer and fewer friends. Even though she is the eldest daughter of the Mo family, she still has a younger brother. She is not the heir, so people won't flatter her much. She can't even speak or hear what others are saying, so people probably think she's useless behind her back. Su Xinghuan checked the time in the car. She had tampered with the tampons and estimated that it wouldn't be long before Shi Ruoqian's dress would be stained with blood. This was the Mo family's eldest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. She had embarrassed Lu Xunli in front of everyone, and Lu Xunli would definitely not allow her to accompany him to banquets again. Thinking of this, she decided to get out of the car and, while reporting to Lu Xunli, go and see what was going on. Inside the venue, Mo Jisong took the hand of the old lady. "Grandma, I'd like her to come with me to the lounge." Madame Mo hesitated for a moment. That was Lu Xunli's female companion. Would he be willing to accept that? Besides, the two of them might not even get along. Sang can't speak, so how can the two of them communicate? But she couldn't bear to refuse her granddaughter's request. At this moment, Mo Jisong quickly demonstrated the movements again. "Grandma can understand me." Madame Mo then looked at Shi Ruoqian with some surprise. "Little girl, you know sign language?" Lu Xunli turned around to look at Shi Ruoqian when he heard the sound. The girl nodded somewhat shyly. "I know a little." Madame Mo smiled and became much friendlier towards her. "Ali, Sang would like to play with your female companion. I wonder if you mind." Lu Xunli had no reason to refuse. "Of course I don't mind." He looked at Shi Ruoqian and asked, "Are you going?" Shi Ruoqian had actually wanted to leave this place for a long time. She didn't like the constant stares that were peeking at her from all sides. "Yes, Mr. Lu." Mo Jisong took her hand and led her towards the lounge. Lu Xunli watched the girl's departing figure for a few seconds before slowly turning his gaze away. I never expected she could use sign language. Shi Ruoqian followed Mo Jisong into the lounge. As soon as she closed the door, she felt a warm flow between her legs. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly checked her skirt. Fortunately, it was not dirty. Mo Jisong didn't notice her expression and pulled her to sit down. "Why do you know sign language?" Shi Ruoqian relaxed a bit when she was with her. "I took sign language classes in college, and I've always been interested in it. It's a very interesting language." Shi Ruoqian asked again. "I'm not sure if I made any mistakes in my sign language." "No, you did a great job." Shi Ruoqian smiled, and the two girls chatted silently in the room. Mo Jisong was overjoyed. I want to be your friend. Shi Ruoqian didn't actually have many friends, only her older sister, so of course she was very willing. Good. You just said you have an older sister. How old is she? Are you two very close? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Miss Mo, Madame Mo requests that you and another young lady go together. As Mo Jisong helped Shi Ruoqian up, she suddenly noticed a patch of red on her back. Before Shi Ruoqian could react, Mo Jisong grabbed her. She turned around and looked at him with a puzzled expression. There's blood on the back of your skirt. Mo Jisong gestured anxiously. Don't go out yet. Are you on your period? Shi Ruoqian's face turned pale, and her heart sank. She had clearly used a tampon. So how could it have gotten on her skirt? Yes, my period came suddenly, but I used. She didn't know how to describe tampons, so she could only gesture awkwardly to try and make her understand. I'll have someone send you my spare dress. Go to the restroom and take care of yourself. I have sanitary napkins. Mo Jisong kindly took out her own sanitary napkins and gave them to her. Shi Ruoqian was extremely grateful to her. When Shi Ruoqian entered the restroom in the lounge, she discovered that she couldn't remove her tampons. The string had broken. Chapter 47 Living together wasn't just for that kind of thing. She turned pale with fright in an instant. What to do if you can't remove a tampon? She looked at the cotton thread in her hand, now stained red, and felt completely lost. Miss Moi. She was talking in the bathroom when she realized that Mo Jisong couldn't hear her at all. Shi Ruoqian could only wipe it clean for the time being, then wash her hands and quickly went out. Mo Jisong noticed that her face had turned pale and became somewhat worried. What's wrong with you? Shi Ruoqian's eyes were red. First, she stained her dress, and now the tampon was still stuck there. She didn't know what to do, and she didn't dare to cry and ruin her makeup. I can't get the tampon out, Ms. Mo. What should I do? Mo Jisong had no idea that the tampon had broken inside her body, so she didn't understand Shi Ruoqian's meaning for a moment. But she reacted quickly and immediately thought of going out to call for help. She couldn't hear her aunt speaking, but others could. Wait for me here. She immediately ran out. Shi Ruoqian followed her 2 steps toward the door. The girl bit her lip, and her lower abdomen began to ache again. She was terrified that the tampon would be stuck inside her body, and if it couldn't be removed, would she have to go to the hospital for surgery? Will there be any health problems? Mo Jisong quickly returned with Lu Xunli. The moment Shi Ruoqian saw Lu Xunli, she was so nervous that she didn't dare to move. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Lu Xunli quickly stepped forward and supported her trembling shoulders. What happened? Shi Ruoqian choked up and couldn't speak. She felt like something was blocking her throat, making it difficult to breathe. Breathe. She took 2 deep breaths before managing to speak in a hoarse voice. My tampon broke inside my body. Lu Xunli seemed surprised by this turn of events. He paused for a moment, then asked, Can it be removed? Shi Ruoqian nodded with red eyes. Lu Xunli glanced back at Mo Jisong, but he didn't know sign language and couldn't communicate with her. He followed her because he saw Mo Jisong's anxious expression and thought it might be related to the young girl. Let her go out first. Shi Ruoqian looked at Mo Jisong and used sign language. Mr. Lu would like you to wait outside for a moment. Mo Jisong nodded and went out. The moment Shi Ruoqian heard the door close, the man picked her up and carried her to the bed in the lounge. The girl instinctively clenched her hands. I'll make the bed dirty. I can afford to pay for it. Lu Xunli grasped her ankle. How about I take a look at you first? Shi Ruoqian's insteps tensed up. No, it's all blood. During her period, she was covered in menstrual blood. How could she possibly let Mr. Lu see it? Lu Xunli stopped what he was doing. Did you get it all the way in? Shi Ruoqian bit her lip. I can't get it out with my own hands. Lu Xunli stood up, took off his suit jacket, and wrapped it around her waist. I'll take you to the hospital now. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. I'm sorry. Could you leave halfway through? Or I can go to the hospital by myself. The man held her waist with one hand, his movements of lifting her up continuing. I came here to train you, so it wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't come. He carried her and walked quickly towards the parking lot. When Su Xinghuan saw this scene, her expression changed. Shouldn't Shi Ruoqian have been embarrassed in front of everyone? Why was she carried out by Lu Xunli instead? She clenched her fists, yet she still managed to feign concern. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Lu Xunli did not respond to her question, but said, Drive to the hospital first. Shi Ruoqian buried her face in his chest and heard his steady heartbeat. which made her feel at ease. But she was also afraid that she had disappointed Mr. Liu again today. They weren't doing very well to begin with, and then this happened. She could only be thankful that she hadn't embarrassed herself in front of everyone. Otherwise, she would have lost face for Mr. Liu. We arrived at the hospital quickly. A female doctor performed an examination on her. When the doctor saw that Shi Ruoqian's face was pale and she was very frightened, he gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. You are not the first person in this situation. As long as it is removed, you will be fine. Remember to change your tampons every 2 hours or so. Didn't you know that before? Shi Ruoqian shook her head, her body tense. This is my first time using it today. Spread your legs. The doctor removed the tampon in less than 10 minutes and handed her a sanitary napkin. You can change it in the examination room. Just throw the packaging away when you get out. Shi Ruoqian felt the doctor's kindness, and tears finally welled up in her eyes and flowed out. She changed her sanitary napkin with trembling hands, tears streaming down her face. Thank you. Don't be afraid. Girls feel helpless when something like this happens, but it's all over now. She was wearing Lu Xunli's suit jacket, which covered her mid-thighs, thus concealing the bloodstains on her skirt. When the girl walked out, she saw Lu Xunli still in the corridor. Hearing the sound, he put away his phone and looked up. Did you get it out? Shi Ruoqian nodded gently. She took a deep breath. Mr. Liu, I promise this won't happen again. Lu Xunli didn't respond. Let's go home. The man walked in front, and Shi Ruoqian walked behind. After getting into the car, she saw that the driver had been changed back to the previous driver. The two of them barely spoke the rest of the way. The girl noticed out of the corner of her eye that Lu Xunli was looking down at his phone and wondered if he was working. She sighed softly and rubbed her lower abdomen with her hand. I will never use tampons again. For you. Shi Ruoqian turned her head when she heard the voice and saw the man handing her phone. Thanks. After Shi Ruoqian got the phone, she saw that someone had added her as a friend. To her surprise, it was Miss Mo. How did she get her phone number? However, the girl quickly realized that it would only take Miss Mo a few words to get her contact information. She readily agreed. Mo Ji-song, Auntie, how are you? Shi Ruoqian quickly replied. It's all right now. Thank you so much, Miss Mo. Otherwise I would have really embarrassed Mr. Liu. Mo Ji-song, why are you being so polite with me? Just call me by my name. Aren't we friends now? A hint of a smile finally appeared in Shi Ruoqian's eyes. Yes, we're friends. Mo Ji-song, did Brother Ali take you to the hospital? Are you two still together? Shi Ruoqian hesitated for a moment. She couldn't let others know about her relationship with Mr. Liu, otherwise Mr. Liu would definitely be unhappy. But she also felt guilty for lying to Miss Mo. But I really can't tell the truth right now. I just left the hospital and parted ways with Mr. Liu. Mo Ji-song, where do you live? I'll come see you. You must have been frightened today. Shi Ruoqian was indeed frightened, but it was because of Mo Ji-song's words. She couldn't very well tell Miss Liu's address. Otherwise Miss Mo would know everything. I live in the school dormitory, Sang. Don't come today. My stomach is a little sore right now, and I can't keep you company even if you come. How about you come to my school and hang out after my period ends? Mo Ji-song, okay. After returning to the villa, Shi Ruoqian quickly changed her clothes. Her stomach was hurting a lot, but she didn't know if she could stay in bed at this time. She was afraid that Mr. Liu would think she was lazy if he saw her crawling into bed so early. The little girl could only sit in the chair and read a book, but she soon felt very sleepy. She glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The girl couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep in no time. In a daze, she seemed to feel her body become lighter, and then she sank into something soft. She was so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Lu Xunli stood by the bed, staring at the girl with her brows furrowed even in her sleep, and was momentarily stunned. Why doesn't she go to bed if she's sleepy? Is it that being with him makes it hard for her to relax? Was it because his expression was too cold? Although Lu Xunli didn't particularly like the young girl, he still hoped for a harmonious and trusting relationship between husband and wife. She didn't know how much time had passed before Shi Ruoqian woke up. She glanced at the window and saw that it was already dark. The girl rubbed her eyes, got up, and went to the bathroom. When she got up, she subconsciously glanced at the sheets to make sure she hadn't spilled anything on the bed before she breathed a sigh of relief. After using the restroom, Shi Ruoqian saw Lu Xunli enter the bedroom. She immediately became alert, like a fawn, and cautiously returned to the bedside, until she saw Lu Xunli sit down by the bed. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. Mr. Liu, I'm on my period and can't be with you for the time being. Lu Xunli glanced at her indifferently and interrupted. I'm sharing a room with you not just for that purpose. The little girl's face flushed red instantly, and she stammered. Okay. I understand. Chapter 48. It's best if the child doesn't look like her. Looking at her reddened ear tips, Lu Xunli suddenly found the girl's reaction rather amusing. Does it still hurt? The man's voice was much softer than before. Shi Ruoqian nodded, and then shook her head. It doesn't hurt much anymore, but it's still a little bloated. It's like this every time I have my period. In the future, if you feel unwell, just say so. Don't force yourself to be okay. The man got up and walked to the wardrobe, unbuttoning his shirt as he said, This house is yours too. You can lie down whenever you want, and sleep whenever you want. Shi Ruoqian stared blankly at his retreating figure. Was this home also hers? But if she can't get pregnant, this will only be a temporary home. She rubbed her eyes while the man had his back to her. Mr. Lu's words were already very kind to her. She remembered the warm touch of her body when she woke up and found herself lying in bed, and asked softly, Did you carry me to bed? Lu Xunli paused for a moment. Do you have a habit of sleepwalking? Shi Ruoqian shook her head blankly. No. After she finished answering, she realized that the man had already answered her question. If she's not sleepwalking, then it must be that he carried her to bed. Shi Ruoqian bit her lip, but felt much more at ease. The man turned his back to her and took off his shirt, revealing the muscular lines of his back. Shi Ruoqian looked over, then quickly looked away, her ears turning even redder. Lu Xunli changed his clothes and turned around, only to see Shi Ruoqian looking down, clutching the hem of her pajamas, seemingly lost in thought. He walked to the bedside and sat down naturally beside her. You slept in the evening, so you probably can't sleep now. Shi Ruoqian didn't know what the man meant, but she still nodded truthfully, a little. It's best to go to bed around 9 o'clock every night so that you'll have the energy to eat breakfast in the morning. I hope you develop a good sleep schedule and don't stay up late unless you're really busy. Shi Ruoqian listened to his words in a daze. She had actually noticed long ago that Lu Xunli seemed to be a person who paid special attention to his schedule. Sometimes he would stay up late at night, but she still had to get up and have breakfast with him. She remembered that when they first got married, he said that they would have breakfast together every morning. Sometimes she didn't want to eat, but Lu Xunli wouldn't allow it. She had to eat something, even if it was just a little. Go to bed at 9 o'clock. Shi Ruoqian pursed her lips. How many young people these days go to bed before 11 o'clock? However, now that she is Mr. Lu's wife, she has to follow the same schedule as him, and she doesn't dare to use her phone much in front of him. Okay, I'll sleep in a bit too. The man leaned against the headboard, put on his glasses again, and picked up a book to read. Shi Ruoqian smelled the refreshing scent of his shower gel, shrank further under the covers, and touched her phone but didn't dare to pick it up. She was afraid he would think she was just playing around all day and not doing anything productive. The little girl bit her lip and silently got up to get a book to read. Perhaps it was because of reading, but Shi Ruoqian felt sleepy again in less than half an hour. She rubbed her eyes several times before finally hearing the man beside her say, Go to sleep if you're sleepy. He turned off the reading light, and Shi Ruoqian quickly lay down as well. In the darkness, the man's body seemed to move closer to her, and he pulled her into his arms. Lu Xunli didn't restrain himself. The girl's body was soft and cuddly, and it was indeed very comfortable to hold her while sleeping. Moreover, he liked her scent. Although he could smell a faint bloody odor during her period, it didn't bother him. She is his wife. He doesn't need to be overly formal or distant. Shi Ruoqian remained stiff as the two of them slept in each other's arms. She felt inexplicably nervous, and her face flushed. So, it seemed to make her feel even closer than at that time. It was only at this moment that she truly realized she was married, and Mr. Lu was her husband. She used to feel shy even if she accidentally touched hands with a male classmate, but now, she needs to be as open as possible with Mr. Lu. She revealed everything about herself to him. Shi Ruoqian has been busy with work these past 2 days. There's a lot to learn in Lu's legal department because the lawyers there are all top-notch. However, the Lu family doesn't have that many lawsuits to fight. This isn't a professional law firm, and there are all sorts of cases that require legal assistance. Shi Ruoqian only discovered a few days after arriving here that most of the seniors did not only work for Lu's group, but also handled many other major cases. It was just that Lu's group had recruited them here. Director Yang introduced her to some resources and connections from professional law firms. Recently, whenever she has free time, She goes out with a senior colleague to watch her go through a divorce case. In just 2 days, Shi Ruoqian has already participated in 3 divorce cases. Divorce seems to be very popular these days. When she gets home at night, she will sit on the bed and look through these things after dinner. Xunyan went home every night. This was the second night he had seen the word divorce on a document his wife was looking at. He felt that this restless woman harbored rebellious intentions. If I'm looking at divorce cases now, who knows, I might get influenced by what I see and hear in the future and end up divorcing him. Xunyan absolutely could not accept this, and it was definitely not because he had feelings for Shi Ruoqian. He didn't have any feelings for her at all. He simply felt that the word divorce should never come from his wife's mouth. If anyone wants a divorce, it will be Xunyan who dumps the other person. He cleared his throat several times, only to find that the woman beside him was still watching intently. He's like air. No, it's not even as good as air. The air could still pass through her nose, but he couldn't even catch her eye. Is that right? Shi Ruoqian didn't even glance at Xunyan beside her, which surprised her when the man snatched the documents from her hand. What's wrong? She instinctively tried to snatch it back, but Xunyan simply tossed it onto his bedside table. Shi Ruoqian looked at him in confusion. Are you going to sleep? If you're sleepy, I'll turn off the light and stop watching. Xunyan didn't quite understand. He was wearing a deep V nightgown, and he lay down beside her like that. Don't newlyweds have any sparks or friction? Although he had said things against his conscience before, he did have feelings for the woman beside him. Is Shi Ruoqian frigid in that area? It didn't feel right when I was making it. In short, he couldn't accept his wife's disregard. I won't sleep unless I'm sleepy. Then I'll keep watching for a while. Let me know if you get sleepy. Shi Ruoqian wanted her documents back, but Xunyan simply flipped her over and pinned her down. Shi Ruoqian was stunned for a moment, her nostrils filled with his scent. But it doesn't taste like preserved plum candy today. It smelled like her usual shower gel. She then remembered that his shower gel seemed to have run out and he had thrown it in the trash yesterday, but the nanny wouldn't be here until tomorrow, so he hadn't refilled it. The familiar scent eased her brow a little. Should we do it? She looked up and asked him. Xunyan raised an eyebrow. Can't you see for yourself? You seem to be in a hurry. He scoffed softly. I'm in a real predicament. Xunyan gently pressed his fingertip against her lips. I am a man. Shi Ruoqian licked her slightly dry lips. I didn't say you were a woman. Her casual movements, in Xunyan's eyes, seemed like a seduction. Of course, he knew perfectly well that this woman had no intention of seducing him. She's been very gentle with him these past 2 days. But the way she called him husband showed no affection at all. Xunyan leaned down and said, Sometimes I really want to know, is this just how you talk? Or do you only say hurtful things to me? Shi Ruoqian closed her eyes and returned his kiss somewhat perfunctorily. You weren't poisoned when you kissed me, so I didn't mean to. Xunyan kissed her even more fiercely, not wanting her to have any chance to speak. If she spoke, she would only make him angry, so it was better not to say anything at all. It's better for her to stay quiet at times like this. As he kissed her, his hand landed on her lower abdomen, his palm caressing her inch by inch. If you do have a child, it's best if the child doesn't look like her. Otherwise, seeing it every day would drive me crazy. Within seconds, Xunyan had already thrown the woman's pajamas far away. Actually, he often wanted her to sleep naked because it felt very comfortable to be close to him. But he didn't want to say. If Shi Ruoqian were truly a good wife who cared about him, she should have felt it herself. What's the point of having him say everything? Can't she guess? Chapter 49, carrying her to take a bath. 2 hours later, Shi Ruoqian gently pushed his chest. Wasn't tonight enough? Seeing that the woman's whole body was flushed and that there were still marks he had left on her arms and collarbone, Xunyan softened for a moment and his tone became much gentler, but there was still a hint of teasing in his voice. You have such a small appetite. You can be fed so easily. Shi Ruoqian gave a soft hum and prepared to get up and take a shower. Xunyan got up and picked her up. The man looked very satisfied and raised an eyebrow, saying, Husband will carry you. Once inside the bathroom, the man made her face him, and warm water flowed down between them. His voice carried a languid quality. I'll help you wash it clean. Shi Ruoqian closed her eyes wearily, so thoughtful. Husband, she added a sentence. The woman leaned against him, and the man, unexpectedly gentle, helped her apply shower gel. Xunyan then helped her wash her back, his large hand lingering on the woman's waist for a moment. Shi Ruoqian trembled slightly, hearing him chuckle softly in her ear. So sensitive? She blushed and didn't answer, but she could feel the vibration in his chest from his laughter. After taking a shower, Shi Ruoqian reached for a bath towel, but was stopped by the man. Let's go back like this. Shi Ruoqian met his gaze and said, I remember you complained about my figure. Xunyan cleared his throat. It's quite comfortable to hold you. Besides, you're my wife. I can hold you whenever I want. He felt his words were a bit too sycophantic, and not wanting Shi Ruoqian to misunderstand, he added something else. Understand your own identity. Shi Ruoqian didn't refute him, thinking that what he said made sense. She nodded and went back to bed without any emotion. After getting into bed, she didn't see Xunyan hug her. She simply covered herself up tightly with the blanket, because it would get hot in his arms in the middle of the night, and it was actually more comfortable to sleep alone. She wasn't curious at all about what Xunyan was thinking, and even hoped that Xunyan wouldn't hug her. Xunyan lay there in silence for a moment, then suddenly reached out and embraced her. Shi Ruoqian was too lazy to move, so she closed her eyes and tried to continue sleeping when she heard a man's voice in her ear. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment, then asked in a hoarse voice, Are you on a business trip? When did you start working? Xunyan gave a displeased snort and played with her hair with his fingertips. Shi Ruoqian, in your eyes I'm just a good-for-nothing playboy? Shi Ruoqian kept her eyes closed. No, she didn't want to argue with him. She just wanted to sleep and go to work when she woke up. Xunyan's lips brushed against her shoulder. So what am I in your eyes? Love is what it is. Whether someone is a human, a dog, or a pig is none of her business. The woman pretended to be asleep. All she wants to do right now is sleep, and she can sleep even better when he's away on business. Xunyan suddenly bit her shoulder, as if he needed her to answer his question. He didn't believe that the woman was talking to him one second and then falling asleep the next. He wouldn't allow this woman to treat him half-heartedly. Shi Ruoqian opened her eyes groggily. In my eyes. She took a deep breath and turned over. You're my husband. Xunyan's brow twitched slightly upon hearing this. He is her husband. I finally got to treat myself to something sweet today. The man gently rubbed her waist with his large hand. Stop acting so unwilling. I'm in such good health to be your husband. Even if you're not secretly happy, you should be grateful. Shi Ruoqian couldn't stand him and muttered, After 25 comes 60. Xunyan narrowed his eyes. What did this mean? What does it mean that once you're over 25, you're 60? Is she saying she'll be 60 after she turns 25? Yes, that should mean it. She's 25 this year. You have a sweet tongue, so who knows? I might not dislike you even after you turn 25. Ill. Shi Ruoqian thought to herself. Xunyan pinched the soft flesh on her waist. You still haven't asked me when I'm coming back. The woman wanted to roll her eyes. When did Xunyan become so persistent? He wouldn't let her sleep for half a day, just talking and talking. She closed her eyes and asked emotionlessly, Honey, when are you coming back? Xunyan seemed quite pleased with her obedience. The day after tomorrow, so just bear with it for tomorrow and the day after. If it really doesn't work, you can do it yourself. I won't mind. He could hear the woman's even breathing. This time she was truly asleep. Xunyan stared at her peaceful sleeping face for a long time. Her skin was still quite good. He reached out and turned off the last small light as well. The next morning, when Ruoqian woke up, there was no one beside her. The woman rubbed her eyes, thinking about what Xunyan had said last night. Did he say he was going on a business trip? It seems like she won't be back tomorrow or the day after, and they said she should just leave it to her own devices. Xunyan is such an improper person. She got dressed and went to work as usual. Around noon, she suddenly saw on her phone that she had a same-city delivery to be delivered to her company. Shi Ruoqian was a little confused, since she hadn't bought anything. She received the package in less than half an hour. Shi Ruoqian took it with a puzzled look. It was a cardboard box that didn't look very big, but it was very well packaged. The sender's name wasn't listed. It seems like it was shipped directly from an online purchase. After signing for the package, she returned to her workstation. At lunchtime, everyone went to eat, and she happened to open the package. After opening it, she finally knew what was inside. Toy. Shi Ruoqian immediately closed the box and sealed it. She wished she could just throw it away, but her name was still on it. She could tell who sent it without even thinking. A few minutes later, she received several messages on her phone. It was sent by Xunyan. After he deleted her last time, Shi Ruoqian patiently added him back. After all, she had to be a good daughter-in-law in Madame Lu's eyes, and she had to save face. As for the rest, she could just curse them in her heart. Do you like it? I picked it out especially for you. I did it myself. Shi Ruoqian expressionlessly stuffed the cardboard box into her bag. Luckily, she was carrying a larger tote bag today. Shi Ruoqian picked up her phone to reply. Xunyan, are you just bored? Just as the woman was about to put down her phone, another message popped up. How could that be? I'm just thinking of you. I'm worried you'll get used to me these past few days and feel lonely at night. We're husband and wife. We've done everything we should. You don't need to be shy. Shi Ruoqian didn't really want to reply. After get off work, she took her bag and went home, forgetting what was in it. After eating, she lay in bed looking at the case when a phone call suddenly came in. She looked up and saw it was Xunyan. It was a video call. Shi Ruoqian didn't know what he wanted to do, but she answered the call. In the video, Xunyan is wearing a bathrobe, and he appears to be in a hotel. Shi Ruoqian paused for a moment and subconsciously glanced at the background behind him. Xunyan doesn't even find a beautiful woman to accompany him on his business trip. What are you doing? A man's magnetic voice came through the receiver. Xunyan was also looking at the woman opposite him through his phone screen. She was wearing a nightgown and her hair was casually tied up, just like every night. She must have taken a shower. He could almost smell her fragrance through the screen. The man lowered his eyes, then calmly raised them again. He thought about it again. Xunyan suddenly curled his lips meaningfully. Have you looked closely at the gift I bought for you? In chapter 50, Ruoqian said he was no good. Shi Ruoqian then remembered the cardboard box she had stuffed into her tote bag, and a hint of unease flashed across her face. Xunyan, can you be serious for once? How am I being inappropriate? He raised an eyebrow, his eyes playful. It's just a way for couples to strengthen their relationship. Why are you so shy? The woman didn't want to continue the conversation and was about to find an excuse to hang up when she heard his voice again. Go and take it out to sea. Shi Ruoqian. You can use it yourself when you get back. I'm not that thirsty yet. Shi Ruoqian. The man spoke with an undeniable air of authority. Go get it. Since we're having a video call right now, I'll teach you. Shi Ruoqian blinked. She eventually went downstairs, took the cardboard box out of her bag, and then sat down in the living room to open it. Second young master. Her tone became somewhat distant. There are instructions here. You don't need to teach me. Xunyan knew she was a little unhappy, and she gave him a cold shoulder again. Would you like to try it now? Shi Ruoqian looked at the man on the other side of the screen. Are you really letting me try? There are fakes. Xunyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Shi Ruoqian smiled at him. What if technology is better than yours? Xunyan knew she was doing this on purpose, but he was immune to it now. Don't worry, I'm confident. Did you hear what I said last night? What? Xunyan was somewhat puzzled. The woman smiled faintly. After 25 comes 60. Xunyan realized what was happening and said, I heard you. I just said I wouldn't mind you, and then you fell asleep. He cleared his throat. Let's not talk about that. See if there's anything else inside. Shi Ruoqian continued to look inside the box with some disdain, only to find that there was another exquisite little box inside. It was pressed at the very bottom. If they hadn't taken out something else, you wouldn't have noticed it at all. When she opened it, she found it was a necklace. Shi Ruoqian picked up the necklace. It was beautiful, the kind of style that any girl would like at first glance, and she was no exception. She was silent for a few seconds. Who left it for her this time? Is Xunyan slapping someone and then giving them a sweet treat? She silently put the necklace back into the box. Why aren't you wearing one? Xunyan asked with a frown. Shi Ruoqian shook her head and blurted out. I can't bear to wear it. Just wear it as instructed. Your neck is so bare. Xunyan coughed lightly on the other end of the video call. Shi Ruoqian picked it up and obediently put it on. Xunyan observed her expression but found that there was no joy in the woman's eyes. This puzzled him. Shouldn't he be happy to receive a gift? When he went to pick one out, he specifically asked the shop assistant to bring him the most expensive one. What? You don't like it? Shi Ruoqian originally wanted to ask him who the other person was, but then she thought about it and realized there was no need to embarrass herself. It's all right. I don't really like wearing such expensive things. Xunyan breathed a sigh of relief, but still looked indifferent. It's not expensive. I won't waste my money on you. Okay, nothing else. I'll hang up now. Before Xunyan could reply, he heard a beep. The woman immediately hung up the video. He frowned, and then hung up on him so decisively. However, since she wore it, he achieved his goal. I wonder if Shi Ruoqian will use the little gadgets he bought tonight. It's okay if she doesn't. He can keep her company when we get back. Lu Xunyan suddenly remembered what the woman had just said. What does it mean when you're over 25 and then 60? He always felt that there was something wrong with his understanding, otherwise why would Shi Ruoqian have that kind of expression? Lu Xunyan took out his phone and searched. He needed to figure it out. He felt there was something hidden in the woman's words. The man typed 25 into the search box, which leads to 60, and tapped the screen lightly with his fingertips. He narrowed his eyes the moment the search results appeared. A man over 25 is equivalent to 60. He can only chat with people. The sound from the video began to play. He stared at his phone for 2 seconds. I want to swear. Lu Xunyan stared at his phone screen, his face growing increasingly dark. He abruptly turned off the video and dialed Shi Ruoqian's number directly. There was no answer on the other end. Hit again. They won't answer. How dare Shi Ruoqian say he's no good? Whether he's capable or not, doesn't she know best? Weekend. Shi Ruoqian had plenty of free time this weekend, so she had to spend time with Madame Lu. Mrs. Lu didn't take her to meet anyone today, but instead had her accompany her shopping. After strolling around for a while, Mrs. Lu suddenly received a phone call. Someone invited her to play ball. Madame Lu didn't plan to bring Shi Ruoqian. You can wander around here for a while and buy something you like before you go back. I have to go now. Shi Ruoqian didn't expect the day to end so quickly. She didn't have to stay with Madame Lu all the time anymore. The girl nodded obediently, and her face lit up with joy after Madame Lu left. Shi Ruoqian saw a shop selling scarves next door and suddenly remembered that Gu Wenxian had helped her several times. She thought that it was getting cold soon, so she might as well buy a scarf for Professor Gu. This is a small way of repaying a favor. After picking out a dark gray scarf, Shi Ruoqian wondered whether she should buy one for Mr. Lu as well. But she usually sees him wearing a suit, and since it's not that cold yet, she doesn't know what he'll wear in winter or if he'll wear a scarf. She hadn't even looked closely at Mr. Lu's wardrobe. Shi Ruoqian planned to go back and take a look. If he wore a coat in winter, she would pick one out for Mr. Lu as well. Otherwise, it would seem a bit strange to only buy it for Professor Gu. After all, she was a woman. Even though Mr. Lu didn't like her, he might still be unhappy. After returning to the villa, Shi Ruoqian put the scarf into her backpack. She then neatly placed her backpack on the clothes rack by the door, where she usually left it after school, so it would be convenient to take it to school. Evening. When Lu Xunli returned home, he did not see the little girl downstairs. He took off his coat and hung it up, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw that her backpack was bulging as if it were stuffed full of things. The man glanced at it and saw a rectangular box inside. It looked quite exquisite, like it was meant to be a gift. Lu Xunli looked at it for 2 seconds, then looked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. She is usually very frugal, so Lu Xunli never questions what she buys. Otherwise, she might feel even more embarrassed to spend money. When Lu Xunli went upstairs, he glanced in the direction of the bedroom. He went over to see if she was asleep, but found the bed empty. There seemed to be a sound coming from the wardrobe in the bedroom. He took 2 steps in that direction and saw the little girl standing by the wardrobe door, carefully pulling at the clothes inside. If he remembered correctly, that wardrobe was full of his clothes. Lu Xunli wasn't some stupid, clueless straight man. Although he didn't have much experience in relationships, he could guess what she was looking at his wardrobe for. He suddenly remembered what was in her bag. Could this little girl be trying to give him a gift? Yes, very likely. Just like a little kid, he can't hide his little thoughts.